Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our City Council meeting. Today is Tuesday, September 7th, 2021. It's approximately 1 p.m. Before we have our Pledge of Allegiance, I'm going to ask you to please rise for a brief moment of silence as we reflect back on the brave men and women of the United States Armed Forces as they protect our interests around the globe, as well as the courageous men and women of the Las Cruces Police Department and the Las Cruces Fire Department as they keep our city safe 24/7, 365. And in 4 days, on September 11th, we'll mark the 20th anniversary, and if we keep those in our thoughts. And also for the 13 young Marines that gave their life over 10 days ago. Councilor Flores, join me in the pledge, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag. Thank you. I believe we're going to have our pet of the week, and Jennifer Martinez from our communications office.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. It has been a long time since I've presented to all of you. I am Jennifer Martinez with the City's Public Information Office, and today I'm going to introduce you first to our cat pet of the week, who is Walt. Walt is all dressed up but has nowhere to go in his tuxedo. This 2-year-old neutered Mal is a little wary of strange cats, but he really does love people. He likes to brush up against people's legs, and he likes to have his cheeks scratched. And then we have Donna. Donna is our dog of the week. She is a 1-year-old spayed female. She's sweet and demure, and she has a lot of love to give. She is a 1-year-old spayed female who is a sweet, as I said. She gets along with her roommates just fine, but she would rather move in with you as she prefers human attention. She's the kind of pup that likes to go on walks, to have a little playtime, or just hang out and relax. Of course, the Animal Service Center of Mesilla Valley is located at 3551 Baton Memorial West. Here are the hours of operation: Monday through Friday, noon to 6 p.m., Saturday and Sunday, noon to 5 p.m. And they do ask that you call to make an appointment before you head down there to check out some of these animals. 382-0018 is that phone number. There are some adoption events that are going on this weekend at PetSmart from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. And then, of course, they have the Clear the Shelter event that's been going on since August 23rd. It will continue through till the 19th of September. And in that event, all adoptions are sponsored by the Borman Autoplex. And that's all I have for you today. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Jennifer. It doesn't look like just like that layoff hurt you at all, so real smooth.
It's good to be back.
Okay, next is our Jobs of the Week. Is Cindy here? Cindy Quinlan?
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members. My name is Cindy Quillen, and I'm the Assistant One-Stop Operator with New Mexico Workforce Connections, and these are our Jobs of the Week. We have a Senior Engineer position available, and it's open with the City of Las Cruces, and this position closes on September the 16th. We also have a Machine Loader Forklift Operators with Saputo Cheese. These positions close on September the 22nd. Also, there is a warehouse driver with Crescent Electrical Supply. This position will be closing on November the 13th of 2021. And there is an officer manager position available with TMC Design Corporation. This position closes on November the 15th of 2021. And last, we have a Senior Information Security Architect position available through the American Red Cross. This position closes on November the 26th, but for a full list of jobs that we have available, And for internships and volunteer opportunities, you can visit us at www.employeenn.com or www.governmentjobs.com/careers/Las Cruces. And for our local New Mexico Workforce Connections office, you can see us. We are open for walk-ins, and our location is at 226 South Alameda Boulevard, and our phone number is 524-6250. Thank you, everyone, and have a great week.
Thank you, Cindy. Okay, so I'm going to ask if Shaha Aziz would come forward, please. If you want to stand to my right. Okay. How are you? Okay, so this is a first-year student at the Burrell College of Osteopathic Medicine. She helped de-escalate a critical incident that possibly saved a man's life on August 11. Shaha Aziz, 24. Sorry, they put your age. When you're that young, it doesn't matter. From Beaumont, Texas, and a graduate of the University of Houston before enrolling at the Burrell College of Osteopathic Medicine at New Mexico State University, was driving home shortly before 6 p.m. Wednesday, August 11, when she saw a man standing near the Interstate 25 overpass at Choya Road. According to Aziz, the man was pacing back and forth on the edge of I-25 overpass and appeared to be in an emotional distress. Aziz pulled to the side of the road and tried to communicate with the man, who initially ran away. Aziz persisted and found the man on the other side of the highway. She began speaking with the man and learned that he was contemplating suicide. The medical student established a rapport with the man and gained his trust. When the man made a cell phone call to a relative, Aziz spoke to the relative and helped bring calm to the situation. Aziz then called 911 and summoned Las Cruces Police for assistance. A trained crisis intervention team officer arrived, spoke with Aziz and the man before taking the man into protective custody. The man was transported to Memorial Medical Center for evaluation. Quote, Ms. Aziz's actions were not only phenomenally heroic, but she also exemplified the attitude of what it means to be a true citizen of Las Cruces, said Officer Joshua Milks, the Las Cruces Police Department's Crisis Intervention Coordinator. She put her own safety on the line and took the time to prioritize someone else's problems to ensure their livelihood. Quote, people often believe there is a magic book or rabbit that gets pulled out of a hat to make CIT happen. That's not the case. All it takes is one human to show deep empathy and understanding toward another to bring them back from the brink and give their soul time to heal, end quote. Las Cruces Police Department appreciates concern, commitment, and quick response Aziz displayed in helping care for an individual in crisis. So, Shaha, I have for you this certificate called the Mayor's Citation for Community Service, presented to Shaha Aziz in recognition of your commitment and dedication to helping make Las Cruces proud, dated the 7th day of September 2021 and signed by myself. So, congratulations.
I'm Shaha Aziz. I just wanted to thank everyone for having me here. I'm honestly I don't even have the words to explain this. This is really an honor. I am really happy to be here in this city, and I thank everyone for their kindness. So, thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much again, Shaha. Okay, next is, is Cody Murillo here? How you doing, Cody? So Cody works in the solid waste department. He's a solid waste driver. He was driving and he was collecting some refuse there on Thursday morning, about 7:15 a.m. on August 26. Cody noticed smoke emitting from the hopper of the refuse collection truck Somehow recently collected garbage caught fire inside the truck's hopper. Cody assures us he was not smoking and didn't toss the cigarette back there. To prevent damage to the truck, the driver wisely ejected the smoldering refuse into the vacant parking lot near Farley's Bar and Grill, 2499 Foothills Road. Las Cruces firefighters responded and extinguished the smoldering refuse within 10 minutes. 2 Las Cruces Utilities grappler trucks then collected the refuse from the parking lot and transported it to the Amador Avenue transfer station. The refuse was cleared from the parking lot by 10 a.m. No injuries were reported, and there was also no reported damage to the refuse collection truck. So Cody, for your quick thinking, fast action, not only did you prevent a lot of damage to a city vehicle, but also you never know what could have happened. So we want to give you a mayor's citation for community service. To Cody Murillo, in recognition of your commitment and dedication helping make Las Cruces proud. Dated the 7th day of September 2021. Thank you.
Like I said, my name is Cody Murillo, and just want to say, council members, mayor, thank you for this opportunity. It's a true honor. All right, thank you.
Okay, with that, I'm going to get back up and we'll get started on the other part of our meeting. Okay, so now we're to the conflict of interest portion. This is where I'll ask if any member of the city council, city manager, or any member of the city staff has a known conflict of interest on any item on the agenda.
None by Flores.
Cántara.
None.
Is Councilor Sorg joining us by phone? No? Okay. Councilor Sorg was a little bit under the weather, so he's not going to be joining us here today. So before we begin public participation, I don't know if many of you knew that El Paso Mayor Oscar Leeser and I had a bet on the Aggie Minor football game. The loser was to win the winning team's face mask. So I'm going to wear it. I didn't say for how long, but I'm going to wear it for all of public participation.
So we lost.
So this is the UTEP Minor face mask. Which is okay, yeah. Fits a little tight, but it's good. Okay, so we're going to go to public participation. This is where, is it on? Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
it's on.
Nice and tight. It's going to cut my blood circulation. Okay, so you have up to 3 minutes to speak for anything that you wish. If it's on the agenda, we're going to ask if you please wait while it's on the agenda, and not to exceed twice during the council meeting. So I usually start on my left. And I usually start with the first row, and there's no one there, so second row, Mr. Jeffers. Just state your name, and you know the drill.
My name is Vincent Jeffers, and I am going to speak to some of the things on the agenda. I can't stay around for them, and besides, there's more than 2 that I'd like to talk about, but Councilwoman Flores, you weren't here in the past. This is evidence of fraud committed by the New Mexico Department of Workforce Solutions. And this goes directly to the fraud that actually created the Telstra Fund. And I've tried to present this several times already, but this is just one doctor's office. There are many. Okay, so the first item, the 7.1, you could have more than one source, but you're in a relationship with these guys. I get it, as long as you're justifying that in writing. But I don't like the past behavior of what's happened down there and the fraud that was committed. 8.1, again, the same thing. if you ever really wanted to take your time to do your job, you said you're only responsible for the things that happen on your watch. Well, these funds are being allocated on your watch. But this fraud goes back to 1991. That version is September 11th from 1991. I know for a fact it's not right, but you made corporations wealthy, including the Apollo Group, and that had to do with the changing out of properties, illegally giving licenses to people who didn't go to medical school and graduate. As far as this 8.2, I hope you use the funds as it was appropriated by Congress, and if it is a reimbursable, you have the receipts to show, or you have something to show, here's where we spent the money. Because I've seen in the past, you really didn't have to justify anything. And if there's a second round of funds that come to you, maybe they shouldn't come because, well, we'll see how those funds will be appropriated and where they get put to and who. 8.5, I guess good for the city, you know. I hope it works out. They did a lot of good things, many of the people. At least you're, putting it in the form of resolution. Hopefully something good will happen from it. 10.1, fraud, arson, retitling of assets. This is another one of those fraudulent transactions. It's happening on your watch again, but it'll get passed over as the others have. But you really should look at any of those LEDA things where, there happen to be fires. And look at how the assets were titled and retitled. Because it's not just Andy Segovia, now it's Benavides Duarte, duplicating what's been done in the past. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else on the second row, third row, fourth row, fifth? No one's on the fifth, sixth row, seventh, eighth. Anyone on my left? Okay, so now I'm going to go to my right, and I believe you are Mr. Fuller. Mr. Fuller, I can't give you 10 minutes, 15 minutes to speak. You have your regular 3 minutes. You're welcome to come forward and state your name and share with us.
Yes, my name's Harold Fuller, and I'm here on behalf of 8 billion people that 3 times a year are subject to becoming part of an asteroid. Now, I've been well received in science. The Department of Paleontology says Earth is at the end of its life cycle. NASA shows how we make 3 times a year a 180-degree turn when we should be making a 1-degree turn. That's a total of 540 degrees that are totally impossible to sustain, quote, the Navy. Our axis tilt is unsustainable. It takes one volcano to move our axis. We have engineering to reverse Earth's tilting of its axis. And we are requesting a little help, no cash, for a temporary bonding, and the local bank, 34, will put up the money to correct the situation. We have lost 1.5 degree amperage magnetism, 1.5 amps that has started this situation. Congress has put their head in the sand for 72 years. We don't need trillions or billions, a couple $1 million of funding that we have a commitment on from a bank to correct this. I would like to make an appointment with the mayor to show him how real and dangerous this situation is. and hopefully we can work something out. Thank you.
Mr. Fuller, here's my card, and you're welcome to email me, and we'll set up a time. Oh, okay. That was first row. Anyone on the second row? Third row? Fourth? Fifth? Sixth? Looks like it's all staff on my right. Okay, well, that will conclude public participation. Let me read this closed meeting statement here. Las Cruces City Council met in closed session at 11:01 a.m., August 16, 2021. The following members were in attendance: Councilor Sorg, Bencomo, Abeta Stuvi, Gandara, and myself, Ken Miyagashima. Yeah, I see Jennifer pushing that. Staff present was Ifo Pili, City Manager, Eric Enriquez, Assistant City Manager, Ikani Tamopeo, Assistant City Manager, Jennifer Vega Brown, City Attorney, Robert Cabello, Deputy City Attorney, Delilah Walsh, Utilities Director. Meeting adjourned at 11:35 a.m. For the record, Las Cruces City Council met in closed session and only discussed those limited items as stated in the posted notice, which was to discuss potential litigation regarding 407 South Motel Boulevard, which is closed pursuant to NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H, number 7. Okay, so now we're going to go to motion to acceptance of the agenda.
Mayor, may I pull 7.1, please?
Okay, remove 7.1.
Mayor, I request that 7.2, 7.4, and 7.6 be removed from the consent agenda.
Okay, so 7.1, 2, 4, and 6. So can I have a motion to approve the agenda with those items removed for discussion?
Oh, and Your Honor, excuse me, and 7.7, the ordinance. I'd like a full presentation on that, please.
Move to approve, Mayor.
Second, Gandara.
Motion made by Councilor Vasquez, second by Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, to approve the agenda with items 7.1, 2, 4, 6, and 7 removed for discussion. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve the agenda as presented with removal of items 7.1, 7.2, 7.4, 7.6, and 7.7 for discussion. Councilor Vedastuvi.
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez.
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo.
Yes.
Councilor Sorg is absent. Councilor Flores.
Yes.
Councilor Gandara.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, item 7.1, resolution 22-022. Need a motion, a second?
So moved, Gandara.
Second by Flores.
Okay, motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, second by Councilor Flores. So Councilor, did you want a full presentation or did you just have a question or two?
I have a couple of questions, Mayor.
Alex, if you want to do a full presentation, I think would be fine. Or
Probably better.
Sure, that would be great. Thank you, Alex.
Thank
Hi.
you. Hi. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. My name is Chen Alex Liu with Purchasing Section. Today, going to present you the procurement for planning and development service related to downtown revitalization for the city of Las Cruces. Revitalization of downtown is a priority for the city. The City Council has adopted several plans. For example, Downtown Master Plan, Art and Culture District, Economic Development Business Strategy Plan, and the City Strategy Plan. The city has been benefited from the New Mexico Main Street program through the partnership with Downtown Las Cruces Partnership, the LCP, for the last 16 years. The LCP provides the city planning and revitalization services, generate public participation to plan and implement downtown revitalization, and play a role in attracting visitors and business to downtown Las Cruces. It facilitates the and coordinate between the city, TID, and the downtown businesses. Service transformed from a memorandum of understanding to a performance-based contracting in 2019. The last contract expired in June 30th, 2021. The LCP was determined to be a sole source provider due to their New Mexico Main Street accreditation, and the proposed sole source service is for a term of 2 years and with annual amount not to exceed $120,000 per year. These funds are budgeted in fiscal year 2022 budget. Here are your council options. We will stand for questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Alex, so much for the presentation. I noticed there's been some significant changes to the performance measures. One, the events in the past that DLCP has sponsored, which has been the Salsa Fest, the Chili, and the Chili Drop. Are those events going to occur? And if so, who will be responsible for having those events?
Thank you for the question, Councilor Gondola. I have to defer this question to the end user department.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. I'm Jennifer Garcia Kozlowski, Executive Director for Downtown Las Cruces Partnership. As of this point, DLCP is still in for putting on the Salsa Fest, as well as continuing with our Chili Drop. As of right now, today, we are not sure if we're going to be able to do a Salsa Fest this year because of the changes in our contract and a few of the other things that we have going on. But it is something, it is our major fundraiser. As for DLCP, it is how we meet our fundraising goals. So at this point, we are not getting rid of Chili Drop nor Salsa Fest.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that, Jennifer. Now I know that every year we've wanted those events to get bigger, and do you feel like the amount of money that the city gives is sufficient enough to ensure that they're bigger events?
I believe with Salsa Fest is our fundraising mechanism. I believe that's something that we need to continue, and obviously with help of advertising and sponsorship in that sense from the city is important. As for Chili Drop, I would like to see that we do an increase for that particular event to help in part be paid for by the city. In all honesty, the city is who gets credit when it gets done. It comes back that it was a city event, although it's our time and work that goes towards it. So I would like to see an increase in help for that particular event. And they are getting bigger. Obviously, we didn't have them completely last year. We did have a virtual Salsa Fest event, a virtual Chili Drop event, which I thought went very well for us. Again, because a few of you and your personal donations helped us get that done. I do believe that within this next year, because people are happy to be back out and be a part of things, that we can see an increase with our participation of downtown and the community.
Thank you, Jennifer, for that. Do you know in the amount, have you had those conversations with Chris and our city manager and Visit Las Cruces in relation to what that amount would look like in terms of adding already to the existing contract?
I have not. DLCP actually had its board retreat 2 weekends ago, and we're developing our new strategic plan for the next 5 years. And this was something that we discussed about, so I had not had the conversation because I wanted to go at the will of my board.
Okay, all right, so to be continued, I guess.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Also, what are the new items that DLCP is organizing in terms of their performance measures in relation to the contract, the proposed contract?
If you could excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem, let me get the sheet out of my purse.
Okay,
I apologize.
sure.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council. We're expanding our scope of Artists in Residence program to include established creative economy, business owners mentoring and emerging business owners. We have a literary arts themed event that we will be doing with regarding readings at businesses, as well as public venues and performance spaces. This is a part of our ACD, or increase with our ACD, and part of our creative economy that we're trying to really push into our arts and culture district as well as downtown. We're restarting our quarterly downtown meetings, which obviously during COVID, those kind of went away, and we think this is a great place to help educate our downtown business and ACD business owners. We're going to create a business recruitment and retention plan that aligns with the economic development efforts, and that is something I'd like to schedule some other time to meet. Obviously, we meet with Chris regularly, but meet with him again and see how we can improve that conversation, and it's city and DLCP based. We have a wider range of technical service this year because of our accreditation with New Mexico Main Street. We've already put in service requests for 8 different projects. The introduction of open office hours, this is going to be an ideation session and targeted networking events, another way to reach out to our local business owners, as well as people that are looking to come into our district to start businesses, and we can help walk them through some processes. The expansion of targeted marketing and promotional program in collaboration with the City of Las Cruces. This is something big for us because we want to make sure that we're sharing the same message and that we're working tandem and as a partner instead of both groups going 2 different ways and maybe to the detriment of both of us. I think this is something that's really helpful. We're going to be adding more blog spots and posts on our social media representing downtown and the Arts and Cultural District, and really targeting individuals so again, people around the community and outside our community see what we have to offer here in downtown Las Cruces. And again, what I just spoke about, we're updating our strategic plan to align and correlate with the city's strategic plan as well as New Mexico Main Street's ongoing strategic plan.
Thank you, Jennifer, for that list. And I have some last questions around communication. Well, let me back up. I thought I read about the incubator program, providing some input into that, and tell me what that means and what that looks like in terms of DLCP's participation.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, currently DLCP is looking at the concept of applying for ARPA funds, thank you, ARPA funds in regards to an incubator / accelerator program. We have to look at that. We need to look at it in a large scope. It is a large piece of work. Again, things that we do specifically, that we do in DLCP have to be specific to downtown and the Arts and Cultural District. So we really have to research and find out, by trying to do a full incubator, is that not part of our mission? And do we lose state and national accreditation? So do we do something that's specific to the downtown and Arts and Culture District? That is something that we're working on currently, and Mr. Favor will be brought into those conversations as well. However, it is something that we feel is important, and we're talking to Arrowhead to see how we can maybe work as a cohort with them, but trying to really bring it into the idea of it being downtown particular, ACD particular.
Thanks, Jennifer. Good to know. And then last, the communication. What sort of communication or lines of communication have been established with the Economic Development Department and Community Development as it relates to recruitment of new businesses and such? And what are the gaps and barriers that you see specific to that?
I will say right now, it is the best in my going into 5 years in this job. Right now has been the best we've had in communications. Since I've been in this position, I've had 8 liaisons, and that's been very difficult. Since Mr. Favor's been on, we've really streamlined a lot of our communications. We've been able to meet with the city manager. I want to say we've actually had a little more access to meet with different levels of the city in order to get our goals across. So to me, that's been well. We usually try to streamline everything through Chris, so he's in the know and he knows what's going on, and we're not catching him off guard, and he's not catching us off guard.
Okay, great. That's good to hear.
And as obviously, I meet with you quite regularly.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely,
you, Jennifer.
thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Those are all my questions.
Okay, if there's no further, Councilor Flores, you have a question?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much for your presentation. So, what would be very helpful for us,
Counselor, can you speak into your microphone?
I'm sorry. What would be very, very helpful for us would be to have, we have a copy of the agreement, and there is a provision there that the city is to pretty much not take credit for it, because I think that's something that you raised, but definitely all benefits inure to the city as stated in the contract and the agreement. So,
Counselor, your microphone.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So my question is, or what would be very helpful when we get any of this, so this is for finance or whoever that you worked with in presenting today, to show us how those, Alex, yes, thank you, Mr. Lee, to have the terms of the contract and then have each term be followed by reviewed. I think that Chris signed something that had been reviewed, but to see that it's been fulfilled, because this is a renewable, right, annual renewal. And you're saying that you need more money. And was the past is it always 120,000 a year?
Yes, well, since I've been in this position.
Since you've been, and Alex is nodding his head. So, but it would be very helpful to me. I don't know about the rest of the city council, but I would imagine it'd be helpful for all of us, because we make these decisions, and I'm not privy. I mean, I didn't see how you fulfilled every term of the agreement. I'm not saying that you didn't, but I'm not saying that you did, because I don't have that information. And we have to rely, and this is definitely has no bearing so much on you, but, and I've said this before, and I'll say it a million times if need be. When we get something, it has been reviewed by the appropriate departments, it's presented to us, but we make the ultimate decision. And without having those details, if something goes wrong out in the public, the city councilors are the ones that take the brunt. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again until I leave the seat. They don't think about calling the person who's in charge of finance or budget or this director or that administrator. And you know, we're pretty much feeling sometimes that we have our finger up our nose, you know, and not knowing what's going on. So that would be very helpful. And so hereforth to the city manager and the powers that be in administration, I would make that request. And this has a lot to do too with the fact that, you know, we had the McCard report, and when things are presented to us, I mean, you're all lovely people, or you know, but we really can't just be rubber stamping anything. It's almost like rubber stamping, and I just don't feel comfortable. And of course, we'd probably be here from here to eternity if we had every single detail, but something, you know, something concise that shows that all the terms of the contract have been met, and then, you know, you're saying a report, exactly, a report. Or, you know, just, yes, a report that could be based on the actual contract and just a notation in a different color, and then we're given, and then you know, I know, and then we don't have to have a McCard report henceforth, you know, ever again, I hope. So that would be my ask. And I don't know how to vote on this. I mean, you know, you're saying you need more money, but last year was just a virtual type of thing. So I would imagine it was a lot less money, because, you know, I've been to the Chili Drop, and it's like a big festival, and it's lovely, and it's people are happy. It's New Year's Eve. And, but it, you know, I mean, how did last year compare with the prior year? So those are my questions. Actually, they're comments. But it looks like Mr. Liu wants to address something. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for the question, Councilor. I think that's the reason why we move from MOU method to performance contracting. As you can see in the council package, attachment A is the performance measure, and the invoice is attached with this performance measure. They have to bill us based on what they do, not because of monthly flat rate anymore. That's one of the improvement we did based on this contract. The council can certainly maybe table this, and staff has to work and have a negotiation with the LCP and bring the amendment back with more stricter detail aligned in the contract for performance measures.
Thank you, Mr. Liu, and I don't think it's a question of stricter measures, it's just a question of having the information. So, I mean, if you view that as a stricter reporting style, so be it, but that wasn't necessarily my intent. I think the terms are set forth, and then they have to be complied with, and we want to know that they've been complied with. So, I don't know, maybe we should table it, Mr. Mayor.
Well, that would be up to council if they wanted to call for a vote to table, but let me just see if there's any other questions about members of the public. Okay, seeing none. Oh, Dr. Payadas, I'm sorry, I didn't see.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, and just to continue to address the question that, this is Francisco Payares, Deputy Director with Economic Development. I just wanted to remind Council that DLCP presented their results last month, along with some of the additional economic development partners that they typically present to Council on their results once a year. If Council is always under the liberty of requesting additional information that we as staff can provide to the City Manager to report back to you in case there's any additional questions to that. So just reminding that there's an open channel of communication whenever it's requested. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Doctor. Okay, I don't believe there's any other questions, so with that, there's no motion to table, then I'll go for the vote. Christine?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Mayor, I move to table.
Okay, a motion is made by Councilor Flores to table this item, 7.1, Resolution 22022. Is there a second? Okay, the motion dies for lack of a second. So Christine, on the vote, please.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-022. Councilor Betestuvi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes. Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
No.
Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, thank you very much. Item 7.2, Resolution 22-023. Need a motion?
Move to approve.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Vasquez. Madeline Shea will be discussing. And who has to have this removed? Councilor, did you want a full presentation, or did you have some questions?
Okay.
Councilor Flores. Can you?
I'd like a full presentation on this, yes,
Okay,
thank
sure.
you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of Council. Madeline Shea, Grants and Contracts Compliance Specialist with the Grants Administration Office. Today, I am bringing before you a resolution to authorize the city to submit a grant application and approve the associated cash match for the competitive fiscal year 2022 State Fire Marshal Fire Protection Grant from the New Mexico Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management. I'll begin with a high-level overview of the grant opportunity itself. The Fire Protection Grant is an annual funding opportunity administered by the New Mexico Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management, or DHSEM. The grant provides financial assistance to fire departments across New Mexico to support the provision of safe and effective emergency services for their communities. For the fiscal year 22 grant application cycle, the Las Cruces Fire Department has identified an immediate need to replace one of its 2 aerial apparatuses, or ladder trucks. DHSEM has established a maximum funding level of $300,000 for apparatus requests and requires that the applicant provides funds for the remaining cost of the request. So the city must cover any difference exceeding the maximum funding level. The grant application is due on September 15th. As I mentioned, in the FY22 application, the fire department is requesting to purchase a new aerial apparatus to replace the current truck number 4. The need for replacement was determined by several factors. First of all, as a 2002 model, truck number 4 will meet its useful life during this fiscal year. An older truck, truck 4, has been out of service nearly a third of the time during the past 3 years. In addition, American LaFrance, the company that built truck 4, ceased operations in 2014, which adds significant time to finding appropriate repair services, and replacement parts are becoming increasingly difficult to locate. Finally, newer models are more efficient to prep for response service, helping the fire department to reduce response times. Should the project be approved and awarded, there will be several benefits to the community and the department. The fire department aligns its fire response standards to the National Fire Protection Association Code and responds to every structure fire with 1 aerial truck. With truck number 4 out of service more often, adherence to this standard is jeopardized. Replacing truck 4 with a newer model will increase its efficiency for responses. And finally, the Insurance Services Organization, or ISO, evaluates communities across the country based on a range of criteria, including apparatus inventory and percentage of the community that's covered, in order to rate their investment in fire protection services. Las Cruces currently maintains the highest rating of 1, but risks dropping to a rating of 2 the longer it must rely on an aerial truck that is past its useful life and frequently out of service. A potential drop in the rating means higher insurance premiums for residents and businesses, and a reduction in annual fire protection fund monies that are awarded to the fire department. To give you a visual, here's an image of the fire department's newest aerial truck, Truck 1. This is a 2018 model. In summary, the Las Cruces Fire Department's proposed project for the fiscal year 22 fire protection grant application will request the maximum funding of $300,000 to support the purchase of a new aerial apparatus for Truck 4. Current price quotes show a total cost for the truck at $1.34 million. Therefore, the city would be required to cover the remaining balance of $1.04 million after the grant funds are applied, if awarded. City funding to support this match requirement has been identified from the general fund. And then finally, the fiscal year 22 fire protection grant application for this request is due to the funder, DHSEM, by September 15th. That concludes the presentation, and I'm happy to field any questions with the expertise of Fire Chief Smith and representatives from grants and budget offices.
Thank you, Madeline. Councilor Flores, your questions?
I don't have any questions. Thank you so much for your presentation. You made it perfectly clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Flores.
Okay,
Mr.
well,
Mayor.
thank you, Madeline. Actually, I have a question.
Please.
I don't know if you can answer. I see the chief's back there, so I'll start with you first. So, Chief, just, I've been, of course, the anniversary of 9/11 is coming up, and so I've been watching various shows. And I was just curious. I don't think we have an apparatus that can go as high as the 10-story building at the old First National Bank Tower. But, is that correct? We do have okay. So my other question would be, do we have any of those, I don't know, let's say people were to jump and they, like a big, huge cushion or, I don't know, floated, like a huge air mattress type thing so that they could, if they had to jump out of the window, do we have anything like that? And if so, have we priced that? And I know it's a little bit deviation here, but I just wanted to know, because it'd be nice to have that for your department.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to take the latter question.
You'll take that?
It raises 100 feet in the air, the ladder.
Okay.
I actually went up in it with the department on
So
a ride along.
that's about 7 stories?
I think so.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's very good. Thanks. So,
The photo question.
Mayor, Fire Chief Jason Smith. To the second question about any kind of device for catching people from jumping, no, we don't have anything like that's deployable under those circumstances. Most of the buildings in our city, Truck 1 or Truck 4, any of these aerial apparatus with a 100-foot ladder can reach. The tower downtown is a little unique because of the height of it. I would like to point out, though, over the last few years, our Fire Prevention Bureau has been working with the owners, and through some changes in the fire code, they've worked on increasing the fire sprinkler coverage from just the basement, and they are moving up through the floors, adding sprinklers. So this reduces any kind of risk from fire, increases safety for the occupants.
okay, thank you, Chief. Okay, so no further questions from council. How about members of the public? Seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-023. Councilor Beda-Stuvi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 7.4, Resolution 22-025.
I'd like a full presentation on that, Mr. Mayor.
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Vasquez, second by Mayor Pro Tem Gondara. And Donnie Proces will be presenting.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Councilors. Donnie Proces, Contract Analyst for the Purchasing Program in the Financial Services Department. It's a pleasure to speak with you all for the first time in about 2 years. Before you is a resolution to adjust the annual not-to-exceed amount on our contracts for temporary employment services. Council originally approved Resolution 20-169 on June 15th of 2020. There were 4 contracts awarded under that resolution, and they were recently renewed for the second of a possible 4 years. When the contracts were originally approved, there was an annual not-to-exceed amount of $3.5 million combined for those 4 contracts. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, departments have been having challenges filling vacant positions, and in fiscal year 21, our total spending citywide on temporary employment services was $2,952,923. With that, the purchasing program is recommending the removal of the annual not-to-exceed amount in favor of an indefinite cost, indefinite quantity award. City departments can't always anticipate the need for temporary employment services or how long they will need those temporary employees, and this will prevent the need to request further increases for unanticipated services. City departments will be able to continue using these contracts on an as-needed basis, subject to annual renewals and budget appropriations. And I also wanted to mention, we're not actually changing the contracts themselves. The individual contracts don't have a set maximum amount, but because the $3.5 million combined annual total was part of that approved resolution, it does apply to all 4 of those contracts. And with that, those are your council options, and I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Donnie. Councilor?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much for your presentation. So,
Can you move your microphone? Yeah.
there. So, this is very difficult for me, and the reason is because there was an X amount anticipated not very long ago, and that was just a few months ago, and yet here we are in the middle of COVID again, and somehow it seems to me that the factors that were there, the conditions that were there a few months ago are still here. So that's why you want something, just a blank check on it? Pretty much you're asking for a carte blanche on it. So that's one question. The other is, the more important one to me is that I think that my theory, my belief, it's a belief, not a theory, is that temporary workers aren't really vested in their jobs. Not necessarily all the time, but here in city government, we have so many things going on. You know, there's just all these movable parts all the time. And also, I don't know, what are the contracts like for temporary workers? Do they get any benefits? Do they get sick leave? Do they get vacation pay? You know, that sort of stuff. And I don't want to become, well, I'm not going to mention some of the businesses or corporations in this country that use people as employees, and they're disposable like an old tissue. So can you answer those questions, please?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, to your first question, when we originally brought the contracts forward for approval, we were using the expenditures in previous fiscal years as a guide for how much to ask for, taking into account the general increases in the cost of services. So when we entered into these agreements originally in the start of fiscal year 20, or 21 rather, excuse me, we at the time believed that that amount would be enough to cover what we would need moving forward, but that has not been the case. To address your second question, the individual employment agencies do have benefits of their own that they provide. I'm afraid off the top of my head, I can't remember specifically which agencies have which benefits, but parts of their proposals did indicate, you know, their insurance available and other such benefits that they have for their staff. So I could get back to you with specific details on what type of benefits each individual agency is providing.
Well, one of the problems I have with temporary agencies is that I think that human beings are probably our most precious resources, and to just use a temporary worker when that temporary worker, I mean, we have vacancies all over the place, and I'm sure those are for permanent positions, and it's hard for me to reconcile going to a temporary agency when these are really full-time positions that should be given the dignity and the respect that an employee deserves. I guess because I've been an employee all of my life, you know, I'm not Walton or anything like that, good old Sam. I just feel that, I believe, it's really a belief that and maybe it's a practice that the city has of having a lot of temporary workers, but it seems to me that that's not an efficient way or an effective way of running government.
Mayor and Council, if I may, Barbara DeLeon, Chief Administrative Officer. Councilor Flores, I just wanted to address hopefully a couple of your points and questions. First of all, I can assure you that the city departments are diligently pursuing filling vacant positions with our postings, with our interview processes, but we definitely have turnover, and we also at the same time have a requirement for continuity of services. And certainly that's where our ability to utilize temporary employees can help us as we transition and go through the hiring processes. They are vital parts of us keeping our services operating at the expected levels for our community. So that's just one point. But then this, to address your comment about the request for carte blanche, I can assure you that the departments still have to operate under their approved budgets. They do not have a blank check for temporary services. If circumstances warrant the case where they do need additional budget, that does come to council as a form of a budget adjustment. So I just wanted to assure you that changing to this type of contract does not mean that the departments have unlimited funds to spend on this particular item.
So at what time does a particular department determine that, or does it determine that perhaps temporary workers are not invaluable and that it'd be better to nurture a new hiree to assure that person stays on? I mean, do different departments always need temporary workers?
I can just speak to the fact that we always have transitions. People who are promoting, also people who are leaving the city, and again, the need for the temporary workers is so that we can continue our services to the community without having a lapse as we're working to fill those permanent positions.
So I'm just curious.
If I may, Councilor?
Yes.
Because I believe it or not, I asked the same question about 10 years ago, and if I could just share with you just some
I don't have 10 more years, thank you.
So there's a couple of reasons why the city likes to use temporaries. One, first and foremost, is the speed. When we had the asylum seekers a couple years ago, and we were running out, the city had to hire some attempts just to help out. Because a typical city position is going to take 2 to 3 months. When you do the background, you do all the other things. And then sometimes, if they feel that they're not going to be needed, then of course they go on to other positions. But I know that the city does use these as a means of deciding, hey, you know what, this is a pretty good worker. I think we would like to ask them to stay on and maybe apply for a position. But more importantly is the unemployment portion, insurance part of it. So the employer has to pay it all. And the moment you have people who are city employees and then they jump off, they can file unemployment against the city, even though they knew it was a temporary position. And so the city has to pay a certain % higher on unemployment insurance. And if you take a look at the city's payroll, 1% can cost the city thousands of dollars per month extra. So that was the response that was given to me, and I believe that to be the case. And so I just want to tell you, I appreciate you asking that question, because that was something that I asked years ago, and that was, to me, why it was good that they use the temps when they need to, and if they're good, they invite them to stay on and apply for a position. But more importantly, it's just the speed and the ability to get them on and off, because usually a city position takes months to get them on.
Thank you, Mayor, for that background. So presumably, I don't know which office would take care of it, HR or whatever. So there's a track record of how many people are temps, what the turnover is, and I mean, you have all that data, and based on that data, the data that determines this kind of a decision, somehow it seems to be the wise way to go. I just, and I understand needing something. I mean, we're not going to, well, who knows, the way the world is going right now, perhaps it would be prudent to have temporary workers, but that surprise we had 2.5 years ago with the migrant people. Do you recall, well, Joe, hi, Ms. Richards,
Hi.
How are you? Do you recall how many people had to be hired as a result of that emergency, and how many more? I guess what I'm trying to get at is, how often are you in a position, how often is the city in a position of needing to do a temporary hire, and we better do it right now, if not yesterday? I mean, aren't these things that are foreseeable and you can put the notice out or whatever?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, Joe Richards, HR Director. To answer some of your questions, Councilor Flores, sometimes there is a foreseen need, as Ms. De Leon talked about vacancies that occur and the need to fill those positions quickly. So that's when they consider the temporary hire. Right now, I can tell you we have about 94 on the payroll, so to speak, that departments are using. They're in various capacities across the city. Sometimes they're here for a short time, other times longer. Again, I think a lot of it depends on the recruitment and what's taking place there. Right now, I think the longest term we have is somewhere around 2 years for a temporary hire. As to the asylum seekers, I don't recall numbers, but I can certainly look that up for you and find that out.
And what kind of a turnover then do we have insofar as employees go? Is it that, what's the word? Is it really crazy in terms of how, retention.
Right now, we have about...
A turnover.
Right now, there's about 260 vacancies, and that's pretty consistent. But again, you know, when we have vacancies, a lot of times we're fortunate enough to promote our own people, so that just keeps that churning, if you will. And a lot of times we are able to hire some of these temp agency employees. They come on board as a temp agency employee, they get experience, and then they apply for positions, and they're able to be hired as a regular employee.
Do you have any data, or does anybody keep any data, anybody in the world keep data on companies that, or employers that are successful in keeping their employees happy? I mean, by happy, staying on the job. Is there any kind of data like that? Maybe Mr. Ipo knows, Mr. Peely, or people who have their degrees in city administration? I'm just curious.
Mayor and Councilor Flores, you're asking if there's any data relating to just employee retention and how we do that. There is, and you know, I don't have it off the top of my head, but there are articles that show top 10 things that employees enjoy about their jobs. Believe it or not, salary is not number one, which it would be number one if they're not on par. That's the data that the reason why I say that is there are a lot of things with our current staffing that has to do with benefits and that we're addressing right now. I have later in my city manager report to talk about insurance benefits. And so a lot of these employees, when you have temporary, they're on a temporary contract, and they come to the city expecting benefits and expecting all the benefits that come with all those benefits. What they find is it's a cost as well. And so there's a lot of reasons for turnover that we've been addressing and looking at, and I'll talk a little bit about that in my city manager report, but there certainly is data that shows what makes employees happy, but we got to address the basics, and the basics are, number one is our insurance premiums need to be adjusted, and that's kind of a plug because we're coming here pretty soon. So I'm using this question to plug in my number one priority for our city staff, but that's one of them. Yeah, that's one of those things.
Good. Well, that's what I'm getting at, or in a very difficult way trying to get at, you know, being a good employer and treating people well, and because these are people, employees in our city government here, city administration are the ones who are going to be responsible for providing happy results for our unhappy constituents. Yeah, I'm just thinking in terms of just keeping people, and I think that hire people, well, never mind. But anyway, thank you, Mr. Peely, and thank you, Ms. Richards, and thank you, Donnie.
Thank you.
Councilor Flores, there's a review by the Glassdoor. They like to post different employers, and they have the city at 3.5 out of 5. So they have different recommendations. They have, I don't know if they're talking about EFO here. It says approval of CEO, 81%. That's pretty high. They have 11 ratings on me. I can't see the number. So anyway, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Flores, for pulling this. It was one of the ones that I forgot to say to pull. And I had specific questions around the number of temp employees, which, departments do we see them? And I know in reading the packet, I think the Utilities Department utilizes our temp workers probably more consistently. I don't know that that's correct or not. But if you want to comment on that, I'm happy to hear that.
Sure, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, there are a wide variety of city departments that do take advantage of the temporary employment services contracts, but I think off the top of my head, I would say that utilities is definitely a heavy user. Our Parks and Recreation Department also has quite a few temps as far as I know. We even have a temp working right now in purchasing. As a matter of fact, we had an employee leave our program earlier this year who transitioned to utilities, so we were able to get temp employment services to carry us through. And we did make a permanent hire, but she was also promoted into another position at utilities very soon after that. And we were very fortunate to be able to get the same temp working back with us again, which definitely helped. But really, it could be any department, any program citywide.
Thank you for that. Delilah's behind you, so I'm not sure if she wants to add anything. I'm happy to allow the floor for her comments.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Mayor and councilors. On behalf of Utilities, Delilah Walsh, Utilities Director, we probably do have the most temps in the city, but we also have the most vacancies. We're at about 60 vacancies right now, and no matter what, we still have to get the work done. Right. So when I started 2 years ago, I actually did an analysis of our temporary positions, and for FY23, 22, this fiscal year, we converted several long-term temp, which is a ironic term, long-term temporary position. Anything that had been filled for more than a year, we converted those to contract positions because Councilor Flores even mentioned, how do you retain employees when their position is temporary? Mm-hmm. And so we actually do keep data now on our temps. If we think there's an operational need for that position to be permanently filled, we did convert them to contract positions, and we're trying to do that. So I know on our behalf, once we get our vacancies filled, that would eliminate a lot of temps. In addition to that, converting temps to contract positions means we have those long-term experienced employees staying with us and not having that churn.
Sure,
so
which is very important. Yeah.
So our department does an analysis every month now on how many temps we have, and that's new to us. We just started that last year, and we will continue to do that because our goal from our board is to have permanent positions with long-term retention and staff development. Sure. And I'm sure you all know I'm big on staff development, and that's part of that step.
Yeah, thank you, Delilah, for that. And I think I can appreciate Councilor Flores's commentary. I think our workers are the best asset, and if we want to keep them, retain them, then we have to, put forth the training and the kinds of things that are important to staff. So, Councilor Flores, if you recall, we're working on the Occupational Health Survey, and I hope that that's something that we can connect, some of these types of questions as part of the survey that EFO has so graciously. I think he's wanting to put forth some funding to be able to have that happen. So I did have some questions around rate of pay. I noticed the different companies have different rates of pay depending on title or jobs, if you will. And so I think for us, we want to make sure, and I'm wondering when we have these sorts of things come in front of us, these types of resolutions, if we could have some data that says these are the temps, this is where they're at, this is how long they've been in these particular positions, maybe reasons why we have temps, that would be really helpful for us to then be able to make a decision about whether we want to increase or continue or increase the funding, further on down. So I appreciate it. Thank you for your presentation. Those are all my comments and questions, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Flores, Mayor Pro Tem, for your comments. I have some very similar comments as well, perhaps not questions, but looking at these contracts with each of these employment agencies, it looks like the average overhead that they charge to the city is somewhere around 30 to 50% of an employee's salary that they are paid for by these employment agencies. And so depending on what task they are doing or what type of labor they are performing, that could either be higher or lower, but essentially the temp agency is taking between 30 to 50% of their of the cost to the city as overhead costs. And so I'm just thinking about some of these jobs are minimum wage that they're getting paid for, especially for manual labor. But if we were to pay that individually without having to pay the overhead to the company, we could easily be paying these individuals much higher wages. So a $10 an hour job that we're actually paying $17 for through the temp agency could go directly to a person in Las Cruces versus a company that's headquartered somewhere else. And so I think it's really important that in the instances where we do have emergency situations where we have to fill positions that are truly temporary in nature, sure that we are able to use these staffing companies to do that. But having a temporary employee for 2 years, I mean, the cost to the city is going to be so much greater than if we were just paying that person even in the middle of that wage that we're already paying an overhead to that staffing company. So it just seems to me to be good, prudent business for the city to have a policy, perhaps, on how long we keep temporary workers before we open up that position. Certainly the way that we have to open it up. But if this person is working here for 2 years or 2 months, that's an indication to me they may want to work here permanently. Right? This may not be just a temporary position for them. And so maybe there's another time for us to revisit our temporary employee policy so that we're not keeping folks on for longer than a few months before we make an earnest attempt to actually hire that person on a staff, pay that person a living wage, and not be giving our dollars to a company that's out of state and who is perhaps not as invested in our community as these workers are. So just a comment from me. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, any questions from members of the public? And before we go to the vote, I looked at Doña Ana County, they're at 3.3, so the city's a little bit higher. Yeah. Okay, Christine. Remember I told you?
The glass door?
And the glass door. Yeah. Okay.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-025. Councilor Bettis-Stevie?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 7.6, Resolution 22-027.
Move to approve. Second.
Motion made by Councilor Vasquez, second by Councilor Sorg. Looks like Alex Liu will be presenting. Councilor, did you have a question or do you want a full presentation?
I would like a full presentation, please. Thank you, Alex. Mr.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, Mayor, Council. My name is Chenyu Alex Liu with Purchasing Section. Today I'm going to present you the procurement for material testing service price agreement amendment for the city of Las Cruces. This was a request for proposal, 20-21-031. It was issued September 18, 2020, and evaluated by Selection Advisory Committee on January 7, 2021. The Council approved the 5 contract in February 16, 2021, and the price agreement goes to 5 local contractors. They are Advanced Testing and Material, Inc. of Las Cruces, New Mexico, Design Technologies of Fairacre, New Mexico, Geotech, Inc. of Las Cruces, New Mexico, Terracon Consultant, Inc. of Las Cruces, New Mexico, Wood Environmental and Infrastructure Solution, Inc. of Las Cruces, New Mexico. Currently, we are in the year 2. The year 2 agreement ends on June 30th, 2022. After that, it had come with 3 one-year renewable options. Our recommendation for this contract is removal of the not to exceed amount and in favor of indefinite cost, indefinite quantity award. The city department cannot always anticipate the needs for material testing services, especially this contract is used by multiple departments citywide. It prevents the need to request further increments of any unanticipated material testing needs. City department will be able to continue using this contract on as-needed basis, and based on their council-approved individual department budget. And if they need to use more, they have to come back to council to ask more or increment with council approval for their budget. Here are your council options. We'll stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Mr. Wu.
Councilor.
Why is everything indefinite cost, indefinite quantity? Can you explain that phenomena to me? I mean, if I was asking for an allowance increase when I was a kid, my parents would want to know why. And I'd say, well, the cost of popcorn went up, the cost of going into the movies went up. You know, the bowling alley's charging more now. I mean, that kind of stuff. So can you explain it to me that way? Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Again, for the public, this is Chen Alex Liu with purchasing. Indefinite quantity, indefinite cost is a procurement term that allows the city to have more a limitation in using material testing services. Material testing services is a very necessary service for all constructions. Based on what I see, the number in purchasing, last fiscal year, we have experienced 58% increase in procurement amount from 90 million all the way to 150 million. I think during pandemic time, the department has more time to catch up with construction needs and everything. So we see, based on the trend that the first several months in this fiscal year, this trend hasn't slowed down. So that's our solution for solving the needs.
Mr. Liu, when you enter into a contract, a services contract, and there's materials involved, like a contract, building, there's that 10% increase already in there. Sometimes it used to be 20, I think now it's 10%. This does a 10% clause doesn't cut it, is that it? I mean, it doesn't cover the increases we've seen?
Based on the increase I see, based on the trend I see from the later beginning of this year and the beginning of this fiscal year, the increment hasn't stopped. The 10% will now cut it.
Okay, so it's a question of adjusting the contracts, the forthcoming contracts.
Sorry.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Councilor Flores. This is Tony Trevino, Deputy Director of Public Works for the record. Councilor Flores, what you're referring to is the cost increase we have for construction projects entirely. What this is this is a separate contract the city has for a quality assurance, quality control of the contractors we hire to make sure everything's being built to standards. So this is a separate contract we have on all of our ongoing projects. If you're aware, right now we have a bunch of projects getting started from our geobond projects. So a lot of these projects have increased substantially, how much testing, how much use is being needed. And with the new geobond cycle hopefully being coming upon us, we got to trying to get some data to see where we're going to be at in the future. This allows us to not have to come back in a couple months to see where we're at and adjust it again. This allows us to get that data citywide. Utilities uses this contract as well as other departments. The airport's using it quite a bit. So it's being used quite often, and this allows us that time to get the data and have that nailed down as we move forward.
Mr. Trevino, is it possible that in a couple of months there'll be even more losses or more increases? And then would you be coming back again?
Mayor, Councilor Flores, I wish I knew that offhand, but right now, that's what we said a couple months ago, and we're still seeing that,
Right.
the increase. So all I can do is just prepare for the worst to make sure we are covered.
Because our gold bond projects, I think, have to be finished by the end of this year, right? Or some of them in the spring.
Mayor, Councilor Flores, they all have to be done December of 2022. And hopefully, in the next 2 months, we'll be bringing the last 2 into construction in front of you for contract approval, and they will all be under construction.
Wow. Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Trevino, and thank you, Mr. Liu, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the public? Seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-027. Councilor Beta-Stuby?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorek?
Yeah.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 7.7, Council Bill 22-007, ordinance number 2985.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Sorek, second by Councilor Beta-Stuby. And it looks like David Ware will be presenting.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. David Ware at the Community Development Department. If I can.
Who pulled this, asked to have this removed? Councilor Flores, did you have a question on this?
I'd like a full presentation.
okay.
Thank you, Mr. Weir. Thank you.
I think this case is a zone change for 5 properties off of Hillrise Drive. It's the type of zone change in the past that we've called a conversion. It's come to the department's attention that some of these properties are out of compliance with the 2001 zoning code. And so when that is brought to our attention, we request that they provide a zone change to come into compliance with the code. You can tell I'm out of practice. I'm sorry. Okay. Sorry. Just to give you some background, this slide presents the properties in question that are not in compliance with the zoning district. They're currently zoned either R4, which is a multifamily and office, or an R4C, which again is the high-density residential limited office type of use, and there was a condition placed on them in the past. The nonconformity of this is that the percentage of the floor area devoted to office space has been exceeded, and there's a need to address that. And some of that has taken place because the properties were initially built and occupied under the 1981 zoning code. And when it was the zoning code was updated and revised in 2001, there are some properties that have come into non-compliance. So again, just some additional information that there's 5 parcels totaled. They have been developed, and they have offices that are in a condo type arrangements.
Thanks for that, David. And Councilor, if you recall, last meeting we had about our new zoning code that we're looking to do, and we said that there may be some that are out of compliance and they just have to be brought forth. This is what, in essence, is what this is. I know this is your district. A lot of these buildings are medical facilities, and you're not going to really see a change in what they're doing. They're just wanting to bring it up to compliance, and that's why I put it on the consent. They're not, they're not looking to change it to, some manufacturing plant or anything like that. They're just trying to bring it up to the 2001 zoning compliance.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Flores, as you said, my understanding is that the medical office market has changed quite a bit, and you're seeing some turnover and some consolidation of practices. And so that's how this came to the city's attention. The realtor for those properties came in, asked if they were in compliance with the city's zoning code. We noticed that there were some things that needed to be addressed, and so they were very prudent. They also asked other property owners if they were interested in joining this zone change, so that they'd have an opportunity to also be in compliance, and it would ease any sale or occupancy of those buildings as they were to take place. The slide here shows, outlined in red, are the parcels in question. And so you can see they're not contiguous, and that's because of the nature of multiple people joining the zone change request. This is an aerial showing the actual buildings that are on the ground in the area. And if you're familiar with that street, there's quite a few medical and dental uses in that area of town. This slide, again, just goes over the request. It's basically to go from those R4 designations to an O2, which would bring them into compliance with today's zoning code. All the uses that exist and the relationship of the uses in the neighborhood are compatible with that O2 zoning change. And as when the 2001 zoning code was adopted, there was a 2 or 3 year process where people could come in and do these conversions. Some people chose to do that at that time. Some waited to see until the use of the property changed. The request itself was reviewed by all service departments of the city and all supported the rezoning of the property. Again, here's just some street view of the properties in question. Again, as through staff review, there was no general health and safety welfare found with the zoning code. The O2 was compatible with the neighborhood and the proposed uses. The zoning code was also compatible with Elevate Las Cruces place type for the property, the urban and suburban type of uses. As from a policy standpoint, Elevate Las Cruces recommends mixed uses in areas and neighborhoods, and it also aligns with the requirements of the city's zoning code.
Thank you, Mr. Weir. Well, it's good to see that the zoning is complying with the reality of the use of the property.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other comments? Members of the public? Seeing none? Christine?
This is on the motion to approve ordinance 2985. Councilor Beta-Stupi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo is absent. Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. And thanks, David. You did a great job. Yeah, I know it's been a couple years, but good. Okay, item 8.1, resolution 22-028.
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Beta-Stupi, and Natalie Green will be presenting.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Natalie Green for the record. The resolution before you is a funding strategy for the provision of health-related public services as funded by the Telstra Facility Fund. The resolution, if approved, would allow up to $600,000 transfer per year between fiscal years 2023 and 2026. This recommendation was presented to the Finance Select Committee, and they did recommend to move forward with that number. It would retain the competitive selection process through the Health and Human Services Advisory Committee. Any awards to respective nonprofits would still come to council for final approval, and it continues to prohibit the use of funds for services to animals. Staff did recommend that we maintain the established definition, which is to support the continued physical, mental, developmental, emotional, and social well-being, safety, and housing needs of City of Las Cruces residents, and to improve the lives of sick, indigent, or low-income people, again, in the city. This is an overview of the Telstra Fund. So based on the current market value as of June 30th, we are at approximately $47.9 million. And then I'll stand for any questions.
Could you go back to that last slide, David?
Yeah. And if you have any questions on this slide, our interim treasurer is available to answer those.
Okay. Thank you, Natalie. Questions, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Thank you, Natalie, for the presentation. Wow, really exciting to have $47 million to work with, and $600,000 of that going to our nonprofits in some form or fashion. Natalie, I remember when you first presented to me when I was a young whippersnapper, just elected at District 1, and I was so excited about this, but one of the things that I asked you was this evaluation component, right? Like, how are we tying in not only number of clients we help or constituents that we help, but how are we reducing poverty? How are we tying into our Elevate Las Cruces and our strategic plan, especially that we on council want to reduce poverty, reduce substance abuse, addiction, all those social determinants of health that are so important to us. So that would be still my question today is I'd like to be able to tell folks that the city has an evaluation component, that we use different data points to ensure that we're using this money not only for our sick and indigent and our low-income folks, but that we're really trying to reduce some of those where I think, those kinds of points that are really important to us, like poverty, like our unemployment rate. And so, Natalie, could we add a provision in there that talks about hiring an evaluator, sort of just put all of this together, and then that way we're able to, as council, when we're asked, we can say, yeah, this is tied into our we've been able to fund these many projects and programs, and this is what we've been able to do over time.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Candida, the next process in this is to look at the application and RFP guide and see if we can incorporate that scoring matrix. I think we have a really good template off of our ARPA scoring matrix, so I'd like to align all the programs, not only HRPS, but our CDBG public services. So that is a goal. It's really subject to staff capacity and time, and I'll get with the city manager's office to evaluate the hiring of an evaluator.
Thank you. And I've been talking to Mr. Peavy about it. I think it's really important, and our constituents deserve to know, right, how, not only how we're using this money, but what kinds of metrics can we tie in that we're affecting real change with this funding. So I'm going to keep pushing the issue. And ask that some of this money that in the $600,000 is used for an evaluator. That would be the only amendment that I would have to this. And I hope I could get council's blessing on that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Sorg, Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Natalie. Appreciate all your hard work that you do. You're an asset to the city for sure. You are proposing $600,000 a year for this program. What was it in the past years?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Sorg, it was initially $300,000 for the first 6 years, and then about 4 years ago, it went up to $400,000.
400, so it's going from 400 to 600. That's good news. Yes, very good news. I appreciate that. That's what I wanted to point out here. Yeah, if this suggestion or proposal that Mayor Pro Tem gives, can you give us an idea of how much that would cost, a ballpark figure? Would it cost $600,000, or would it be something less? I'm kidding. No guess?
Oh, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Sorg, I do not have a guess.
Okay, well, we'll get that later. That's fine. That's all right. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor. I'm okay with this.
Thank you. Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much, Natalie. I was very happy to see this on the agenda so quickly after we had a discussion about it at the Finance Select Committee. So thank you for that. I absolutely wholeheartedly support this. I did want to ask you another question, and this could be a question for you or maybe Leanne. I'm not sure. It may seem odd, but I'm just so curious, and I should have asked it at the Select Committee, but I'll ask it here. In 1 year, what kind of debt do we put in the Telstra Fund?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, did you say debt? Oh,
Dent.
Dent.
How much do we spend approximately in 1 year average?
So if you look at the distribution line, in past years prior to COVID and the pandemic, we were spending about $1 million. It's only in recent years that we've funded other types of projects out of the Telstra Fund. But I would say prior to 2018, we only spent on health-related public services, so it was at 400,000.
Okay. The reason, and then how quickly do you think we gain that back, in investment?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, I believe the investment income line is what we're receiving through interest, but I'll defer to the treasurer on that, interim treasurer.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Councilor Bencomo. You can't predict it. They're investments and they change. And so we did have an increase this particular year. That's not to say that they can't go down in future years. So because we are looking at what the market is at, it will go up and down. You hope more up than down, but we can't predict it specifically.
That makes sense. Well, it doesn't, but what you're saying makes sense. Thank you for that. I guess I'm really, what I'm trying to get at is that $47.9 million is a significant amount of money especially for the mission behind the Telstra Fund. I mean, I'm not even sure how much the permanent fund at the state of New Mexico is, but does anybody know how much it currently is? It's $22 billion, right? And we talk about these things as rainy day funds, and I've said this before. It's pouring in New Mexico, particularly when we think about childhood poverty, family poverty, so many different ways that I think the state of New Mexico could actually invest that money into our children, into our families. But that's not up to me, right? But here we are, and we have this amount of money, and I'm, Natalie, last time we were in the select committee, I asked her why not more, and she said capacity, right? I also have to take into account my team's capacity and how much we could be able to do, which is super fair. I know that Leanne had talked about a strategic planning session for the Telstra Fund, and I'm hoping maybe you can give us a timeline on when that will be, because I'm very interested in just going off, what Mayor Pro Tem said, really thinking about strategically in a smart way, how do we invest this money in the folks that are most vulnerable? And right now we're hearing a lot of increase in crime, and there's a lot of, concern about that. But if we want to get serious about crime, then we've got to get serious about poverty. And I feel like this Telstra Fund is an excellent way for us to actually implement some anti-poverty measures in the city. So I'm just curious, Leanne, about timeline for that strategic planning.
So Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, thank you. That's a great question. And if you'll remember at the last Finance Select Committee, it is something that is a work in progress. Alfredo and I are working on that. As you know, he is the interim treasurer right now. We are getting ready to hire a new treasurer. I'm hoping when this person comes on, this will be one of their primary priorities, is helping with getting this going. One of the things that we did in the last Finance Select Committee, as you and Councilor Flores remember, we looked at the definition. So you gave us some guidance. We are using that guidance to hopefully move forward. We want to bring that back to the Finance Select Committee. I'm looking at hopefully about 6 months from now, bringing this forward to you. Once I get the treasurer on board, once we get this plan involved and working with Natalie and her group as well, and bring that to you, the Finance Select Committee, which the mayor's on as well. And then hopefully with your approval and some tweaks. One of the other things that we're looking at doing is a risk assessment. And one of the things that we wanted to do was wait till after January. Mayor, if you remember, we did a risk assessment when we established the Telstra Fund, so with the councilors. And so we're looking at doing that again with the possibility of 2 new councilors coming on board. And I think some of the other councilors were not even on council during that risk assessment either. So that is one of the primary things that we want to do as well, so that way we can work on the Telstra Fund.
That's great, Leanne. Thank you so much. And you say 6 months, and in my head, I'm like, oh, that's so far, but it's going to be right
It'll be right around the corner.
Really
Christmas is almost here, man.
Oh my gosh, that's right. And I really appreciate that. And I just have to say such a huge shout out to the staff on the Finance Select Committee. I mean, seriously, some of the smartest people in the state of New Mexico. So thank you. Those are all my questions and comments, Mayor.
Thank you.
Before I get to Mayor Pro Tem, so Councilor Bencomo, let me just say that that the Telstra Fund, yes, it is unencumbered. And one of the things that allows the city to operate how we do is knowing that we have this, and I know you know that this came into huge play when we had the asylum seekers and even during COVID. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is two things. One, the land across from the hospital, if we do have any land sales, I was hoping that would go into here to help replenish it. But two, I think there's also a way to help those less fortunate, and that is through mixed income housing that we've discussed, how we can turn around and lend some of this money at a low interest rate to kind of divest ourselves from it, but still keep this solid. Because this is a lot, but I want to go back. I think it's council's mission to reduce our carbon footprint. And by doing so, we're going to expect those on the east part of the state to do their part. So there was a time when we would only get maybe $1 million from the state legislature. It was a long time ago. I remember the media would ask me, what do I think? I said, well, you know what, if that's all they can give us, it's fine. Fortunately, we don't need that. We really didn't. But Councilor, I have to tell you that I think it's fair to say that the U.S. government, the amount of money that they've been giving the cities and counties is starting to shrink. And so I think it's incumbent on us to be careful and be aware of that, because first and foremost, in order for us to help all of our residents, the city of Las Cruces has to remain extremely financially stable. And but I want to also let you know that I'm confident that we'll be able to add to this through the additional monies from that we receive, hopefully from the land Loman property. I wouldn't mind taking a look at that and how we can leverage that as a possibility. So I just wanted to share those thoughts with you. So I have Mayor Pro Tem Gondara and then Councilor Sword.
I don't recall, Mary. Let me.
Well, you gave me the look.
I did. I did give you a look.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
It's
I
okay.
didn't mean
Don't
to.
worry about it. It wasn't a bad look. It was like a look of, hey, I want to talk. Councilor Sword.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to comment for the newer members of the City Council here. This is something we've been talking about almost the whole time I've been on the council. Only the first couple of years I didn't even know about it, and then when it came up, we all thought, well, let's put this money to good use. And so I'm so glad we're getting to that point now where we can start talking about some real good uses for it. And one of the biggest ones in the last 4 to 10 years or so has been about affordable housing. So good, I'm glad we're working on this. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments about members of the public? Seeing none. Christine.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-028. Councilor Beta-Stupi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sword?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 8.2, Resolution 22-029.
Move to approve.
Second by Flores.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Sorek, second by Councilor Flores. And Natalie, looks like you're presenting.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Natalie Green for the record. The resolution before you is the formal adoption of an RFP and policy guide for the disbursements of American Rescue Plan Act funds, specifically for community and economic development programming. Staff did incorporate the feedback from the August 9th council work session. The RFP does allow 501c organizations, including public institutions, to apply. It institutes a minimum and maximum, formalizes the committee evaluation process, outlines not only a timeline, but an assessment of risk. And then it also allows staff, if approved, to make changes as necessary based on the public health order. So if there's a change in our ability to meet in person, in space, in capacity, in number of applications, we can change the RFP process to accommodate that. And that would include changes in between the interim rule and the final rule from the Department of Treasury. The scoring matrix is an attachment in the packet. It does incorporate, again, the comments that were provided to us. It gives points for project justification, specifically how it relates to addressing the negative impacts of COVID-19. Does it meet established priorities by the city's strategic plan, Elevate, the 2021 to 2025 consolidated plan? Does it have a reasonable budget? Does it provide a community impact, duplication, timeline, organizational capacity, and quality of the proposal? This is the tentative timeline. If council approves this resolution today, we have the potential to advertise as early as tomorrow. Staff was informed that there's a potential electronic format versus a paper. So we're going to evaluate that in the next couple hours and make a decision if we want to move to electronic submission. Otherwise, we are trying to meet the timeline that was requested by council, where initial funding recommendations come to you before December 6th and the transition of the new, potentially new council members. Hopefully, if we have those recommendations to you by December 6th, projects can start within January 1st or February 1st at the latest. And again, it's subject to change based on public health stuff. And I will stand for any questions.
Thanks, Natalie. Councilor Bencomo?
Thanks, Mayor. Natalie, thank you again. Can you go back to that last slide? Can you, the second to last one, December, January, contract development and council approval. What's the difference between this one and the one right before it?
So council would, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, council would approve the overall funding recommendations. However, any contracts exceeding $75,000 have to come back as a separate approval process. So we would want to, one, develop those contracts with performance-based measurements, and then again, if they're exceeding, which almost all of them will exceed that $75,000, we have to bring those back for individual approval.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, again, just to the point the mayor had made last time we talked about this was, making sure that was before January to ensure that the current council gets to vote on those, given that, we've experienced the pandemic with our constituents thus far. And then the other question I had for you was in terms of just the concern that was raised that perhaps it was too rushed. Have you gotten any feedback from community organizations around that concern?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, we have not received any new feedback from the work session.
Okay, good. That's all my questions, Natalie. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Beta-Stubbe?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Natalie, for this. May you please go over who will sit in on the scoring, ranking, and recommendation meeting?
So it will be made up, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Stubbe, it will be made up of a staff review committee. We've included a member of the city manager's, or two members of the city manager's office, Assistant City Manager Ikani Tamopiao, and the performance manager, quality of life. I've asked Lynn Gallagher to sit on that board. Finance staff, I believe, I'll have to get back to you on that, I can't recall. We also have some housing development coordinators. We have an analyst out of budget, and then we've asked Mr. Weir to participate from community development. And then as part of non-voting, myself, grants, and then as needed, potentially legal.
Okay, thank you. Is it possible that for a non-voting member that audit might be available if needed?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Stubbe, I will ask audit at a later date if they can be available.
Okay, thank you.
We just want to ensure that there's not a conflict of interest because they're also, internal audit will be reviewing all of the processes as we move forward with contract, and they'll review expenditures. So, but I'll check with Ms. Perea at a later time.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, Mayor.
Mayor,
Yes,
our city attorney just reminded me that wouldn't be appropriate just because they'll be auditing, and so they have to keep that separate from the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So
Go ahead, Councilor.
audit will be reviewing afterwards.
Yes.
Thank
Yes, they would be reviewing afterwards.
Will we be getting a report from that after it's done as well?
Yes, Councilor.
And will we be getting that report before it's time for us to vote?
We can. We'll make sure of that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Members of the public?
Mayor, I'm sorry.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Thank you, Natalie. Appreciate all the work that you've put into this thus far. I wanted to make sure, I think as basically a new program with capacity, we talked about this at the last agenda item, you're having to put together policies, procedures, specs and such, and how is that going in the timeline that you have, because it's not only you're doing it for this, you're doing it for the other things, so.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Canderas, we are getting a 1% allocation that'll allow us to hire temporary or contract staff to assist us with the compliance component of this. The nice thing is this funding is something we're already familiar with. It's modeled after the CDBG program, which our section already manages and operates. So we have a lot of the overall policy in place to move forward. But staff will be essential.
Yes, so Natalie, can you go back to the slide that talks about who's going to be in the select committee? I think one of the questions I had last time was someone that has an expertise in sort of all the different elements that would sit on this. Maybe someone specific at the Health and Human Services Committee is. I'm just concerned with just with the level of expertise, I think, and the kinds of projects or proposals you're going to get. I want to make sure that there is that kind of expertise, and it seems like the Health and Human Services committee members may have some of that and can help with selecting, the most appropriate. But I don't know that it's always important to write a seamless grant, but it's what they're going to do with that money, and do they have the appropriate staff and all those things. So I'm a little nervous about. I don't want to sound like critical of the staff you have here. That's not what I'm talking about. I just feel like there needs to be some expertise in NGOs that need to be sitting on this staff committee.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, the reason we did not pick anyone else out of the Health and Human Services is they already have 2 application cycles that they'll be also doing during this fiscal year. Both the $600,000 that was just recently passed, and then approximately, I think it's about $150,000 out of CDBG funding. So they'll be pretty occupied, and there's actually a limited board right now. We're not appointing any new members as there's a shift in the council. So we generally don't appoint new members until the new councilors come on board.
Well, can it be someone from the county, someone from a different county, Albuquerque, some that have expertise in what I think is going to come your way? I want to just make sure that that's going to be appropriately fielded.
And I did consider staff that does have that experience, both with NGOs, social determinants of health, and economic development experience, because again, we're soliciting different types of applications. So I hear your concern, and I really hope that the staff that I've selected has that. And we'll ensure, my intention is after this is adopted, I will meet with the selection committee to both review the scoring matrix and the overall process before we solicit applications. Before they visually see an application, I'll be giving them an orientation, so to speak.
Thank you, Natalie. And then lastly, I've been having some conversations with Mr. Peely about, using data to support sort of what we're seeing, what we're experiencing in our community with the increase in crime. And I've been reading quite a bit research around anti-crime measures, doing assessments and planning, and I think this is a real, I think, genuine opportunity to be able to use this funding specific for that. So using like the Distressed Communities Index, I know Councilor Bencomo talks a lot about that, and I've been doing a lot of work in looking at that. I just want to make sure that not only are we funding programs, but funding areas around town that are very distressed, that are poverty-stricken, high unemployment, high drugs, trafficking. Again, I had a death on my street on Sunday where I live, so it's really disturbing. So I think that I feel like the way we're issuing out funding and such might need to be looked at differently as it relates to the kind of money and resources that we're putting in these distressed communities. And so I'm hoping that takes into account, that we're taking that into account, that the grants that are being written in such a way that talks very specifically about areas in town that are experiencing this kind of crime and all the other things that folks are dealing with. And so, Natalie, I'm hoping that part of the metrics is incorporating some of this stuff, things that I don't think we've done with this funding before. Obviously ARPA, but I'm talking about also the Telstra funding. So hoping that there's some consideration with that.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, ARPA specifically calls out disproportionately impacted populations and communities, and it also specifically addresses qualified census tracts. I did include that as part of the attachments. There's
Yes.
only one within the city limits, so projects that address that specific area receive a higher priority.
Yes, but I'm hoping that we can be a little more strategic in where and who, the kind of programming that we're offering, that it just doesn't exist because an NGO sits at, like for example, Families and Youth Incorporated or La Piñon, that they're going to specifically address those zip codes that have high crime rate. And so that's going to require us digging in deeper with the data to help support these areas that are really having great difficulty. I think all of us here on the dais can talk about examples of where we've seen high crime, murder, those things that are making it difficult for our community. So I'm pushing a little bit because I'm being pushed. The community is, they're really pushing me and others to address this in a different way. And so I'd like for this funding, and this is just a great opportunity for us to address this. And Natalie, I'll put together, as I did for EFO, the information that he's reading, I'm reading, so that we can share in terms of how to move forward with this. So that's all. Thank you.
Anyone else? Members of the public? Seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-029. Councilor Beda-Stubbe?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Soar?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 8.3, Resolution 22-030.
Move to approve.
Second, Bencomo.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Bencomo. And Ceci Vasconcelos will be presenting.
Pretty close. Okay, great. Can you hear me? Yes. So, good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Ceci Vasconcelos, our Program Coordinator in the Quality of Life Department. I'm here today to present the art concept recommendation for new Fire Station Number 3 building. We are asking for council's approval of the resolution and the art concept for installation as a public art piece. Artist Art Garcia's design concept titled Water was scored highest by the Art Selection Committee and is being presented today. His artist statement reads as follows: Water celebrates the gift of rain in both its life-giving quality and its life-saving ability to suppress fire. Water utilizes shapes inspired by the Puebloan art patterns depicting rain and clouds, typically seen in weaving and pottery, giving nourishment to the Rio Grande lands. Today, we give thanks to the firefighters who, like the Pueblo people, gathered and cared for the collective good, defining a Pueblo, in this case, the city of Las Cruces. Our aluminum object seemingly provides an interpretation of a blanket used for warmth and protection, so commonly identified today with the rich native culture of the Southwest. Art Garcia. These images are some of the inspirations for the art concept. Using a Pueblo blanket as the model, the artist addresses the various ways water is used to suppress flames: fog spray, fan spray, and direct pour. According to the artist's vision, these are not much different from how nature provides water to nourish the land. The abstract motifs that I'm about to show you are inspired by Pueblo blankets, weavings, patterns, and pottery. These same abstracted designs resemble shapes and patterns used by other cultures around the world who have created a common visual language throughout history. In addition, the artist has implemented the technique of vertical shades to provide a unique contemporary pattern to complement the horizontal lines of the fire station's architecture. The images here show how other cultures use similar patterns and shapes, illustrating Mr. Garcia's point that even though his abstract design is inspired by the Pueblo blanket, there is a universal language associated with his design. Mr. Garcia's concept uses abstract patterns on 3 sides of the fire station tower to symbolize the various water sprays used by firefighters. Fog spray is the south panel viewed directly from the main entrance. It's an abstract interpretation of a misting rain cloud. In firefighting, it is used to suppress flames by displacing oxygen, which feeds a blaze. The second panel, downpour, is displayed at the apparatus exit on the west side of the building. It depicts a series of clouds producing an abundance of rain. Downpour is the technique used once a fire is suppressed. Fan spray, on the third panel at the northern side of the tower, symbolizes clouds which can produce a variety of sprays in combination with wind and other natural phenomena. Firefighters use fan spray qualities to control blazes. So remember this panel because I'll refer to it later. Here's the view of the sculpture as it will look on the building. The direct sight line from the south exposes the colorful cloud and water patterns mimicking a weave. 3 dominant shapes are revealed on the 3 sides of the tower to emphasize the station's number 3. Notice the southwest panel with the 3 red shapes is not completely visible from this direction. The 3/4 view displayed here hints at the colored metal cloud patterns showing through the rain droplet holes on the abstract vertical rain shades. This allows the viewer to become an active participant with the artwork. As you come to the front of the building, the direct south view now exposes the turquoise cloud shapes. And as you continue north to the third side of the tower, the panel on that wall transforms from 3 black dominant shapes to black, red, yellow, and blue shapes of the fan spray abstract. And you don't see that here, but that's the slide that I asked you to remember. That's what he's referring to. The vertical translucent powder-coated aluminum shades protrude 5 inches from the building surface in brown, white, and green, reminiscent of natural cotton fibers and the rhythmic pattern of the rains. The opaque and translucent hues will provide an array of reflections within the panels throughout the day as the sun travels, while the whole patterns and the vertical shades help to convey fog, spray, and pouring water. These whole patterns also help to mitigate the wind currents, so the shades remain secured to the building. The City Art Board recommends Mr. Art Garcia's concept for approval, with a recommendation that the Fire Station Maltese Cross be considered for implementation within the design, if possible, without changing the concept. Here are Council's options for voting. At this time, I will stand for questions.
Thanks, Ceci. Councilor Bencomo.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you so much, Ceci. And thank you so much for the art board for all of the work. I don't know if anybody's here from the art board, but they invited me to that process. I can't imagine having to make that decision. They were really great proposals. Though I am glad they chose this one because it was absolutely my favorite. I grew up with mantas as well in my culture, and to me they represent safety and comfort, and they're familial, and essentially that's what we want for our fire crews as well. So I think it's a very great piece. My question was around, I noticed that there's a third panel right on the north end, and I know there's a big tall trees right there that of course we don't want to get cut down. We just talked about this in our PRC this morning. But is there a possibility for them to be trimmed so that panel is easily visible by the public?
Mayor and Councilor Bencomo, I have not seen the site in a while, so I'm not sure exactly where the tree is, but I'm sure that we could modify it somehow so that it's not obstructing the view.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be torn down with the construction of the building. They're still there and the building's going, and so I thought of that after Councilor Flores had let us know that this was the piece that was chosen, and those trees are pretty tall, and so if they can just get trimmed, I think that'd be a great idea. Otherwise, I don't have anything to add. I'm just wanted to say that it's a beautiful piece. The artist was incredible, and is from the region, and I think that that's really incredible. Thank you.
Mayor and Councilor Bencomo, thank you. And in case, it's kind of hard to visualize with some of these panels, but it's amazing what it'll do from any given point of where you are with the art. As you move, it changes. And so you're getting a different visual just as you're going around the building. So it's going to be very, it's just going to become a focus piece, I think.
Mayor, if I may, one more thing. And if you notice the patterns, he also includes a lot of threes symbolizing Firehouse 3. I just thought that was cool. That wasn't so obvious, right? And I just think that's what makes art so beautiful.
Yes.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ceci. I just want to say I think it's a beautiful piece of art, and I love the 3 dimensions or 4 dimensions. I don't even know. I guess with with the visual or optic illusion that I guess it's going to have. But I think it's a great example of what we can do with future buildings and future projects in terms of having interactive art, and that's fitting to our culture and history. So thank you, Ceci. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you so much, Ceci Vasconcelos. Vasconcelos. Thank you so much for all the work you do with the City Art Board. I think we have a vibrant, wonderful City Art Board. And yes, we were there. Councilor Bencomo and I were at the presentation. Of the 3, actually, there were 3. They were whittled down to 3. There were many to choose from, and all 3 of them were very interesting. This one, I think, was outstanding, and Greg Smith, who's the head of the Doña Ana Arts Council, was there, and he's in the audience. Hello, Greg. And I think we were all kind of like I personally was glad I didn't have to vote on it. But anyway, it was Elisa and Katrina and what's her name?
Mayor and Councilor Flores, it was, the selection committee was Jason Smith, Chief Smith, Zoe Spiliotis, I hope I didn't just destroy her name, Katrina Chandler, Lisa Grayson, and Sridevi Maharaj.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
And then, when everything, the people that was presented to, Councilor Brincoma and I we were thrilled to be there, just privileged. And then when it was time to make the selection, I couldn't wait to get out of there because it was just too hard. But I think I mentioned this last time this was presented, but Diego Medina, who is actually a member of the Piro Manso Tiwa tribe, commented, because there was this big concern about the artwork perhaps being not only misappropriated, but insulting perhaps to different tribes. And being that Diego is an expert in a lot of this, the consensus, and then others, of course, who were present, the consensus was that it was not offensive, and the artist did explain that he consulted the different people who were represented in his artwork. So thank you so much, Ceci. I think we have a wonderful city art board, and it's amazing all the work they're doing too. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the public? Seeing none, I agree. Ceci's beautiful design. Thanks for all the hard work you and the committee has done. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-030. Councilor Betastevy?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Soar?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 8.4, Resolution 22-031.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Vasquez. And Deputy City Attorney Rob Cabello will be presenting.
Good afternoon. I'm, again, Robert Cabello, the Deputy City Attorney. It's Tuesday for me. So,
hey, Rob, what's that on your hand there?
it's a little ring.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Yes. So I'm going to present a resolution on creating an ad hoc redistricting committee. Wow. So the purpose, the purpose of this, it's time to do redistricting. Under the 2019 Charter for the City, Section 2.01E1, it says that each district, each council district shall contain nearly as possible substantially the same population based on the most recent federal census. And the recent federal census from 2020, the data came out in August 12th. The population has grown for this city about 14% approximately. Went from 2010 at 97,000 to 111,000 approximately. And so it's time to redistrict. The purpose, we're going to be using a sort of existing contract between Research and Polling, Inc. from Albuquerque, and they are doing the redistricting for Albuquerque, and they've also did the redistricting in 2010 for the city. But part of getting that public comment or input on these different redistricting plans is to create an ad hoc committee. Again, the purpose is we're going to get a 7-member group, one from each district or each council. Each council will be able to pick one member from their district, and the mayor can pick a member from the entire city. Upon majority vote, the purpose is to get a recommendation to City Council for accepting a redistricting proposal. This committee, of course, like all our committees, will follow the Open Meetings Act rules, meaning they'll produce minutes, they'll be open to the public, they'll provide status reports to City Council, ultimately a final recommendation. And with that, these are your options, and I'm opening it up for questions.
Thanks, Rob. Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you. Sorry, just going to jump in every time. Congratulations, Robert.
But I think there's a ring on your finger, too.
We will forever have the same anniversary. I also got married on Saturday, Robert.
Oh, awesome.
I'll remind you every time it rolls around.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm really glad to see this. Mayor Pro Tem. I was very glad to see this on the agenda so quickly after we last spoke about it. I have a couple quick questions, Robert. So do we see the role of committee members to being actually reviewing maps and then making recommendations for the appropriate maps back to council? And then, so then does Research and Polling Inc., they're the ones that are actually creating the maps, presenting them to the committee?
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, that's correct. That's the process. The consultant will be creating the maps based off of the data they have, and they'll be presenting them to the committee. And then from there, they'll be taking public input and getting whatever from that public input, based off what they're getting reviewed from Research and Polling, be able to come up with a recommendation.
Great. And, given that my colleagues and I might appoint people who we feel like are the right folks, who might not necessarily have all these expertise on redistricting, because goodness, who does, right? It's a complicated process. But will Research and Polling provide some basic training to the committee members?
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, I don't actually know how that would work, but I'm assuming they would provide some sort of training just to bring everybody up to speed at the same place as to what the purpose is. This is how we come up with these maps, so it's not just an opaque process. Here are 6 different options I'm going to come up with, and because that would be opaque and almost kind of counteract, it wouldn't be as helpful.
Yeah.
If the committee members were somewhat in the dark as to, well, how are these made? I mean, again, the purpose is to get this to be transparent, so I'm assuming there would be some sort of training either initially or throughout the process. So this is how it's being done.
Okay. Yes, that would certainly be an expectation from me, Robert, that they do receive some sort of basic, redistricting 101 type of training, so that they're able to make confident decisions. And then the last thing I'll say to my colleagues for sure is that to take into consideration equity issues and representation issues when you're selecting someone. The New Mexico the committee established at the state legislature this year includes absolutely no one from southern New Mexico. It's mostly all white folks, and I think there's one woman on the committee, and that just does not feel representative of New Mexico at all. I think they really missed the mark on that. And so I think, I really want to encourage my colleagues to consider some of those pieces as they're thinking about who to appoint to this committee. Thank you.
Councilor, if I can just share with you how we've done it in the past, redistricting, and Councilor Sorg, you can step in if you want. So I think it's really this simple. So there's 111,000 residents divided by 6, so that's 18,500. The challenge that we've had over the past couple times is districts 5 and 6 are the fastest growing. So in order to keep that 18.5, and the others 1 through 4 are going to have to get a little bit larger. And so most likely what we're going to envision is they're going to have probably 3 different maps. They're going to have a map of just to hit the 18.5, and it's not going to be exact. There's going to be some that may have 19.5, the other one 17, because you'll find that sometimes they just can't make it work. They'll have maybe 2 or 3 different scenarios. Maybe one's going one particular direction, and then another going the others, and then the council will decide which of the, say, A, B, or C to kind of move in that direction. So I think it's really, it sounds simple, and to a certain degree it is. What you're asking about is very well noted. And so, but for the most part, it's like for example, Mayor Pro Tem's district of Country Club, that forever was in District 6. But because of the different changes and the East Mesa growing, they had to kind of put those into the city, into the District 1 in this case. So look for districts 1, 2, 3, and 4 to probably add more, significantly more precincts and 5 and 6 perhaps maybe even shrinking a little bit. Yeah. Okay. Councilor Sword?
Yeah, you're right, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. One of the things that organizations like Research and Polling, which, by the way, Robert, where are they located from? Are they the Albuquerque business?
Mayor, Councilor Sorg, that's correct, Albuquerque.
Yeah, okay. I think they did ours last time, even.
Correct.
What they look for is natural or man-made boundaries, such as major highways, such as major arterials, and such. Those kind of things what they like to use for boundaries. And so that's what you'll see. But that's not going to define all the districts, of course. There's going to be variations of that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all I had to say.
Mayor Pro Tem, and then Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Rob. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I would have said something when I saw her earlier. Darn it. Anyhow, no. So I'm in agreement to the training around redistricting. I think that's really important. Now, would there be opportunity, Mayor, to speak, or Rob, to speak to them about sort of things that I think we should try to incorporate? Because it doesn't make sense, for example, the Mesquite Historic District, right? As soon as you cross Loman, right, that becomes Councilor Bencomo's. It doesn't make sense, and I've had numerous people tell me it doesn't make sense, and they like to be, and I mean, they love Councilor Bencomo, and they always say that. But you know, in terms of true representation, I would love to see that as part of my district as well. And so, would we have an opportunity as council members to speak to the representatives about what we would like to see happen moving forward, or how would that work? Or the consultants, or I'm not sure.
Mayor Pro Tem, I think that's a great idea. My suggestion would be to send it to EFO, and then EFO can convey it to Research and Polling to keep that in mind when they're coming up with because they're probably going to come already with something, just as a starting point, so that they can get an idea of where council wants to go. But I think if you tell them now, they can at least look at incorporating that, so when they do their first draft.
Okay, good. And then I would assume we'd have that same conversation with the district representative that sits on this panel of sorts, right?
Mayor, Councilor Gandara, or Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, I'm sorry. Okay, I thought you asked me a second question. I'm sorry.
I did.
Okay.
Am I misunderstanding that there's going to not only these people are going to come from Albuquerque to help us, but we're selecting a member from each district to sit on this coalition or panel, if you will, to assist in this process, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And certainly, I'm assuming that the appointee would be briefed on what your concerns are regarding districting.
I try to, yes. I try to brief people when I select them for each of my committees, but I'm not sure that's a standard practice for each of my colleagues. But I think as we're building this, I think and the training, Robert, I would like for that to be very specific, that your district representative have an opportunity to speak to the counselor moving forward, and have, also, I know that as part of the state redistricting, and the Senate and House of Representatives are also looking at this. So how does that get incorporated?
Mayor, Councilor Gandara, I don't think any of our city council districts really have reflect upon what happens for districting for the state.
No?
No. Unless I'm wrong, I don't think it reflects
Mayor?
upon that.
If I may, state districts have a different timeline than municipal districts. Their timeline is much sooner than ours to be completed.
Okay. But if they are negotiating which areas to incorporate, how does ours fit into that? It doesn't.
No, Mayor Pro Tem, it really wouldn't have any bearing on that.
It doesn't have any bearing.
It's just really the the precincts is really what they're going to be looking for when they
Okay.
divvy up the state rep and the state senator, county commission seats, congressional seats.
Got it. Okay, yeah, thank you for helping me with that. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
So before I get to Councilor Flores, so it looks like 2,300 residents. So if wherever your council district stands, see, because they're also going to look at growth. If they see that 5 and 6 are continually growing, if there has to be a shortfall, remember I told you it was 18.5, and if it, let's say it came out at 17.5, they know that in 10 years it's going to go further than 18.5, so they'll look at it that as well, you know, because they're going to see the trend. They think, well, why does this have to start off at 18.5 within, and in 10 years it's going to be even larger? Whereas knowing that districts 1 through 4 tend to just kind of stay very stable and grow very little. So if your district has 16,166, which is the old census divided by 6, you know, you're going to probably look at whatever it takes to get to 18.5. So that's about, you know, I don't know, 10 precincts worth. So, Councilor Flores, Councilor Sort.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Very happy for you.
Excuse me. I'm sorry for interrupting. It looks like our city attorney has a quick
Oh, I'm
question.
sorry.
I apologize.
Oh, she wants to congratulate him too? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Just a couple of quick things on the contract for the company that we've engaged. This is a piggyback contract. It was quicker for us to piggyback off of the city of Albuquerque. It's one of the only polling companies that's used in New Mexico, so we went ahead and used that company because we had before and it did work out. As far as, we can't add services to that contract because we are piggybacking, but what we can do, I can take a look at the contract to see if there's any training involved in it. If not, you can always contract with somebody else or separately, because that would be a separate contract. We can always do that. We can hire somebody to do training to the ad hoc committee if you would like. There are any number of things that we can do. We're not limited to just this contract. We can do any additional things as well by separate contract.
Thanks, Jennifer. Okay, sorry, Councilor Flores.
That's quite all right, and thank you so much, Attorney Vega Brown. That's good to know about the training, because, yeah, please look at because I'm concerned about the training so that we have a good representation of our population. And one of my colleagues commented that there may be people in our city who feel or believe that they don't have the wherewithal to be on a redistricting commission. However, that's who we need. I just, you know, I'd hate to see any kind of gerrymandering or any kind of shenanigan of that sort. I just don't anticipate it, not in our city, but then you never know. And so the training is going to be crucial. So I do hope that we have that, either have it in a contract or contract with another agency that provides that service to educate and train people as to what you have to look for. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you, Councilor Sorg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't going to say this, but as my memory serves me, District 5 had over 20,000 people in it 10 years ago. So it can work that way. It just happened to work out that way. As far as I'm concerned, as training goes, I'm going to give my representative to the ad hoc committee a few pointers on redistricting myself. So that'll be a little bit of training they'll get right there. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. You want to do the training for the rest? No, I'm just kidding, just joking. Now, members of the public, seeing none? Christine? Okay.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-031. Councilor Betestubi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 8.5, Resolution 22-032.
Move to approve.
Second by Flores.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Flores. And our policy analyst, Sergio Reese, will be discussing.
Thank you.
I need to get you that for your retirement gift, a T-shirt. That T-shirt says F5, and that's it.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Sergio Ruiz, Policy Analyst for the record. And I'm here to talk about the refugees, Afghan refugees, support to resettle here in the United States. The current political events in Afghanistan have led to a mass exodus of Afghan refugees into other countries, many of whom are seeking refuge here in the United States. Global conflicts and war have fueled the largest, refugee crisis since World War II. According to the United Nations Refugee Agency, more than 65.6 million people have been displaced worldwide, with 22.5 million living as refugees. The recent events have caused a lot of the Afghan population to flee because of the war, armed conflict, violence, religious persecution, and human rights abuses from the Taliban terrorist organization. I also want to make point, due to the political vacuum, another terrorist organization has appeared in the political arena there in Afghanistan called ISIS-K. ISIS-K is an Afghan offshoot of ISIS, and they embrace a more violent version of Islam than the Taliban does. This is the group that killed the 13 separate members here recently. Persecuted by the Taliban forces and also now ISIS-K for aiding the United States, the Afghans have been persecuted for aiding the United States military, its allies, and other organizations during the war effort in key roles as interpreters, intelligence gathering, and among other duties. The refugees that need to be resettled include men, women, and children, all of whom cannot return home due to their extreme vulnerability and their country's political turmoil. Council supports the American tradition, or we're welcoming the support of the American tradition of welcoming refugees in keeping with our national values and respect for human rights. City Council, we hope that you believe that opening our doors to this Afghan refugees fleeing violence does not endanger our safety, but that rather shows our compassion and our hope. And with that, council options are present, and stand for any questions.
Thanks, Sergio. Councilor Vasquez, you want to start off, and then Councilor Sword.
Sure, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Sergio, for putting this together. I think this is an important statement to make during a time when we actually may see the influx of refugees in our own community here for extended or permanent resettlement. But more than that, I know in Doña Ana County, within the Fort Bliss complex, I know we have refugees being taken care of right now, and I think these are folks that gave their lives in many ways to save American lives, and I think we owe it to them to return that favor. And so I think this is a strong statement. I know that we are doing what we need to and what we can to make sure that folks are being taken care of and are given the appropriate pathway under this emergency to eventually become residents or citizens. And I think we have a long history here of being welcoming to all different types of communities. And so it's an important statement to make amongst so much hate, I think, and so much racism that is unfortunately gripping our nation, and it continues to make us stronger, I think, by being such a welcoming community. And with that, I just want to say I strongly support this, and thank you, and I'm sure we'll be learning more about what that resettlement looks like in the near future. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councilor. Councilor Sword.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Sergio, for presenting this. This council has passed a welcoming city resolution already, and I'm proud to be a part of this. We are sending a message a message very clear that we are a place of peace. And this is something that I think is very important. We already have been recognized by this large organization called Save the Children. They have come here and they've told, we have met with them and they have acknowledged our welcoming city status. So this is another part of our welcoming city as the resettlement of the Afghan refugees. So I strongly support it too. Thank you, Mayor.
Anyone else? I just want to tell you thank you, Sergio, for putting this together, and Councilor Vasquez for your idea to bring this forward. I think this is extremely timely. Something here that these brave men and women who work to help the United States military deal with what they were dealing with this last 20 years. You know, they gave up their basically their comfort of their home and for something they believe in, and to be able to make sure that the U.S. servicemen and women knew how to communicate and many things that they risked their lives for. And so this is truly something that I support as well. And I wish them the best here, their new life in America. And I wish to thank them for their service. And I hope that their families back home somehow is safe. So, any members of the public? Yes, sir. Yes, you can come forward. Just need you to state your name. You got 3 minutes, please.
Absolutely. So my name is Andrew Bird, for the record. Mr. Mayor and members of the council.
Excuse me, can you speak up just a little bit? Or you
Yes,
need a
of
microphone?
course.
Mhm.
Yes.
You can move the podium up so that.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, for the record, my name is Andrew Bird. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I represent Lutheran Family Services of the Rocky Mountains, the refugee and asylee resettlement program here in Las Cruces. Our agency has provided refugee resettlement services in Albuquerque since 2012, and we established an office in Las Cruces in November of 2019. While we have not provided initial resettlement here in Las Cruces since that time, we have provided services and supports to refugees and asylees, as well as asylum seeker families throughout southern New Mexico who have found their way here for housing, employment, and other opportunities. With the United States military withdrawal from Afghanistan, our agency has been called upon, just as many others across the United States, to support initial resettlement of Afghan families who fled the country due to threats to their safety. For years, our agency has resettled in both Colorado and New Mexico Afghan Special Immigrant Visa holders, also known as SIVs. These are individuals and families who have supported our troops and NGOs during our long war in Afghanistan. While many of the families who have arrived through this airlift may not qualify for that special SIV status, all have been supporters of our nation's work abroad and our ideals. Residents of Las Cruces, faith-based organizations and congregations, as well as community agencies, have all been incredibly supportive in welcoming immigrants to our city. In recent history, as was mentioned, we've seen our city open its arms to asylum seekers with unprecedented outpouring of support. And as that work continues, we're called upon again to open our arms to these Afghan families who have fled for their lives and experienced incredible trauma along the way. We just want to say thank you to the countless residents of Las Cruces who have already reached out in support of these families, and we welcome this resolution and our city government's continued support of all immigrants, refugees, and others. We know that our mayor and our city council members have been constant supporters of and will continue to support to show Las Cruces' character as a welcoming city through these and other actions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your attendance today.
Yes.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Kyle Reinert. Good morning, or good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I work, I'm the immigration attorney with Catholic Charities here in Las Cruces. I want to thank the council for considering this resolution today. We stand ready to support this resolution. We hope to be very involved in Holloman Air Force Base, where it's our understanding over the coming months about 5,000 refugees will probably be processed through. We don't, as things stand, we don't expect too many will resettle in this specific area, but we want to do our best to support everyone as they process through. Basically, everyone coming here, like Mr. Bird, who we work closely with, has said they've supported our troops. They've been allies to us in Afghanistan, and this is basically our turn to return the favor, complete this mission, show our loyalty to the people that put their lives on the line to protect the lives of our service members in Afghanistan. A lot of people will land with special immigrant visas and be immediately eligible to be permanent residents if they aren't already. Several will land under P visas, which are just slightly less strict eligibility standards, and they'll have a bit longer process, but many who are especially vulnerable will land and only have parole and be expected to apply for asylum. So for everyone who does stay in the area, we will assist as much as possible with that. But I want to thank the council today and strongly express our support for this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I have...
Yes, Councilor?
Yes, Mr. Attorney? I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
It's Kyle Reinert.
Oh, Reinert. Thank you, Attorney Reinert. What is the percentage of those who will be granted immigrant status? I mean, that's a very nice status. It's very hard to get immigrant status.
Yes, it is a fairly strict standard.
I'm sorry, could you speak closer?
Yes, apologies. It is a fairly strict standard that requires people to have been directly employed by the government or associated organizations in Afghanistan for a period of at least 1 year. And that's the large difference between the special immigrants and the P visa holders is there's not that time in service requirement, but all of those had to have directly worked for in support of the U.S. government or the U.S. troops in Afghanistan. And so it is difficult to say percentages at this time. It's currently still a bit opaque who exactly is going where. I can't speculate right now just because we haven't been on the base yet to actually take count of who all is what.
And what is a P visa exactly? Is that the next, yeah.
It's basically like the next level down. It's a priority visa, and they're not very common visas, but in this case, it's people who have assisted the U.S. government and who are in danger of remaining in Afghanistan because they'd be large targets for the Taliban.
And will their families be eligible for those status as well?
Yes, under both the special immigrant visas and P visas, most family members, close family members, so like children or spouses, are going to be eligible to accompany, or if they are still unfortunately stuck in Afghanistan, they could apply while here to bring their family over.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Reiner. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, anybody else? Oh, Larry?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Larry Nichols, Community Development. I was hesitant to speak to this resolution today, but I spent 2 years of my life in Afghanistan. I was a Peace Corps volunteer, similar to Councilor Sorg. We're kindred spirits in that regard. I was a school architect, and I worked with many of the individuals in Afghanistan for a period of time and I learned about their culture and their loyalty to their country. And I think it would be a tremendous benefit if the council could approve this resolution to help them adjust to their new situation. And thank you for hearing me.
Well, thank you for that testimony, Larry. We appreciate it. We appreciate all the service you did, not only to the city, but also to your government as a United States serviceman and also Peace Corps. So learn a lot about you all the time. That's good.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're a good man. Okay, if there's nothing further, then Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-032. Councilor Bedestupi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 8.6, Resolution 22-033.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Vasquez. And let me just say, first off, I have an apology to staff. And when this was put forth, I didn't have a name on there. And so staff, being as sharp as they are, they probably figured, well, we'll just put a name on it. So what this original resolution was really meant to do We'll just see if council would be supportive of naming the stage after Roberto, not to actually come up with a name. We could today if you'd like, but that was what the intent of the resolution was, to see, get the support of council to say, yes, we want to name it. Of course, we don't have quite the name yet. But there was one that was given that I liked, Roberto Estrada Pavilion, but that's just one. That was something there that the former assessor, Emma Johnson Ortiz, came up with, and I really liked it. But again, that was the main thing. And so I apologize, Eric and your team, for putting this together. I appreciate you having that name there, because that was a nice filler. But the resolution was really just to see if council would be supportive of naming the stage after Roberto. So I wanted to clarify that. I hope I didn't mess up your presentation. I guess that's really it.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Eric Martin, Facilities Management Administrator with the City Administration Office. Before you, we have a recommendation for naming the stage at Plaza de las Cruces after the late Roberto Estrada. And one possible name, obviously, we'll be glad to take any other suggestions under advisement here, would be the Roberto Estrada Memorial Stage. And basically, this is an opportunity to recognize his contributions to the city, the former Vaquero Days and whole Enchilada Fiesta events, his commitment to the community, philanthropy, and being that local icon and role model. Unfortunately, Mr. Estrada passed away on August 18th. And should this option be selected, we would look at then either some type of signage, plaque, or lettering to be located at or on the stage there at the south end of Plaza de las Cruces. As we look at the different resolutions and everything we bring forward, we're trying to tie these things into what's in our City Council strategic plan, as well as Elevate Las Cruces. And in the parks and public recreation areas, of which the stage and Plaza de las Cruces fall under, the naming is something that can support our community recognition of local leaders, those types of things, and that we have something posthumously that we can point out with pride that, hey, we recognize this person for their contributions. City Manager Policy 3.3 also allows City Council to name any facility such as this directly, whether or not any type of petition or anything was submitted. Just a couple of pictures that were provided by our communications office of Mr. Estrada as he was preparing the whole enchilada, and especially when it was done there on Church Street, right out in front of the former City Hall. I remember teenager, college student, going out and trying a taste of that enchilada. Good stuff. So, and so that's a formal picture of Mr. Estrada provided by the family. And then if we chose to name the stage in this case, then we would look at maybe potentially some type of lettering, across the front, or signage on the column, or a plaque, or something similar. So with that, these are council options, and I'll be glad to stand for any questions.
Thanks, Eric. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm in favor of naming that, whatever the most appropriate name would be. And Mr. Estrada was quite an icon. He was such a giving soul. I know that he gave to many of my children's baseball and softball teams, and also sponsored individual people. I know very specifically my cousins live behind or parallel to them, and he always gave food to them. He was just a kind soul. So I think this would be a beautiful way to honor his service to our community. So I'm for it, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So just for clarification, were you wanting to have staff come back with a few different names, or did you want to put your name in, what you want, and then, that, like I said, this was originally just to get the support, and then come back with the naming of it. We could also have, see if the public wants to also share with them what they think we should call it.
Yeah, I think it'd be nice to get the public involved in naming it. So maybe we could have some sort of naming contest of sorts. Thanks, Mayor.
Councilor Bencomo and Councilor Betastubi.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for bringing this forth. Thank you for the presentation. Last time we named something after someone who had passed was Angel's Wing, and that was consulted with his family, and I wonder if that is something that has been done so far, and if, in fact, we would allow his family to choose the name instead.
That's a great idea, Councilor. No, to my knowledge, no, it was not. When I was talking at Roberto's Services, I'd mentioned that I was going to be bringing it to council and see if I could get you all support, which I didn't think you guys wouldn't have a problem with it, but so I did float that idea that Emma came up with, Roberto Estrada Pavilion. Councilor Beta-Stubbe.
Thank you, Mayor. I also agree with Councilor Bencomo's sentiments. I think it's important for us to speak with the family and to see what their wishes might be on this. And then with that in mind, it's not often, I think, that you get to hear so many wonderful things about an individual, and that definitely came out with Mr. Estrada over the last week. Everything that was from a newspaper to an article to hearing people talk about him, everything was so positive and speaking so highly of a person that had so much compassion and love for the community and expressed that in such big and bold ways. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Councilor. So our city attorney suggested if we wanted to move in that direction, we'll just table it indefinitely, and then I guess staff can reach out to Roberto's family and then come back with something. So I just need a motion and a second to table indefinitely.
Move to table indefinitely, but not too far in the future.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Flores to table indefinitely, second by Councilor Beta-Stubbe. Christine?
This is on the motion to table Resolution 22-033 indefinitely. Councilor Beta-Stubbe?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gambetta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, we're at 8.7, Resolution 22-034.
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion made by Councilor Vasquez, second by Councilor Sorg. And let me go ahead and get this thing started a little bit, and then Barbara can talk if she wants to or not. But so let me just share with you what I recall. So I think it was in 2010, Barbara, I don't know if she's here, and Mayor Smith is here, who's here with us today, dropped off a check. It was the original check. I guess $50,000, about almost $51,000. And at that time, $50,999.54. Asked if it could be reissued. Well, I'd been mayor just for a few years, and so I gave it to the city manager. I think it was Terrence Moore, and Robert Garza was an assistant. So I left it with them, and they came back saying, no, we can't do that. And I guess the response was probably to go through the state. So fast forward, and I think we had kind of a work session on it. And, I believe Barbara and Mayor Smith, but I told them that I wanted to get the Attorney General to give me a ruling, if we could even do something, because this is very unusual, of course. So they did come out with the ruling, and I believe staff sent it to you all. I didn't send it to you, but I believe and so the AG said, yeah, we could, if we wanted to, reimburse them. So I think Mayor Smith is here to kind of share with us what had happened, and I'll turn it over to him if you'd like to, or...
Mayor?
Yes?
Point of clarification, please.
Sure.
I know this is about Ms. Wilbanks. Is this her personal representation, since this concerns her?
Well, I was going to have Mayor Smith kind of explain where she's at.
Well, is it appropriate for us to have a third party if it is not her, since this is her personal finances, if there is no documentation that this person is a representation for her?
Well, I'll let the city attorney rule on that. Theoretically, they don't have to show up. We could vote yes or no. It would be in their best interest to show up. I was going to ask Mayor Smith why she's not here. and then I'll let the city attorney.
Mr. Mayor,
I would like the
members
city
of the-
attorney first, please.
Sorry, Councilor. Mayor Smith, please go ahead and.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you very much.
I just need you to state your name, too.
Pardon me?
I need you to state your name.
Reuben Smith.
Thank you.
I'm not here representing Barbara Wilbanks. I will tell you that I received a call from her 2 days ago. She was very nervous, very pensive, knowing that we got an AG's opinion on it, that it was coming before council. She said she was going to appear, that she was going to be a little hobbly because she had an infection. This morning, I got a call. She's in the hospital with a septis, is that the word? Infection to the blood. She will be in the hospital for several days. She had requested that I come on her behalf, just to say that she would very much appreciate the council moving forward. If there are any questions that I could answer on her behalf, I'd be more than happy to do so. And that's essentially it.
Thank you, Mayor Smith. So let me ask Jennifer, I don't have a problem with you giving us or being here to answer questions, but since Councilor Betestubi asked, I thought I'd ask her.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is Jennifer Vega Brown, your city attorney. I think Mr. Smith has indicated he's not a representative. This would be more in the line of a public comment. And if you're asking for a history of it, I suppose you can request that. I think he did clarify that he does not represent the individual.
But what I'm trying to get at, I guess what I should ask you is, we could still vote up and down on this, even though the person isn't here, and obviously she's in the hospital. But, I mean, they don't theoretically have to be here. It would make sense for them to be here, but understandably, she's in the hospital, and hopefully she recovers.
Mayor and Council, that is correct. That she's not required to be here.
Yeah, okay. So thank you, Jennifer. And so, Mayor Smith, if you want to just stick around. So, if you recall, and help me with this, I guess it was the year prior, 2009, where Barbara was closing her practice. She was contracted with the city in the late 1990s to the 2000, I can't remember where, in mid-2000s. Anyway, so when she was closing her practice, and I guess they were storing some documents, I guess it was discovered there were some checks that were not cashed. So not just the cities, but there was about 4 or 5 other checks from insurance companies, because she was in the mental health business, I believe. And so she discovered these, and so obviously she asked to have them reissued. So I think everyone except ours was reissued to her. And so the reason why we didn't is because we were of the impression that it had been filed through the state and that she needed to go through the state. So after exhaustive measures, and then of course that thing happened in 2010. After exhaustive measures, it turns out that no one could find records of it. So seeing that, I felt it was incumbent on me to make sure that if we did do this, it was legal. And that's why I sought the Attorney General's opinion, which I started in February. And I just received it not but a week or so ago. So that's kind of where we're at, really. And so if you read the AG's opinion, it almost is compelling that we need to pay it if she provided services and she hasn't received her check, regardless of how the chain of events go. If we can't show that they have received it, I think it's incumbent upon us that we need to pay it. And if we did pay it, I would suggest we get it from the Telstra fund, because that's health care services. So, did I miss anything, Mayor?
Mr. Mayor, no, there was a couple of corrections, but it's not going to make any difference at this point.
Well, go ahead. You always used to correct me before. So,
Far be it from me to correct a mayor. Just let me make things a little bit more clear. If you recall, when Barbara and I came to you, we gave you the check. Decision was made by administration not to pay it. Years went by until there was a change in regulations. So what has been determined since then is, number one, the city cannot provide any information and clarification as to what they did with the check, even if it was submitted to Tax and Rev. Tax and Rev, the city asked Barbara, please go back and research this for about the last 6 years of those critical years. Go to the Brannigan Library. This is by an assistant city manager who's no longer with you. Go back and research and see if you can find that that was reported to the check. There was absolutely no information whatsoever. So that means there's no record of the city turning it over to unclaimed properties. We have an uncashed check, nothing turned over to the state, and it's as simple as, because of that, I think it needs to be done. You know, this lady gave 20 years to this city for mental health and substance abuse programs. Never once did she get anything negative comments at all if you go back and research it. I think it is incumbent upon the city to do the right thing, and that's the only reason I'm here. I happened to be mayor when we gave the first contract, and I happened to be signed on that check when I brought it to you, if you recall. And that's why I feel compelled to at least speak on her behalf.
Mayor Smith, wasn't there also, they were able to show the check before it had been cashed and the check after it had been cashed, or am I
I don't, Mr. Mayor, I don't recall that. What I do recall is that the example was used from Molina Healthcare that former Gary Crothers was in charge of. The same thing happened. She found a check from them. They immediately reissued the check and it was gone. But for the city, we had to go through this.
Because I seem to recall, I thought I recalled that we were able to see where the ones before were cashed and the ones
I don't recall
after sequence that. Okay, so I'm going to turn it open, Councilor Soar, Councilor Bate-Stuby.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mayor Smith. Yeah, I think this is rather simple. This lady provided services for the city, and by whatever means, she didn't ultimately get compensated for that, and it's time for us to do that now. Correct something that was happened in the past. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Bate-Stuby.
Thank you, Mayor. According to the AG ruling, there is one item that I just wanted to check with. It does say, and I'm reading from the AG ruling, in this case, Ms. Wilbanks would be required to file an affidavit that the check was lost when requesting that the successors in the office of those who originally issued the check issued a duplicate check. And I'm not sure if have we been able to receive that affidavit yet to be able to issue this?
Councilor, no. Again, this is the beginning, because what if council says no? So no sense getting that affidavit.
Okay. And then the second item is just sort of a processes question, since this happened quite a long time ago. And I'm wondering if staff could talk to us now, perhaps Barbara, about what this looks like, just to make sure that we don't have issues like this happen again. Because there was obviously handoffs of checks, things like that, and there was not a proper structure.
Also, I was just informed by EFO that Viola is available as well. She has some preliminary information, so just want to let you know that.
I'm happy to hear from all of them. Thank you.
I know Barbara was here. Viola was here.
Good afternoon again, Mayor and Council. Barbara DeLeon, Chief Administrative Officer. So I actually have a slide of the process, Mayor and Councilor Bate-Stuby, with respect to your question on how we process payments to vendors and document those payments. So just in general, checks are issued to vendors after services are received. They're expensed in the year in which they're issued. I've explained this to others as like your checkbook. When you write a check to someone, you mark it in your ledger, subtract it from your balance. However, every month, if they don't cash that check, every month it's going to still show up in your statement as uncashed. And so it's not something that you lose track of. You might ask them, are you going to cash that check? And hopefully they do, and then things balance out again. If they don't, you have to make a decision. Am I just going to give them cash instead, or just that check will never be cashed, et cetera? But it's something that you're monitoring because it keeps showing up in statements, and that's what happens in the city's financial statements. We expense it, but it still shows up in our balance sheet, so we have to do something about it. And that something is to comply with the state statute to turn over any unclaimed property. Every year, the deadline is November 1st, and we consolidate any checks that haven't been cashed, send them over in one payment to the state. We notify the recipients of the checks that the proceeds are being turned over to the state. The state also has the requirement to notify the recipients so that they can claim those funds through their own process. And then owners may request funds through the state website. So with respect to what happened 21 years ago, I just want to make it clear that just because there is no documentation does not mean that processes were not followed because of retention requirements for us. We are advised and follow the policy to destroy checks within 5 years after issuance, and any documentation with respect to unclaimed property has a 10-year life cycle for destruction of records. So with respect to the first notification in 2010 of the uncashed check from that Barbara Wilbanks brought forward, that actually was beyond the first 10-year retention policy for unclaimed property. So that's the process. That's the way we keep documentation. And if there are any other questions, I'll be happy to address them, Councilor.
Thank you, Barbara. Did Viola want to share with us what she, oh, I'm sorry. There you are, Viola.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Councilors. Viola Perea, City Auditor. Last week when I learned that this item was being put on the agenda, I decided to do a review of the situation to see if I was able to identify any additional information that was not identified back in 19 and 20 when the original investigation or the research was conducted by the Finance Department. And unfortunately, as Barbara mentioned, due to our retention schedules, we do not have documentation that goes back far enough to support the activities that occurred during this check. However, with our city and our state retention schedules, it would explain why that documentation is not available today, some 21 years later. However, what I was able to do is research our archives for our resolutions to get some information about the contracts that were issued to PAC, to give you a little bit of information, and I was able to put together quite a bit of information for a 6-year time period that I wanted to share with you all today. So from 1994, excuse me, to 2000, PAC was contracted to provide mental health and substance abuse treatment to eligible city employees, retirees, and their dependents. And based on these contract documents, the city agreed to pay PAC for this 6-year period approximately $3.6 million. Secondly, in 2000, their last contract with the city was from January 99 to January of 2000, at which point the city decided to go out for an RFP. This was the second time the city determined that an RFP was needed due to the funds in this particular account being deplenished. They wanted to see if they could find a different provider. The first RFP, PAC did win that contract a second time, but during the second RFP in the year 2000, the contract was awarded to Mesa Mental Health for about 1/3 the cost of what we were paying PAC at that time. However, subsequent to that original RFP in February of 21, it was a resolution that I found where the city agreed to settle with PAC. So PAC filed in the district court for an injunction against this RFP decision. However, the city agreed to go to mediation with PAC, during which time the resolution states that the city agreed to mediation with PAC, and at the mediation, PAC's best and final offer to settle all matters with the city accept any claims it may have against Mesa for $42,000. So based on this resolution and this agreement, it would seem that PAC does not have a standing to come against the state, or excuse me, the city, as they decided that this was to settle all matters with the city. Secondly, I researched state statute in relation to municipalities, and state statute 37-1-24, and I'll summarize it, basically says that no suit or action can be filed against a municipality unless it's filed within 3 years of the action. And as we know, we're 21 years out now, so the statute of limitations for filing a suit has passed. The statute also states that all suits, proceedings, or actions not so commenced shall be forever barred. So a few other things that I was able to determine going through the resolutions. Each resolution attached a copy of the contract that was issued to PAC, and it would identify the time period and the payments that were to be provided to PAC. It indicates from the very first contract in 1994, we requested and we received what they call an annual capitation rate, which my understanding is basically a set fee per patient that would be then identified in the contract amount. Each contract leading up to this last contract would indicate what that annual capitated rate was, and it was divided either equally between quarterly payments or monthly payments. We initially started with quarterly in 94. Subsequent to that, it became equal monthly payments. In none of the agreements did we identify gross receipts tax being added to that capitated rate as payment that would go out to PAC. However, when I looked at the 1999 agreement, it also had that annual capitated rate divided into 12 monthly payments. It was after that contract where we went out for RFP again, and it was about 7 months to 8 months later before Mesa's effective date, which was September 1 of 2000, started that new contract. There was a letter attached to that resolution that issued the contract to Mesa that stated PAC continued on a month-to-month basis for payment of services until this contract took effect. During that 7-month period is where the check, the missing check, comes into play. And the amount, as previously stated, was $50,999.54. However, the capitated rate, as outlined in the contract, was only $47,943 per month. So the difference is $3,056.37. So I'm going to take a little step back, and this will make a little bit more sense. So we know that the check in question right now is identified as the May 2000 check for $50,999.54. However, when we received the first letter notifying the city from Ms. Wilbanks in October of 2010, identifying a missing check, it only identified a missing check issued in the year 2000. It didn't specify the month or the period that was missing from their financial records. On the back side of that document is a check dated January 31st of 2000, not the May 2nd of 2000 check that we're discussing today. So it's unclear why the city has two copies of checks that may or may not be an issue here today. It's really unclear to me what check we're looking for. And as previously stated, we don't have records that go back far enough to explain whether we ever reissued a check or whether we sent this check to the state. However, we also didn't receive information or documentation from PAC, such as financial statements, bank statements, sworn affidavits, or even a police report that reported this particular check being stolen from her company. So we don't have any financial records to go back and look at either on the side of PAC to determine exactly which check we're talking about here and which check we should be looking for. However, both that January and that May check were issued for $50,999.54, which is that difference, that $3,000 difference. The state gross receipts tax during that time period was 6.375%, and it totals exactly that $3,000 difference. So in that 7 or 8 months preceding the conclusion of their first annual, or I should say their last annual contract in 1999, we're looking at, and if that dollar amount was consistently carried forward during that month-to-month period, it appears that we overpaid PAC by that $3,000 during the 1999 to the 2000 period. When you calculate those 20 months at that $3,000 rate, it appears we may have overpaid PAC $61,127 because of the gross receipts tax. I did confer with legal and confirmed that if the contract does not specifically state we need to add tax to the contract, then we should not be adding tax to the contract. And using these two checks that we do have as evidence shows we were paying PAC the tax on top of that annual capitated rate that was agreed upon per the contract. There were a few other inconsistencies that I noted as I started to read through all the correspondence that we received from PAC over the years. As I mentioned, in 2010, that's when we were first notified that the check had gone missing, or that a check, excuse me, had gone missing. On the backside was that January check. We didn't hear, or I don't have documentation from Ms. Wilbanks again until April of 1999. And that's the time between April, May, and June that finance department staff started to research the check and try to find as much information as we could during that time period. As I reviewed the information in each of these pieces of correspondence, Ms. Wilbanks advised at one point that so it was in 2019 that the May check became the check that we were looking for. There is no other mention of that January check that happened to be attached to the 2010 letter. So once we determined by Ms. Wilbanks that it was the May check that she was seeking a reissuance of, she identified that the check had been found in some closed patient files as they were closing up their practice. In a subsequent communication, she also reported that the check had been stolen and that it ended up at the State of New Mexico Taxation and Revenue Unclaimed Property Division, and that it was upon the return of that check that she gave the check to former Mayor Ruben Smith, and then he met with the city and brought the check to us. So again, I'm a little confused if the check was found in her patient files or if the check actually did go to the state and was returned to her as she identified in her communication. So I haven't had an opportunity to clarify some of these points that are a little bit different in meaning here. Secondly, in one of Ms. Wilbanks' communications, she indicated she didn't receive a due diligence letter indicating that the check had gone to the state as unclaimed property. However, again, in a subsequent communication, she identified that she had received, or her clinic had received, notification that the check had gone to unclaimed property, and that upon return of that check, that's when it came forward. So I'm not sure, again, she claims she didn't receive notice, but then she did receive notice, and I haven't had that opportunity to clarify, again, what those meanings were in her letters that came to the city. So what I put together, and my apologies, my report has not been finalized, so it was not available for today's council meeting. I will be working towards completing this. I have gathered a lot of data. I've put a timeline together of all the communications and all of the resolutions and contracts that we received. However, just in summary and for your consideration, I wanted to advise council that per the agreement or the settlement that we had with PAC, it would appear based on the language here that that amount that the city paid to her in the amount of $42,000 in February of 2001 was a final offer to settle all matters with the city. Secondly, New Mexico state statute allows for a 3-year period to report legally, and it indicates that if not filed within that time period, that all actions shall forever be barred. And then again, with the unclear determination of the check, which check are we looking for? What check are we, is it the January or is it the May check that we're looking for? Without the records from PAC to confirm what was received and what was not received, it would be really difficult for the city to come to a conclusion as to which check we are responsible for reimbursing to her. And lastly, in consideration, it appears that we may have overpaid Ms. PAC for gross receipts tax in a little over $61,000, since that information was not included in the contract and should not have been paid out to PAC during that time period. With that, I'll stand for any questions you might have.
So Viola, I do have a question, if I may, and then I'll get to you, Mayor Smith, real quick. So I took the years that you said that the contract, so that's 6 years. I took the 3.6 million and divided by 6 years, so that comes out to exactly 600,000. Divide that by 12, it comes out to 50,000 even. So I was trying to figure out, how did she come up with 50,000 and then $9.99 and 54 cents? And so I thought, well, that only comes out to 2%. So I thought, well, was the tax rate 2% in 19, this time? But if you said it was 6.375, then she should have charged us 53,187.50 cents instead of 50,999 and 54 cents, a difference of 21.87 and 96 cents that I think that we owe her. But that's just, I don't know, that's what I wanted to ask you. So there is no special gross receipts tax when it comes to health services? It's all the same? You have to charge them all the same price?
Mr. Mayor, councilors, I can explain the difference in costs here. And my understanding of the annual capitated rate, and if anyone has any additional information, I'm open to learning more about that, is we requested specifically this annual capitated rate, which is defined as a set amount to charge per patient. And the contracts did not account for or allow for any gross receipts tax to be added to that annual capitated rate. And in the contract, it actually spelled out what the quarterly amount should be and what the monthly amount should be when it changed from quarterly to monthly payments. And in no place in any of those documents or those agreements did it indicate or include tax to be added. But to your point on the dollar amounts, the PACS contracts were not consistently the same dollar amount year after year. Briefly, the history here, our very first contract in question here in 1994, when PAC won that RFP, they indicated in a letter that they were charging the city less than 50% at $325,000 per year, less than 50% of the previous year of cost, accumulated costs in 1993. So PAC did win the award. I'm sorry, it was $326,000. PAC did win that award. It was a 3-year agreement, and that first year was paid at $326,000. Again, identifying it as a 50% cost reduction over 1993. However, 3 months into that first contract, PAC came back to the city with some information that they had not calculated or anticipated when they put in their bid, and they requested an additional $80,000. The city, however, agreed to pay them up to and not exceeding $50,000. So that first year, according to these documents, PAC would have earned $376,000 for year one. The agreement, the original agreement said years 2 and 3 could allow for a 5 or 8% increase over the previous year. However, in year 2, PAC added additional services to their contract and increased their cost from $326 plus that 50 to, $652,233. So now we basically 100% increase, and it exceeded the 1993 cost by a couple of $1,000s. So that's why we're seeing a difference in that fluctuation of the cost. It's not an even, for the 6-year period, and not an even amount that you can divide between the 6 years. I was not able to find documentation for year 3. However, the RFP that started year 4 awarded PAC the contract at $653,770, $653,770, which was slightly over year 2. They maintained that rate at a cost, that annual capitated rate at $54,480.83 per month. That continued on during that time period until that contract also expired. We went out to RFP a second time. This time they were not awarded the contract. And that's why you'll see that last year contract for their final year. Give me just a second here.
Viola, if
Yes,
I
sir.
may, thank you for very extensive reporting, but did you say something about a different check, something about January?
Yes, sir.
Do you happen to have a copy
Yes,
of that?
sir, I do.
Wait, I'm sorry, Mayor, can you let her finish that last sentence about the final year?
Mr. Mayor, Councilors, thank you, Ben Como. The final year of 1999 was issued at, give me just a moment here. My apologies, I'm having trouble finding that last cost, but it did reduce from the $653,000 down to about $575 for that final year. The annual capitated rate for that final year, I'm sorry, I've got it right here. Was $575,318. And at a rate of $47,943.17 per month for the 12 months. And those during that time or subsequent to that time period is when the two checks that we found were for $50,999.54, the difference being $3,056.37, which when you put the 6.375% on top of the $47,000, you get the $50,999.54. So each contract amount changed from year to year.
Okay, give me that number, please, again.
The final year?
Well, the one that you said you had the 6.375%.
Okay, the final year contract via Resolution 99-226 was from January 4th of 1999 to January 3rd of 2000. The annual capitated rate was $575,318, which totaled or equated to a monthly invoice of $47,943.17. And that amount times the 6.375% for gross receipts tax totaled a monthly check of $50,999.54.
Okay, and then you were going to find me the check you said
Yes, sir.
in January?
So here I have the October 23rd, 2010 letter issued to you, Mr. Mayor, from Barbara Wilbanks. And on the backside of it is the check dated January 31st, 2000 for $50,999.54, issued to Professional Assessment Center. And under the description where we would normally put either an invoice number or the service period, it said January 2000.
Okay, so what was did it have a check number?
Yes, sir. Check number on the January check is the letter C as in Charles, 0401730.
Okay, so that check that you have, which is January of 2000, which was for $50,999.54?
Yes, sir.
So the check that's in question is May 2000.
Correct.
And it's the same amount.
Correct.
And the check number is C407739, which would make sense. It's later in the year and it's a higher number. Wow, we write a lot of checks. And that's kind of unusual that they're both the same amount, right?
No, sir. Mr. Mayor, councilors, it's not unusual that they're the same amount because the annual capitated rate was divided monthly. The $575,000 issued for the 1999 contract period, divided by the 12 months, was the $47,000. Again, we added tax, came out to the $50,999, and that same amount, equal payments, were made every single month during the contract period, and then subsequently on the month-to-month basis until the city hired Mesa Mental Health to replace PAC for our services.
But wouldn't you think that this goes fiscal year? So that means that this amount would be the same until the end of June?
No, sir, it goes based on the contract amount. So from January of 99 to January of 2000, we made equal payments to PAC. And then in the subsequent months from January of 2000 until September 1, when Mesa started the new contract, We paid them the exact same amount again, month to month, on a month-to-month basis, for that same contracted amount every single month.
I'm sorry, to who? To Mesa?
The contract was awarded effective September 1 of 2000 to Mesa Mental Health.
So then you should have a check in May of 2000 to Mesa.
No, sir, again, we don't have records that go back that far. Mesa's contract didn't start till September 1 of 2000. PAC continued from January until Mesa began services on September 1 of 2000. So we continued paying the monthly amount, the $50,999.54 each month until Mesa took over the contract.
Okay, well, okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought I was hearing, but I appreciate the background that you've given, but okay, I'm still good with this. I still believe that this $50,994 amount was outstanding. So at least you clarified that it was each, because if you have one for January and I'm looking at one in May and they're the same amount, then it should be, so.
Mayor,
if I can.
I wasn't done with my questioning.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, Councilor, but I'm going to listen to Mayor Smith, and then I'll let you open up the questions.
Mayor, thank you very much. And I'm going to try to keep my composure. It's clear to me that staff has spent a considerable amount of time trying to bring you historic reasons why it sounds like we overpaid PAC. We would never have done that in my tenure. I'm telling you right now. We had 6 council members that scrutinized these contracts like you've never seen. We're not talking about what they charged back then and the per capita rate or whatever in the hell that's called. We're talking about not a January check. We're talking about one lousy check that we turned in that was not paid. I can't believe that you're sitting listening to this to try to confuse the hell out of you as to why we're here. It's very simple. It's very damn simple, and it's clear that this staff is going to convince you you're treading on. What are we talking about, the statute of limitations? Who's talking about going to court? Nobody. We're talking about one lousy damn check that we brought in to get reissued. I just can't believe that you're sitting here listening to this, and now you're probably going to get your city attorney telling you why that if you do, you're probably going to go to jail. Hell, I don't know what they're going to say, but it's hard for me to sit here and listen to this. Why go through the history of PAC since the beginning and the change of contracts on, and the $3 million plus? It sounds like a big, back then, it was a hell of a deal we were getting, and we were getting damn good services. That's all we cared about as mayor and city council, and we were paying accordingly. Now they're trying to convince you that what we did back then, you got no business in getting into right now. I'm sorry. That's all said and done. All we're doing is one check that you can reimburse these people for. One lousy check. This is the one.
Please step away from her. Mayor,
not
she
the
doesn't.
Mayor, January payment. I wanted to give her a copy in case
Mayor,
she didn't have it.
please
We're talking about one
sure
check,
he holds
Mayor,
composure
and one
doesn't
check
go in
alone.
front of staff.
And for me, to have to stand here and grovel for that when it's clear that it's trying to make it look like whatever in the hell we did in the past was the wrong thing, I take personal offense at that because I was in the rostrum when we did it.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me let Councilor Beta-Stubbe, she has a
Mayor,
comment.
he should not be approaching staff like that.
Councilor, he was just merely giving her a check.
I understand emotions are high, but I do think there needs to be decorum and respect for our staff members.
Okay, Councilor.
And I do not believe if he is having that emotions that he should be approaching the staff members.
Okay, if you have anything else, Mayor Smith, either give it to me or the city clerk, please. Okay, so anyways, go ahead with your questions, Councilor.
Thank you, Mayor. As we can see, we have a history that is very complicated and complex. We have a decades-old issue that has many discrepancies. Forgive me, but the evidence that's presented here today that we have to go through with retention leaves a lot of questions, and I'm supposed to just trust that things happened decades ago and issue a check which has some very problematic issues. So I am going to be thorough, and I think it is very important that we look at the records that we do have. I applaud our city staff for doing their due diligence with that. That is also good for us on council to make sure we're doing our due diligence. I am not in favor of putting this check forward. I think there are too many questions, and there's too complicated of a history. And I would suggest very thoroughly that if there is any doubt in your mind, that you pause on this as well. We have other processes involved where we can go through our oversight committee and review other things. And with this summary that we have from the AGs, it is said that we could issue a check, but not that we shall. We don't have a lot of retentions records left. And a lot of these issues that were brought forward was after those retention records were destroyed, which leaves a lot of questions that will never be able to be answered. And we have to trust in what Mr. Rubin says to be truthful and accurate. I am going to trust in the records of the staff. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. And I will tell you that it was the original check that was given to me and that I gave to the city management team. So let me just, Councilor Flores, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mayor Smith, and thank you, Ms. Perea, for your presentation. I was trying to follow the timelines, and I was trying to follow the amounts, and it does become somewhat mind-boggling, at least for my little brain. And what it did sound to me, Ms. Perea, was that you were making a case of equity. You know, it's like almost we're in a court of equity, and presenting the fact that that PAC was perhaps overpaid based on the calculations that were made. So my question for you, Ms. Perea, is it possible, since everything is so inconclusive insofar as what we heard from you, is it possible that there was a check that was never, that was never cashed by PAC?
Mr. Mayor, councilors, I cannot make that determination without records from either the city or PAC. Mayor Smith, I do have a copy of this check as well, just for the record. All we have are copies of 2 separate checks that were issued to the city in January and in May for the same dollar amount, which is in accordance with the contract on how payments were to be distributed. I cannot say conclusively if any check remained uncashed as of today.
Right, but then you can't say otherwise.
That is correct.
So
I can't say it was, I can't say it wasn't.
Right. So that's what I'm saying, you came with a lot of a presentation and like an argument for equity. It's like, well, those checks, that check may not have been issued, but she was overpaid based on the agreement. Perhaps, and that's what I'm gathering from what you said, that it is inconclusive, and we can't walk away taking a definitive, anything that's really definite, except to take the word of Mayor Miyagishima and Mayor Smith. And unfortunately, Barbara Banks is not here. I thought you were passing me a note. It's like, huh? So the final year that any check was ever issued to PAC was in 1999. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, councilors, no. The final check was issued in the year 2000. The final contract was issued from January of 99 to January of 2000. It was a 1-year contract with the option to renew for 3 additional years. However, in the second year, the city determined that it was going to go out for RFP. So PAC continued on a month-to-month basis based on the 99 contract amount until Mesa
Okay.
was awarded the contract.
Okay, so, so that was the last contract, 1999 to 2000?
That was the last contract I could find in the city records.
That you could find. What was the date of that all matters settled agreement was reached?
I believe it was February of 2001. Give me just a moment.
But when you have such an agreement, it was, because she didn't come forward until 10 years ago, 2011, so that was subsequent subsequent to the check that she turned over to Mayor Smith and Mayor Megashima.
It was, excuse me.
It was subsequent. I mean, it was years, a decade later.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Councilors, the resolution was actually dated in February of 2001, which is approximately 8 or 9 years prior to this check being returned to the city.
Yes, that I get that timeline. But when were all matters settled? What was the date of all matters settled?
Mr. Mayor, Councilors, there is no time period on here that indicates any particular time period.
What was the date of that agreement?
The date of the agreement is February 19th, 2001.
Okay, that's, yes. Okay. So, but in February of 2001, she didn't know that a check was missing. It wasn't until she approached in 2011 and turned that check over to Mayor Smith and Mayor Miyagishima, who then turned it over to staff. So that amount that is in question in 2011 couldn't have been part of that agreement in 2001 that all matters were settled.
Excuse me, Councilor, I think it was 2009 that she found the check.
Oh, okay, 2009, but I mean, it was subsequent to, yeah. Okay, thanks for that detail. I'm just trying to look at everything in terms of, what's really equitable here. And I just, someone who gave so many services to the city for so many years, and it looks like there was, it seems there was just when someone runs an agency, they're not necessarily in charge of overlooking every detail. And this check she came upon this check when she was clearing out the building, or that's how I understood how it was all presented right now. She was going through her files. So I'm just trying to look at all things being equitable, that at the time that she signed the agreement that all matters were settled in February of 2001, what did the language say exactly? Did it say, was the check wasn't at issue, or non-payment was at issue? Or was it?
In the resolution that identifies the mediation and the final offer for the settlement.
What settlement? What was it settling, Ms. Perea?
I can read it to you, Mr. Mayor, Councilors. It's Resolution 01-239, a resolution approving a settlement proposal between the City of Las Cruces and the Professional Assessment Center. And I'll skim through it. It first identifies PAC being the provider in January 1999 to provide mental health services and substance abuse treatment for eligible city employees, dependents, and retirees. Whereas the services for the city was to receive equal payments at an annual capitated rate of $575,318. On January 31 of 2000, PAC was notified that the council decided would decide whether to continue the agreement, but during the interim, PAC would be expected to continue to provide services at the annual capitated rate, payable on a monthly basis. Whereas in February to March of 2000, City Council decided to put the mental health service matter through the request for proposal process due to the deficit in the healthcare fund. And whereas the city proposed to award the RFP to Mesa Mental Health Services at the City Council meeting of August 21, 2000. On said date, PAC sought to prohibit the RFP award by seeking an injunction against the city in the 3rd Judicial District Court. And whereas by awarding the mental health and substance abuse agreement to Mesa, the city is saving some $300,000 on an annual basis. Whereas subsequently, the city agreed to mediation with PAC. At the mediation, PAC's best and final offer to settle all matters with the city, except any claims it may have against Mesa, for $42,000. Whereas the city representatives provided that said figure would be presented to City Council for approval, whereas the proposed settlement is for all claims the city may have or PAC may have against the city as a result of the agreement, the procurement process, and to settle the litigation. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the governing body of the City of Las Cruces, New Mexico, that the settlement between the City of Las Cruces and Professional Assessment Center for $4,200 is hereby approved. And it was done and approved on the 19th day of February 2001.
But that agreement really didn't cover any dispute concerning payment. It had to do with where the contract was at that point.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, all it says in the documentation here is the proposed settlement is for all claims the city may have or PAC may have against the city as a result of the agreement. No other time frame or particulars were included in the document.
Yeah, but the agreement doesn't include a non-receipt of payment. I mean, it doesn't. I mean, it doesn't. In fact, it's a claim that would come as a result of non-payment. That wasn't really in that settlement.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, I've read the document. There is no other language included in there that specifies any other type of action, just what was included in the agreement.
But it doesn't say all claims known or unknown. It just says all claims that were in dispute at that point. That would be the purpose of going to mediation.
It doesn't specifically say at that point, but it does say all claims. Yes, ma'am.
But it doesn't say known or unknown.
That is correct.
So there you have it. I mean, it's a he said, she said. Thank you, Ms. Burdett.
Thank you for that, Councilor. And I think it would be fair to say that that's assuming that everyone was paid in, that was paid on time and paid what was owed. So, are there any other comments or questions? Councilor Bencombe?
Thanks, Mayor. And thanks to everyone for their presentation. I just have a couple comments to make because, I'm sitting here and my heartbeat's going really fast, and I'm like, okay, I should probably say something. In reading the materials and leading up to the meeting and feeling confident with the AG's opinion moving forward, and I continue to be prepared to issue this check to this woman. I'm a fierce advocate for wages that have been stolen to be returned to workers, and if somebody did hard work, they should be paid for it. Last time we talked about this, I wanted to make sure there was due diligence. If it feels rushed still, I'm okay waiting a little bit longer for some more questions to be answered for my colleagues. Last time, my biggest concern was, would this even be legal? Would we be in trouble if the AG, we just received this report, and I was feeling confident moving forward with this because of their new opinion. That's one matter. On the other side, on a completely different issue, and I'm going to say this because I deeply respect you, Mr. Smith, I have been approached by angry men before, and my heart skipped a beat when you walked over there. And Mayor, I also expect you to call for decorum in this hall, and for a certain level of respect to be kept for everybody, particularly for female staff. And I just wanted to make that point because there's two different issues happening here. One is this matter, and the other is the behavior in this hall right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Anyone else? Councilor Sword?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm trying to distill all this information down to something we can simply understand. So my first question is, if a check is cashed, it is canceled, is it not? The bank actually makes a mark on the check that says, okay, that check has been received and payment was made or money was transferred to an account. Is that not true?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, sorry, yes, that is true. There would be some type of endorsement on the back side of the check. However, the only copy we have is the front side of both the January and the May check. We don't have copies of the back sides of either check.
Well, so there's never a mark on the front side of the check showing that it's been cashed?
Mr. Mayor, Councilors, back in 2000, I cannot speak to how the checks would have looked had they cleared the bank. So it would be inappropriate for me to comment on that because I don't have that information.
Do we have the check so we can see the back side?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Sork, no, sir. That's the point that we've been making is due to our retention record schedules, all documentation had been destroyed long before this 21-year period. Vendor checks had a 5-year retention period, and checks sent to the state as unclaimed property have a 10-year retention period. That time period expired more than 10 years ago.
So our information we have in the city's documents doesn't show that it was ever cashed either, does it? We don't show that, do we?
Mr. Mayor, Councilors, there are no documents for us to refer back to, unfortunately.
Okay.
Councilor Sork, let me just say, since they gave me the check, I would not have given it to the city management team if it had been cashed on the back. I would have checked that. I mean, that's, yeah, I would have looked at it and said on the front and back and said, this has been cashed. What do you want? We're not going to give you another check.
We can be sure that it was never cashed.
It was never cashed.
Okay. So if she was never paid, I don't think this person is trying to cheat the city out of this money at all. And I think we should go ahead and pay her for this money, for the service that she provided, her compensation. That's all I have to say.
I just need to hear from Jennifer. Did you have some comments on this, Jennifer?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. If you have any specific questions, I can answer any questions that you might have.
I didn't know if you were sitting there. I didn't know if you had something you wanted to say.
No, I'm available for any questions that you might have. I don't think at this point that this is a matter of, we don't have any proof. We don't have any proof that the check was cashed or not cashed. There's no way for us to prove that either way. There is a reason why there are things called statutes of limitations. We are 21 years past that. Well, at least 19 years past that. This is what could be considered a contractual dispute, and I respect that if we owe money, the city should absolutely pay it. But there is a process for that, and that's usually a discovery process, and we should be diligent in requesting information so that we can verify whether or not this money is owed. It isn't a matter of not believing one person or another, it's just a matter of not having the information. It puts government at a huge disadvantage if we have to go back 20 years when somebody comes forward, because we have retention laws that are usually about 10 years for many things. And so it isn't a matter of not believing one person or believing another. It's just a matter of information, which we do not have.
Thank you for that. I'll share a little story with you. It just happened actually about 2 months ago, which reminded me of this. I had some work done in my office, computer work. It was like $1,200. And they just, my assistant just brought me, said, you know what, he's brought a bill here. He said he never submitted it. Not that I didn't pay him, he just never submitted it. I go, how old is it? And he goes, it's like 13 months old. So I look, I couldn't find a check that I wrote him. You know, I know how you're feeling. It's a little like, how can you overlook that? But I don't know if Mayor Smith wants to talk about, and maybe we shouldn't, but I think there was also a situation with the secretary that I don't know if you want to go down that route, but that was why it was missing, because there was some things going on there. But what I'm trying to say is, I couldn't find where I paid it, so I paid him. I mean, you know, I was like, okay, I keep telling myself, I'm pretty sure I better not have paid it, you know, but I didn't. I couldn't find a record that I paid him, so I paid him. So, all right. So I think, yes, Mayor Smith.
First of all, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Stuvey, I want to apologize to you publicly again. I called Councilor Stubbe the other night, and I apologized. And I told her I reviewed the video of the Zoom, Skype, whatever we did last time. When she asked me a question that really threw me for a loop, I smiled. And the way in which I responded, I told myself, you look like a jerk. And so I apologized to her for that. Not for what I said, it's the manner in which I said. I want to apologize publicly again. If anybody took offense for me giving her a copy of the check, and the only check that we're talking about, it's the May check, not the January, it's the May check. Just two things, Mr. Mayor. The check was never cashed because we gave it to you and you just related it was not signed. That was the original check. Point two, the city cannot find, because of the deleting of, expiring materials. But the important part is the Tax and Rev researched it. They would have had it reported to them had the city turned it over. There's no record of that. There's no record from Barbara's standpoint. The city checked on it, and we went through that particular avenue. So those are the real facts of it. I apologize again, but I don't think, well, it doesn't make any difference.
Could I have someone fast forward this slide here to page 3, please? On the 4th bullet, it says the city notifies the check recipient prior to submission to the state. So that would have been in 2001, 2002, if in fact that it was sent to the state?
Mayor and council, yes, Barbara DeLeon for the record. Yes, the city would have notified prior to sending the funds to the state, would have notified the recipient, and the state was also required to provide notification to recipients of unclaimed property.
I would think that Barbara Wilbanks would have said, what check? What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. So to our knowledge, she never acknowledged that. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, if I might, Viola Perea for the record again. Ms. Wilbanks did make notice that she received notification that the check was with the state. She did advise us via letter to your office, and if you give me a moment, I'll give you the date of that notice. Okay, here we go. We have a couple different notices here. On May 7th of 2019, she wrote a letter to Mayor Ken Miyagishima, and Ms. Wilbanks stated that one of her checks was delivered to the City Finance Department prior to notification from the New Mexico unclaimed property. She extended her gratitude, and she received to the individual who had sent her that notification. She actually mentions that in two different communications. On April 17th of 2019, the letter from Ms. Wilbanks also states that Ms. Wilbanks stated again that like the City of Las Cruces checks, other checks were returned to her from the state of New Mexico unclaimed property. She later states here that the check was left with Mayor Miyagishima and one other person. And in her letter from October 23rd, she stated she found the check in her closed patient files. That's why I indicated it was unclear if the state returned the check to her or if she found it in the files. And I had not been able to clarify that with her. She also stated that the original uncashed check, dated May of 2000, turned up at the state of New Mexico unclaimed property, that she received notice that this check was with the unclaimed property, and they forwarded those funds to her, and that's the point that they brought it back to the city. So again, we do have some inconsistencies there. I think I have one more.
Forwarded the funds or forwarded the check?
She said the check. The way she phrases it, sometimes it's the check, sometimes it's the funds, but like I said, there's some inconsistencies there.
Because Didn't the last time when the former manager, assistant manager Dalahan was here, that they couldn't find anything from the state? I thought that that's what they had mentioned. They couldn't find any record that the state had anything.
Yes, Mayor and Council, Barbara DeLeon again. There was some research conducted by the library. They went through the digital files from Sun News that covered the period of 2004 to the present. However, not all notices that were published in the Sun News were digitized. So it was not clear that that research was complete over the entire period of time. There would have probably been notifications starting in earlier than 2004. And again, not all notices were digitized, so they were not able to do a complete search of all potential notifications that may have been out there published in the newspaper over that period of time.
Did any member of city staff contact the state to see if verify that they did in fact reach out to her?
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, councilors, I did reach out to both the local taxation and revenue office and the office out of Santa Fe, and I remained on hold for several minutes, actually 20 to 30 minutes. No one ever came to the phone. I left my contact information there for a call back, and as of today, I have not received it. So yes, an attempt was made. However, it is my understanding that the state also has a retention period of 10 years for unclaimed property. That was the information I was trying to confirm with them as to what takes place after that 10-year mark and what happens to the funds. So based on my information at this point, they too have surpassed that retention period and may not have any records of this either, and that may be why it did not turn up in a search. However, this was the last point I wanted to clarify. It was in Ms. Wilbank's communication dated April 17th. She stated, my clinic received notice that the City of Las Cruces original check issued May 2000 for $50,999.54 had turned up in state of New Mexico unclaimed property. And as I mentioned before, she stated, upon this notification, I called Reuben Smith, who in November of 2010 met with City Finance, leaving them the original check. So she did make notice on more than one occasion that she did receive notice the check had been with unclaimed property.
Would you be willing to interpret what that meant? I would interpret it that it showed up uncashed, right? Because if it was cash, it wouldn't show up. So it showed up at the state, and then she contacted Reuben.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, the way the normal process would work, and I can only speak to what our process is today. So when we have an accumulation of checks that go uncashed, we have 1 year, our checks indicate at the bottom, they have 1 year to cash the check. At the conclusion of that year, we have to wait till the end of that subsequent fiscal year to accumulate those dollars and send that one check to the state of New Mexico as unclaimed property. And what we would normally do is give them a detailed list of every check that's included in there. We wouldn't actually send them the physical checks. We would only send them the value of that consolidated amount in one check to the state. That means the money would no longer be with the city. It would be with the state because we transferred that money to them via our check. So anytime an individual would do a search for unclaimed property with the state, their reclaim of, if you will, for those monies would be between them and the state of New Mexico. It would no longer be with the city because we wouldn't have the funds any longer. And based on her statements, it appears the monies were with the state. Again, I cannot confirm, I don't have records on either side as to when we may have done that, but she does state she received notice, so it would appear that we did follow state statute by submitting those monies to the state as unclaimed property.
Why would they reach out to her saying that, and when you said that they returned it back to her, I take it they returned the check back to her.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, I cannot speak to that. I don't know what their process is, and I wasn't able to confirm.
Okay, well, thanks. I think we have enough here. So if there's nothing further. Oh, Councilor Vasquez and Councilor Abeyta-Stube.
I'm sorry, I think Councilor Abeyta-Stube was first. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I think given the evidence that has been presented here and the lack of evidence, also just agree that, I would rather err on the side of paying somebody that worked for these potential funds that were lost and misplaced, and hopefully this is a lesson learned for us. And I just want to thank also staff for their due diligence in digging in the crates and even going back as far as to look through the Sun News archives for all the evidence to try to get to the bottom of this. It's really appreciated and really impressive. So I will support this, and I also just want to say I also support my colleagues, Councilor Bencomo, Councilor Abeyta-Stube, calling for decorum and making sure that, in particular, nobody in this chamber feels threatened or otherwise feels not safe. And so we need to make sure to keep that decorum. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Abeyta-Stube.
Thank you. This question is for Jennifer about what type of legal precedents we are going to set if this is approved, and if we will be at risk for future issues that may be like this.
Mayor and Council, Councilor Abeyta-Stube, this certainly opens up the door, and that's why I encourage to go through a legal process, because there is discovery involved in that process. There are statutes of limitations to consider, and they protect individuals, they protect entities, they protect government. And so I would just encourage that we go through a legal process when something like this happens, when we're so far out, we're 20 years out. But it's certainly, there's no legal precedence if that's what you're asking.
Thank you. And Mr. Smith, though I appreciate the apology that you gave, I would like to have an air of caution that apologies are only good with changed behavior. When you called me on Sunday as well at 8 p.m., your tone also took a change when I pressed with questions. And this now establishes a pattern of behavior that is uncalled for, especially with female members. And I don't need a response, and frankly, I don't want one at this moment, but I would just say that maybe some reflection on that would be helpful. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor. So with that, I think we have enough. Call for the vote.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-034. Councilor Abeyta-Stube?
No.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, thank you very much, and thank you, staff, for all the work you did on that. It was pretty amazing. Thank you. All right, item 8.8, Council Bill number 22-008, ordinance number 2986.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Vasquez, second by Councilor Sorg. It looks like Catherine Harrison Rogers will be presenting.
Sorry about that. This is very tangled.
Greetings, Mayor Miyagashima and City Council. It's a pleasure to be here in front of you today. Connie Tomopiao, Assistant City Manager, here with Community Development, Catherine Rogers, who will be leading and talking with her regarding zoning. But before we get to zoning and the cannabis amendments to the zoning code, I wanted to reach out and connect with you, really brief. There was a cannabis survey that was done. We offered it for about a month out, and I wanted to touch to that and just take a few minutes because Catherine, there's a lot that Catherine has, and I know we're trying to go home. So I don't want to be in the middle between us and our car. So we held 8 community meetings where public was invited. 2 of those were town hall meetings, one on July 22nd, 50 participants. Next was on August 12th with 45 participants. Purpose of this slide was we definitely had people show up to our town hall meetings and throughout the public process in these 8 meetings. The cannabis survey offered 11 questions to the public. This was offered through July 15th to August 15th, offered in both Spanish and English, with 1,400 total responses online. The residency, obviously, overwhelming Majority was 1,100 were residents here in the city proper, and then 204 lived in the county. About 1,400 lived other places in the state, and 11 outside of the state. We asked questions such as, do you favor adding regulations for personal home cultivation? Overwhelmingly, 70% said no. Home grows in other states have options to regulate. We decided not to regulate here and make any recommendations at this point for regulations. But for those listening at home, in the audience, or even on the dais that may think, what type of home regulations could be implemented? What other jurisdictions do is they'll contain home grow solo. One of the options is to contain it indoors, ban outdoors or in the backyard, and so they'd contain it inside the private residence in a single home. They'd ensure that cannabis odors are properly ventilated, filtered, and treated. The odors cannot be noticed from a person reasonably spaced adjacent to the property on the exterior. Even on the main floor, on the exterior, this cannot be visible for anybody on the main floor as well. These are all options of regulations that, again, we're not making recommendations to move forward with, but it does share options if this was to be an option in the future. Should dispensaries be permitted to locate in similar areas zoning as liquor stores, bars, and tavern? This question was to make it simple. So typically, jurisdictions will cluster and people will think of cannabis similar to liquor stores. So the same way we treat liquor stores, or jurisdictions treat liquor stores. Let's see if people can identify them and look at them in the same light. People did look at them at the same light and did want to locate them similarly to locations where liquor stores, bars, and taverns were located. So as we see here, 73% said yes, locate them in the similar locations where they are zoned and located. The next question is almost identical, but instead of location, it was regulated. Should we regulate them the same as liquor stores, bars, and taverns? And there was a bump from 73% to 80% that said yes. 80% said yes, they should be regulated the same. Should dispensaries be limited to certain areas of the city? In this, there were only 4 options: allow where state allows, restrict to commercial areas only, and restrict to certain areas, and then undecided. Overwhelming majority voted 921 to allow where state allows. There was no surprise on this one. There was a statement posed to the participant: I am concerned about nuisance impacts from cannabis operations, and essentially the participants had the opportunity to agree or disagree. We had 68%, almost 70%, that stated that they were not concerned or had a little concern of nuisance impacts for cannabis operations. 20% were either very concerned or somewhat concerned, and then 11% were neutral. So I just wanted to share that, that one of the questions that you may get is, how concerned is the community? From a sample size of 1,400, 70% were not concerned. Were not concerned or only a little bit concerned of nuisance impacts versus 20%. And then where do you prefer to see cannabis dispensaries? There were 4 options on this one. Our 3 zones of commercial, manufacturing, and agriculture, and then the 4th undecided. This slide, to make sense of it, these were sets that were taken. So the most popular set was 538 individuals, so only selected commercial retail. They didn't, and so I just wanted to point that out, that that 347 only selected commercial, manufacturing, and agriculture. So what this tells me is they have the opportunity to check all that apply. And the majority in this that took this survey were really leaning forward towards cannabis. This was interesting because they could have checked all the zones that they wanted to, but the most popular, they were intentional, and they were intentional while commercial. So they could have willy-nilly just chose anything under the sun But what this tells me is that from the group, a majority chose only commercial. So this shows me intention. This shows me a group that really knows where they wanted to go, either the business owner or those that were leaning forward. So I just wanted to share a bit about this slide. And then we did offer a question about overlay districts. Which overlay districts do you prefer to see cannabis dispensaries? And in town, we have a downtown district, University District overlay, North-South Mesquite, Alameda, Las Cruces Innovation. And as we can see here, we pulled out all the responses, and from the response, the most popular was Downtown District and University District. A third place was actually Las Cruces Innovation Industrial Park, but I just wanted to share Downtown and University were the two most popular overlay districts if that were to be selected as a choice. And then from economic development perspective, of the 1,400 participants that took the survey, 275 were businesses or people that were very interested in starting a business, hopefully here in Las Cruces. And then as we're ending our slides for the cannabis survey, preferred locations for starting a cannabis business, majority of them wanted to locate here, 235 in the city of Las Cruces, and then Doña Ana County, about 105 of those. And then here just shows the breakdown of those that, the age group of those that took the survey. And then here's the same breakdown, but on bar graphs of those that chose. So we have majority 25 to 34, 35 to 44, and then a big 65 and over crowd of 276. And I just want, I see that, giving props. Okay, but that's it for the cannabis survey slides. Thank you so much. Catherine, I'll turn over the time to you.
Good evening now, rather than afternoon, Council, Mr. Mayor. I want to talk about what staff has developed in terms of our recommendations for zoning amendments to accommodate the new business that the state is now allowing, and as of September 1, began processing certain types of applications for. Specifically, the Cannabis Regulation Act is a document that is allowing for the creation of the Cannabis Control Division, which will deal with the licensing and regulation of cannabis at the state level. The city of Las Cruces, we will be looking at the land use, i.e. zoning, business registrations, and building codes specific to cannabis uses. As of September 1, the Cannabis Control Division started accepting applications for the producers, the micro businesses, and licensed medical cannabis. And we, as a city, have to respond to that so that we can accommodate locations for these folks who want to come in and tackle this new industry. We, too, are responding to that, and we're accepting business registrations at this time for those types of uses. And in January 1 of this upcoming year, the state will be issuing the server permits and commercial medical license and accepting all other applications. We, as a city, will start accepting all applications for business registrations and a number of other items. And then in April, retail sales begin. So we have to be ready to accommodate folks. But of course, as you all know, it takes a lot of time to set up a business, establish a location, do improvements to that site through the permitting process with community development. And so we want to accommodate for them. And so that's why we're here today. So I'm going to talk about the land use implications. This picture is actually of a cannabis growing facility. As you can see, they can be quite large, but they can also be small and can fit in a much smaller area than this. The Regulation Act is allowing the local jurisdictions to regulate the time, place, and manner, including density, of these types of facilities. We can't restrict transportation, operation, limit signage, require the relocation of existing cannabis facilities, or prohibit personal use and production. Staff is proposing several definitions as part of the packet that you received, adding those to the zoning code, because of course they don't exist right now. Cannabis industry, cannabis microbusiness, cannabis research laboratory, cannabis retailer, community garden, and horticulture. I do want to be clear, I've had some questions before about, well, these aren't all the license types that the state issues. And to be clear, these are overall sort of use categories. So they capture more than a specific license type. They may capture several license types. And so it's slightly different. You have licenses, and then you actually have the uses that can capture several of those. This is sort of the Cliff's Notes version of the zoning recommendations. We are recommending that the retail zones, the retailers, be allowed in all of our commercial zones, C1, C2, and C3. We're recommending at this point in time that there be no consumption in C1, simply because bars and taverns aren't allowed in that zone, and we felt that that would be an equal relationship. Cannabis industry zones would be relegated to the M1, M2, and M3 zones. Those are industrial zones. The research facilities, also industrial zones. In addition, we have a industrial technology zone, that MT zone, that's really slated towards research, and so that was also included. And then cannabis micro business. We're recommending that there are some specific zones that would allow that with a special use permit. That would be EE and REM. Those are our rural, residential, agriculturally related types of zones. Micro businesses, as drafted, would be also allowed in other applicable zones based on specific uses. So if you were a producer, for example, you could go into an industrial zone. If you were a retailer, you could go into any of the commercial zones. So this is a map that generally lets you see where these uses could be scattered throughout the city. So any of those colored areas, the greens, the purples, the turquoises, and the reds indicate places that cannabis uses could be allowed. So there are some conditions that are being recommended by staff. And again, these are as written because Planning and Zoning Commission adopted exactly how it was presented to them, knowing that there were some concerns and potential recommendations for changes along the way. And so I'm going to talk about how this is written and then move on to maybe some recommendations based on the feedback that we've received from the industry as well as yourselves. So as written, we're recommending that all cannabis uses be 300 feet from a school or daycare. That is the maximum allowed by the state. We are also recommending that cannabis retailers be 300 feet from residential zones, 1,000 feet from another cannabis retailer, and then require a special use permit of closer than 1,000 feet from other retailers. We're also recommending, as written again, that the industries can have accessory retail. So if you were a grower in the industrial zone, you could have a small portion that was dedicated to a retail space. And then cannabis micro businesses require a special use permit specifically in the EE and REM zones. There are some other use alternatives. We have the infill development process. If you're not familiar with that, that's applicable to all vacant or underutilized properties within the core of the city. It does require a public hearing before planning and zoning, but what it does allow is a lot of flexibility in the code. You can basically ask for anything you wish in so long as it meets the intent of the code and is safe and healthy. So for example, if you had a site that was an undeveloped site in the core of the city, it was a small lot, but you want to bring it into productive use, you could ask for some deviations from either the uses allowed by the underlying zone or even deviations to things such as setbacks or parking requirements because of the size of the parcel. Some of the other applicable use alternatives that we have is something called cottage industry. It's an allowed use in basically all of the commercial as well as industrial zones and a few of our overlays. It requires that you have an industrial component as well as a retail service component, and it's also used by right. It limits the size of the retail or industry facility, and then if you were to apply cannabis use to that, you would have to meet those cottage industry conditions, including micro businesses. I want to share with you just a couple of examples of the way these facilities might look inside. You can see that on my left, you have sort of a larger facility. On the right, that's a smaller growing facility. They can be really big. They can be relatively small. Here's some prime examples of some really nice retail establishments. And I wanted to go over, before I talk about some of the recommended amendments to this ordinance, what other jurisdictions are doing, just so you have a sense of what some of the other communities are doing. Albuquerque is allowing retail and commercial zones, cultivation and manufacturing in some of those industrial zones. Again, a 300-foot buffer from schools and daycares, and requiring a conditional use permit, which is equivalent to our special use permit, if it's closer, specifically for the cultivation and manufacturing. They're requiring 600 feet from other retailers, so buffering between uses, and micro businesses are exempt. You can get a conditional use permit if you are either closer to other retailers or if there's going to be on-site consumption. Retail is excluded from their mixed-use transition zone. Farmington, a little bit different. They're only allowing one cannabis dispensary retailer for every 2,000 residents. It's about 25. That's what they would be capped at based on their population size right now. No cultivation in the city limits, 300 feet from schools and daycares, and then they're not allowing it in their central business district, also known as their downtown. Roswell is allowing these with floating zones with a special use permit, prohibited in the downtown and historic business districts, MRA and the Air Center. A 300-foot buffer from schools, parks and rec, daycares, a number of other areas. And then they're requiring that they be scattered half a mile from each other cannabis retailer. Santa Fe basically is applying these to their existing land use categories. So if it's retail, it goes into retail. If it's agriculture, it goes into their agricultural uses. They are looking at maybe some modifications to their zoning in the future that may add some operating time limits as well as buffers and things of that nature. But at this point in time, they're just incorporating it into their existing uses. Do you want to talk about our public engagement? Connie touched a little bit upon this. We had several public engagement opportunities. Of course, we had that public survey. We had a couple of policy review committees where this was discussed, 2 town hall meetings, of course, the work session before council, and then a Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend approval of the ordinance as written, but again, we've received a lot of feedback from both you as well as the public, and we're recommending some changes. So the feedback that we've received thus far is that there's some concerns about the buffers, specifically about the distancing between retailers, the buffer from residential zones, as well as a 300-foot buffer from schools and daycares. Concerns that maybe they're a little bit overly restrictive. The Cannabis Chamber in New Mexico does support a 600-foot or less buffer. I think if you recall hearing from him during your work session. I do want to point out that current alcohol uses and pharmacies within the city do not buffer from residential or from one another. We do have some buffers for a variety of uses in the city, but they're not for a use that's similar to cannabis. They are for different sorts of things, such as a paint booth, for example, or sexually oriented businesses. The state does require 300 feet from schools, military, and churches for alcohol, but has not placed those types of buffers, only the school and daycare buffer, as part of that House bill. Another concern that came up was the definition of a school or a daycare. Did that include universities, or did it include colleges and other types of educational facilities? Based on our research and some assistance through our legal department, I think we're very comfortable in saying that it includes K through 12, it includes colleges, it includes universities. They're all subject to a buffer. Consumption areas. There was a lot of discussion about where those could be. Indoor, outdoor, and how those might impact people. So for example, outdoor consumption areas, we don't distinguish whether it's an edible or if it's vaping or if it's smoking. And so there is the potential to have perhaps that off-site impact if somebody's walking by and let's say you're being clouded by smoke, or there's an outdoor area that would be located to a patio at a restaurant and that smoke is wafting over. So those were some concerns that were expressed. The House bill states that we can exclude consumption areas, but I do want to point out that we do not exclude alcohol consumption areas in the city. Some other questions had to do with overlays. At this point in time, we have not addressed adding cannabis uses to overlays. However, the language in many of our overlays is gray enough that these types of uses can be captured as part of some existing uses and zones that exist in those overlays. Personal consumption locations were also discussed. At this point in time, is the way we understand it, you cannot consume in public unless you're in a licensed consumption area. And so, for example, you couldn't just go out into the city's plaza and light up or vape a cannabis product. That would not be allowed. There was also some confusion about micro-business locations. So the definition that we are recommending is sort of an amalgamation of the micro-business definitions for the state, but we didn't explicitly list them as a separate land use category. And so there were some concerns about that. It was only listed as something that would be allowed in EE and REM with a special use permit, but not something that was specifically called out in the commercial zones or in the industrial zones, because they have different types of uses that could be sort of incorporated into each of those. Also, some concerns about the cannabis permit types versus land use versus zoning and versus building occupancy types. While they're all kind of related, they're all different and serve different purposes. And so you can't say one thing is the same as another because they achieve different things. So staff is recommending several amendments based on the feedback that we've received from both the public as well as yourselves, and I do want to talk about those. And I do have a handout in case you all want to refer to that instead of these slides, if that would be easier. We are recommending some changes to the buffers. Of course, as the policymakers, we will leave that up to you. But we are recommending to either reduce or eliminate that 1,000-foot buffer between retailers. So that would mean anywhere from 0, let's say, to 600. That's ultimately what the Cannabis Chamber felt that they were comfortable with. We're also recommending eliminating the 300-foot buffer from residences. And I'll discuss why I'm making that recommendation in just a moment. We are recommending that we allow a special use permit to reduce the 300-foot buffer from schools and daycares, so that under special circumstances, for example, if you choose to allow these in downtown, somebody could have a special use permit to establish a business downtown, because as you know, there are a lot of schools and daycares, frankly, in that area. Something that you could elect to adopt is to create different buffers for the K through 12 and daycare versus the university and college, because of course they serve different populations. For example, 100 feet from a university or college, or 300 feet from the K through 12 school or daycare. Additionally, we're recommending that language be added to the buffers, the school and daycare buffer, that basically states that commercial schools serving those that are over the age of 18 are excluded from that buffer requirement. So that would capture, let's say, a commercial driving school, for example, or the cosmetology school, things of that nature. Consumption areas. So I'll go back to why we're recommending the elimination of the 300-foot buffer from residences. We're recommending that consumption areas be limited to indoors only. So this would eliminate a lot of issues related to maybe those off-site impacts from smoke or vape that could occur, or even the noise of people gathered to residential areas. I think we're very comfortable, at least from the staff standpoint, saying that, hey, if we limit these to indoors only, then we could probably eliminate that 300-foot buffer requirement. We're also recommending in cottage industries that there be a recommendation that there be a condition added to that, stating that the consumption of alcohol or cannabis in a cottage industry in the C1 zone be eliminated, that not be an option, to align with how we deal with bars and taverns in the C1 district normally. We're recommending that we add cannabis microbusiness as a separate use category to C1, C2, and C3 as a conditional use. Those conditions would be meeting those school buffers, the state requirements for a microbusiness, which limits the plant numbers to 200, and that there be no consumption in the C1 zone. So today you have several options: vote yes to approve, vote no to deny, vote to amend, which is what staff is recommending, or
vote to table. And we have several staff members who can answer a number of questions that you may have about the process or anything else related to cannabis. And as I stated before, if you'd like a copy of some of the recommendations that we have for amendments, I can hand that out right now. Would you like that right now? I'm looking at Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll start with Councilor Flores, Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Harrison Rogers. So thank you again, Catherine.
You're welcome.
Can you go to slide 34, please?
34?
Yeah, yeah. And it's, I think, the same one you just handed us. So why is there a condition that consumption areas be indoors only? And my other question before I forget is, some of this regulation consistent with smoking indoors, or do we have something like that do we have an ordinance here in the city of Las Cruces that regulates smoking areas? And would this be consistent with the smoking of tobacco?
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, Councilor Flores, yes, we do. We have a Clean Indoor Air Act. And if you have specific questions about where it might apply, I'll defer to the legal department. It's more in their area of expertise, but we do have one. Specific to the indoor consumption area recommendation, it would eliminate any perceived or real impacts, at least in our view, with those outdoor consumption areas. I think our biggest concern was the odor, the ability for the exposure perhaps to adjacent businesses or passersby. And so we felt more comfortable in limiting this to indoors only based on those reasons.
It's premised on cannabis being used as a smoking whatever, and being consumed by smoking, inhaling. So is there going to be a distinction between that and perhaps baked goods?
So that's an excellent question. At this point in time, the House bill does not distinguish. It just says consumption areas. And so it could be edibles, it could be creams or lotions, it could be smoking, it could be vaping. It does not distinguish. And so because of that, our comfort level lies with maybe restricting it to just indoors at this point in time until we have a little bit more clarity as time moves forward.
And, well, I don't think I agree with that part, but, you know, do what you must. As far as, I'm thinking about the farmer's market, for example, where people do bake and, you know, there's certified, I really don't know what the regulations are. So the selling of, say, edibles, baked goods, whatever, how is that going to be regulated in an area like the farmer's market? Or, yeah, how is it going to be regulated? I mean, you can regulate it by having an ordinance. How is it going to be enforced? Are you going to have a cannabis cop out there?
So
a little high after a while, after tasting all the food?
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, Councilor Flores, so at this point in time, as I understand the House bill, you know, when you're a retailer, you have a set location. Sort of like alcohol, I couldn't get a permit from the state to sell alcohol and then just willy-nilly go anywhere and sell it wherever I wanted.
you have to have a specific permit. It's tied to a specific location. At this point in time, the House bill doesn't state that they're going to have temporary licenses, for example, for special events. We haven't seen that. Those rules haven't been created yet. And so if you were a retailer who is serving baked goods and wanted to serve those in your bakery, if you don't have a licensed consumption area from the state, you can't consume at that location. And once they take it off-site, ultimately it's just like alcohol. I mean, it's sort of if you're drinking it or eating it in your vehicle or in public, that's sort of outside the scope of zoning, and that's something that our legal department maybe could answer, or it would be the realm of the police department or codes enforcement.
So is consumption, is that consumption equates purchasing? No, it can't. So there has to be, it seems like any kind of ordinance would have to have a little bit more specific language. Not a little bit, it would have to be specific.
Sure. So members of City Council, Councilor Flores, this would be akin to, so you can have a liquor store, correct? But if they don't have a license to serve and have people consume on site, you couldn't do that, correct? So this would be a similar approach. So for example, if somebody wanted to have a restaurant where they paired cannabis with food, they would have to have various license types to accomplish that. And we would just deal with it the same way we do alcohol in our zoning regulations. So that's what we're trying to do with how we've structured this here.
So you're taking bits and pieces of regulation regarding smoking areas for tobacco smoking, presumably, and then and also alcohol? No.
So the Clean Indoor Air Act is something outside the scope of zoning. It's something slightly different, and I can look at Jennifer. Maybe she could explain that a little bit better. But you can't. So, for example, a bar or a restaurant, you can't smoke a cigarette in a restaurant, for example. But they do serve alcohol there. It would be similar, and the state, the city, various other entities could enforce various regulations associated with this. It's going to be a multi-jurisdictional enforcement, just like alcohol.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to staff, especially for your work over the last several months, getting us here. I think this is really just one of the most, I think, competitive environments that we're going to create for this industry, to create jobs and hopefully to have New Mexicans owning a piece of this industry. So thank you all. I'm really happy with where we're at. I'll just start by saying that I support all of the amendments that are offered by staff. I know those were in response to both conversations that we had together, but also from many of the comments that we received online or comments that we received at the town hall or conversations that staff has been having with potential business owners. And so I think these amendments here are responsive to some of those changes from the original proposal, and I'm glad that we're trying to get it right. Of course, I'll just say we do have the option, right, as we see what's working and maybe what's not working as this industry evolves, to tweak any number of these things. And so that's another reason why I support these amendments, is because we can go back and look at them if we're having any nuisance issues or if we are having some significant obstacle to small business that we haven't identified before. So I do support that. I think speaking to the buffer between retailers, 600 feet is for me a good range. Again, I think we're going to have limited retail establishments, and so if we happen to have 1 or 2 shopping centers that are close to each other, but nothing else in the surrounding 2 miles or 3 miles or whatever that might be available, allowing 2 businesses to set up there would make sense to me. Also, yes, regarding the special use permits, I think allowing those in places like the downtown, where you have, I think, some religious based organizations and/or churches, in addition to also daycares and Central Elementary and other places. But knowing that we want to allow some of these uses in this very, growing retail center of the city, this amendment will allow us to do that. And so I absolutely support that where it's appropriate. And then I also support the amendment so that we can distinguish between K through 12 daycare and K through 12 and daycares and other maybe early childhood centers and that kind of thing from the university and college, because I think on the university district, as we saw, one of the most desirable places for people to have retail shops. If we had the existing buffer of 300 feet, we couldn't have cannabis businesses across from campus on University Avenue. And so distinguishing that and pushing that back to 100 feet, I believe allows the use of some of that existing commercial space across from University to be used for this without having to go through the special use permit. And then regarding the consumption areas, I think we have to meet our community in the middle. And this was a tough one for me too, because I know that there are good ways and smart ways to have outdoor consumption areas. Hotels that have special patios, restaurants or bars or whatever that have special patios in places that are appropriate where smoke isn't going to waft into the public sphere. But at the same time, it makes it very difficult to regulate that in a place like downtown, right? When you're there on a Saturday night to see a play, or there's maybe somebody who may be allergic to the smoke, or there may be little kids walking down the street. And if we have any of these outdoor smoking areas, I could see us getting lit up with complaints and lit up with, some very angry people who are not going to want to be around, this type of activity. And that stuff travels, right? It goes far. Depending on which way the wind's blowing, you're going to smell. And I don't want to set us up for failure with tons of complaints right out the gate because we allow these outdoor areas and we're not thinking critically about them. So thank you for that. And then regarding the micro business, one of the things I worry about is that in the cottage industry piece and the micro business is that the cannabis industry has a history of buying out as many small, locally owned retailers and producers as possible so that they can monopolize the market, right? And so then you have these giant out-of-state companies owning all these assets that people worked hard to do, and they buy them out for ridiculous amounts of money. And so for anyone that starts a business, especially if they have a product that is popular locally or whatever it might be, it's hard not to sell, right? When these guys come in and they offer you a fat check and you're like, well, there's my retirement, or there's what I need. So I think within the cottage industry and the micro business piece, I think that's where we'll have a lot more success with small business owners, because if you create local products that are tailored for our market, for New Mexicans that have niches, just like breweries do here, right? I mean, we have Bosque Brewing is a microbrewery that, doesn't have to compete with Budweiser because it has local products and it markets itself that way. The same with High Desert Brewing. It's something very Las Cruces. And so the one thing that worries me about that is that 200 plant limit within the microbusiness and cottage industry piece, because some of the comments I've gotten back is that 200 plants would not be sufficient to have an operation that would sustain the type of activity that would make those businesses successful in turning a profit. It's something like, you can only brew, 2 barrels of beer, I'm sorry, in a microbrewery, right? And then you're expecting customers, but you can only serve them enough beer because you can only brew this amount of beer per day. So is that regulation something that comes from the state as a micro business is defined? And is there any way that we can create a different category perhaps that would allow for more?
So, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, Councilor Vasquez, so a couple of things that I'd like to touch upon with that is, yes, the 200 plant limit is set by the state for microbusinesses. Mm-hmm. That being said, we aren't including a limit on plants, for example, in the cottage industry. They would just be limited to the size requirements outlined in the cottage industry conditions. So if in the cottage industry you could fit 1,000 plants, let's say, you can have 1,000 plants. It's all based on the square footage and how much you can fit in there.
And I'm trying to imagine a cottage industry business would be like, would it be like a wine, like a winery that has a tasting room attached to it?
That's exactly correct.
Okay.
So one of the reasons that was added to the code, as I understand it, years and years ago, way before my time, was to accommodate wineries with a tasting room or the microbreweries, because our code, when we talk about breweries, when it was originated, they were thinking of Coors, right? So, or some like beer, and those are massive facilities. They don't belong in the downtown or near a neighborhood. They belong in the industrial park. And so it was a way to accommodate these smaller industries, like the salsa maker who wants to produce his salsa and then sell it and have like a little retail area for it, and not forcing them out into, let's say, a really large building out in the industrial park.
Thank you. No, that sounds good. That sounds good. And I think, yes, being able to provide that opportunity to our small businesses, our entrepreneurs, to have expanded space for growth and at the same time be able to do it within the city or in a special place with a special use permit, I think is great. It's kind of crazy that we're talking about this, to be honest. I didn't think it was going to happen during my time on the city council, but I'm excited for it. This is going to create thousands of jobs. This is really going to bring a new industry to Las Cruces that we can't just manufacture or create out of thin air. Our state legislature and clearly the people who were surveyed in this city are ready for this, and I'm excited for that. I mentioned to staff a long time ago that we needed to be competitive and we needed to put this in gear as soon as possible. Because we do have so much competition around the state, and I think we have, if you ask me from what I've seen in this proposal, the best policy that's going to create the most jobs and businesses and make it better for entrepreneurs that I've seen so far. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Who's next? Councilor Bencomo?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much, Catherine and Connie, and the whole staff for all the work you've done to get us to this place. I'm so excited. And I do just have a couple questions. Can you remind me the intent behind the buffer between retailers?
Absolutely, members of City Council, Councilor Bencomo. Originally, that had been added essentially as a density control. However, we heard from the retailers that they wanted to let the business control itself, weed out the good ones, and the good ones will stay and the bad ones will essentially close, or the ones who have the bad business model might close. And we frankly don't buffer between alcohol uses or pharmacies, and so we saw that it was a valid concern and are recommending that be modified.
Thank you, Catherine, for that reminder. I'm actually in support of eliminating it completely and not just reducing it for that particular piece. I also think we should eliminate the 300 buffer from residences. I know there was some concerns from, some advocates that do work around alcohol and drugs. Again, we don't also regulate alcohol in this manner, correct?
We do not.
Right, and I just feel like there's a lot of other ways that we can go about ensuring that young people are not taking the wrong path, and making these kinds of buffers, I don't actually think does the trick. So I'm okay eliminating that. I would support that. I do think in terms of school and daycare that we should actually make the explicit language about those schools with students 18 and older, as opposed to making two different categories for universities and college and just completely exclude schools, like I said, 18 and older. I really appreciate that recommendation, and that's what I would support. In terms of the cottage industry, and something Councilor Vasquez mentioned that I wasn't quite clear on in terms of the example of the winery having, for example, a taste room, you're saying that cannabis industry would not allow that. And can you explain what the difference is there?
So, members of City Council, Councilor Bencomo,
So the cottage industry would allow, for example, growing, the creation of edibles or what have you, and would also allow for a retail component. And, you know, presumably if they could get the license from the state, a consumption area as well. It would be akin, as Councilor Vasquez said, to the microbrew facility with the tasting room, or the winery with the tasting room. It would be very similar to that. Cottage industry, the micro business, while it could fit in the cottage industry, the micro business isn't limited to a cottage industry. It could be bigger. It's just going to be dependent upon the size caps that the cottage industry has in the code for all other uses. It wouldn't be just limited to cannabis.
Okay.
I don't know if that clarifies or not.
Yes,
but,
thank you,
okay.
that's helpful. And honestly, those are my only comments. The last thing I will say is that in conversations with Ikani just today, I actually think we're going, I want us to start off strong, and I think this is it. It's also not written in stone. This is it forever, right? 6 months, a year, we can revisit, certainly with those people who are at the forefront, those retailers, those, like we have been already with the survey and the public hearing process, and revisit if anything should need to be changed. That's much bigger, right? Obviously, we can't accommodate, 1,300 or whatever specific requests. But I feel confident that this is a great start, and that we can revisit it should anything need to change. So thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilor, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Catherine, for your presentation and all the work, Ikani and staff. I know this was hard, and so I appreciate that. Yeah, I can agree about eliminating the buffer completely for the retail. I'm just going to go to using your particular paper here that you gave us. The eliminate 300 buffer for residents, I think that's fine. Allowing the special use permit to reduce 300 buffer from schools and daycares, I'm not in favor of, and I can agree with Councilor Bencomo on this, with just the definition of the 18-year-old excluding the buffer, I think was what the intent was there. And then the cottage industry, help me there, you can have more than 200 plants. And I think I read in all the information, you had specific square footage, 48 or 49% of the square footage. Is that still going to apply, Catherine?
Members of City Council, Mayor Pro Tem, yes, that would still apply. That cottage industry provision has been in our code for the last 20 plus years.
Yeah. Okay.
And those size limits in terms of how much retail can occur, it's always been there. So we're not recommending any changes to that.
All right. I think I can go with that. And let's see, I had some notes. I noticed that there isn't anything having to do with set hours, although if we compare to alcohol, there is set hours. So I'd like to propose that we have some set hours in terms of our ability to serve and consume, which is 7 a.m. until 2 a.m. On the following day, dispense, and then there's that additional piece on the dispenser or retailer is unbroken packages for consumption off the licensed premises and not for resale from 7 a.m. until midnight. We don't have anything there for cannabis, and I'd like for us to have something there. Can you recommend something?
Members of City Council, Mayor Pro Tem, yes, as I understand it, the legal department is drafting language similar to that. Currently, the hours of operation component for alcohol doesn't live in the zoning code, so there's a very specific reason why we didn't include it in these.
Okay.
But it is being drafted. I did bring up a slide just about sort of next steps, and that was one of the things that I was going to touch upon. And so yes, that's something that is being drafted, and you will see before this board to match the alcohol hours.
Got it. Okay. And then I made some more notes here. Give me a moment to find it. I was a bit confused on the section on 38-33 CEE and M1, M2, cannabis products for retail sales shall be derived from those cultivated on site. Explain a little more, if you will, for me. I think I understand, but I want to be sure.
I'm going to have to flip to that page. I believe that is is that the EE and REM zone, especially? Yes, okay. So let me explain a little bit about those zones and why that was listed the way it was. So the EE is the equestrian estate zone. The REM is the rural estate mobile zone. Those are single-family residential zones that are geared towards agriculture and horticulture. We have a provision in our code currently that allows similar types of uses, so a microbrew or a winery in those zones with a special use permit. And so in being similar to that, we added the cannabis component. The whole intent behind that is you grow it on site, you produce it on site, and you have a tasting room on site for these small businesses. And they have to be, the primary use is a residence. It's actually not the business itself. It's so that these large parcels, usually they have to be at least a half acre, an acre or larger, could have some sort of industry associated with the agriculture that they have on their at home, essentially. And so this would be similar to that. Does that help clarify?
It does, Catherine.
Okay.
I appreciate that. I was just a little confused about it as I was just reading through everything. And then, okay, that I think we covered. I think that's it. I do want to just comment. I have asked Dr. Ned Rubin, and he did participate in one of our town halls and sent some documentation or a letter of sorts. I think I see someone there from the UP Coalition. It's something that I feel like we didn't have as part of our conversations, and I think it's important to hear from people who work in the industry specific to substance abuse and addiction, and especially as it relates to children, because there's some actually phenomenal and very important research that suggests, when kids see certain things and such, and I mean, I'm not the expert, I know she's here, and I'm sorry, her name escapes me. I know Dr. Rubin could not be here today because it's a Jewish holiday, but I'd really like to hear from her. I think it's important to hear from her. I don't know that it would sway us one way or another, but it was a piece that I felt like we were missing as we were contemplating this, and I think it's important that we hear from her. So, Connie, I don't know, Catherine, are you prepared to allow that to happen, or are you wanting to do that through public comment? Mayor, I'm not sure how you want to handle that. I'd asked Connie to have this as a part of the presentation.
Is this individual here today?
She's sitting over there, Mayor.
Okay. Well, if you've been here the whole time?
She has.
Wow. Okay, well, we'll let you speak. Yeah, just come forward and state your name, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Aye. She's a trooper. Thank you for being here with us.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
Did you text your friends what happened during the...
I let them know I was running a little bit late,
Okay.
so
All right.
they understood. Well, good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Councilors. My name is Michelle Rincon. I am the Prevention and Community Collaboration Department's Program Manager. I am here on behalf of the Unified Prevention Coalition of Doña Ana County. Mr. Mayor and Councilors, the mission of the UP Coalition is to build community collaboration around efforts to reduce and/or prevent youth drug and alcohol use and misuse, address factors that increase risk of usage, and promote factors that increase resiliency. With that in mind, let me remind you that according to the latest New Mexico Youth Risk and Resiliency Survey, 25% of Doña Ana youth in 9th through 12th grade report using cannabis. It also reports that New Mexico has a higher rate of cannabis use before age 13 than any other 46 states that participate in this survey. As a county-wide substance misuse prevention organization focused on youth and based on recent published studies, the Unified Prevention Coalition has taken a well-informed, evidence-based position regarding cannabis business locations and other related matters. Recent research reports that there are several things to consider based on the experiences of other states that have legalized adult-use cannabis. For example, they found that proximity to other retailers and density of outlets have both been found to increase the likelihood of youth substance use. The number of retailers near schools and in residential areas around homes have been found to increase youth substance use as well. Proximity of these outlets contributes to a decrease in perception of risk in cannabis use. This is a concern because the research on tobacco and alcohol shows that youth are more likely to smoke and drink when their home neighborhoods or their school have a high density of these outlets. In fact, they state, quote, "The retail environment is recognized as an important social determinant of health," unquote. Other recent research indicates that this outcome would also occur with cannabis. Further, a study conducted in the Netherlands found that young people who live closer to cannabis outlets started using cannabis earlier than those who live further away from those outlets. There appears to be almost universal acceptance for the need to limit the density of cannabis outlets. This is also true for capping the number of actual outlets based on population density. However, there is little agreement on the specific numbers. Dr. Eric Peterson, writing for the American Journal on Addiction, says, efforts to regulate retailers and reduce the density of marijuana retailers may be important factors to be considered when developing strategies to mitigate potential public health harms from expanded legal access to marijuana. He also states, the year before and the year after marijuana was available for recreational purchase in retail shops in California, the study found that the density of licensed marijuana outlets was associated with young adults' marijuana use, heavy use, and intentions to use. Various distances are mentioned by other states and countries when addressing distances from schools, parks, community centers, and child care centers. General recommendations range from between 500 feet to 1,000 feet, depending upon the proximity to different youth-serving agencies and from other cannabis outlets. Specifically, the Center of Addiction and Mental Health, in making recommendations for cannabis legalization in Canada, suggested attention to be paid to their concentration in particular municipalities or neighborhoods, as well as requirements for a certain distance. An example, 1,000 feet between cannabis storefronts. We urge you to consider these issues as you decide on zoning for businesses that will sell cannabis. As you can conclude from this data, your consideration should address business locations relative to residential neighborhoods, schools, recreation facilities, and other places where children gather. You will also see from the more detailed summary previously submitted to city staff, proximity of outlets to each other, hours and days of operation, and how advertising is directed should also be part of your deliberations. One final consideration we'd like to offer, this is the prevention of underage use accidental poisonings. The Unified Prevention Coalition strongly supports local cannabis retailers selling their products only with tamper-proof, child-proof packaging, as is done with all prescription medication. In Arizona, the dispensaries charge $1 for reusable child and tamper-proof packaging. This is similar to what soon local grocery stores will be doing in consideration of the plastic bag ban soon to go into effect. As previously mentioned, for additional information, a more complete statement with included references has been forwarded to city staff On behalf of the UP Coalition of Doña Ana County, I want to thank you, Mayor and City Councilors, for your forward-thinking consideration on the impact of the legalization of adult cannabis on the health and well-being of our children and youth. Thank you. And, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to mention, I do have copies of what I just read. If I can give those to Ms. Rivera, the city clerk, or if I can pass them out, that way everyone has.
If you give them to the clerk, she can.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So just to clarify, you would like to see a buffer between businesses? And you would like to see a buffer between residences? Is that what I understood?
So what we're advocating for is just, what the research says. Because when there is, when children and youth see these outlet locations close to their homes or their schools, there is a greater chance of them using cannabis just because their risk of perception lowers, so they don't see it as a threat. Therefore, it increases their chances of using, just like it would for alcohol. I know that we don't have any either for alcohol, as we had discussed before, but given the data of New Mexico and the YRRS, which is the Youth Risk and Resiliency Survey, there should be a higher density for not only cannabis, since we're looking at that now, but maybe in the future also alcohol. But yes, we are discussing as far as the high density, yes, we are advocating for a stronger buffer for residences and schools, daycares, educational services where children are.
Perfect, yes, I did too. I just, I'm stacked here, so, but I'm glad to hear that. Well, I mean, really, how can you eliminate, let me tell you something. This is my take, is if it's easier to, if you go at 1,000 feet, and if it doesn't work out, it's easier to, okay, maybe go to 800 or 600. But if you go to nothing, and then you start putting buffers on, that's when you have the problem. It's easier to give them more, it's harder to take it away. So I would start from the maximum, the 1,000, and, verify it or see how it goes, and if it needs to be reduced, okay. But it's tougher, it's easier to do it that way than it's the other way around. So I don't know. I thought you were just going to add more to what's being discussed. So you're what appears to be a supporter, sort of. A little bit.
Right, for youth, we are advocating for.
I don't see that. I don't get that very often. It's very lonely. Just kidding. Seriously, but I mean, I think it's just right. 1,000 feet buffer between retailers, and definitely a buffer between schools and daycares and residences. I mean, Come on. I mean, who wants the difference between alcohol? I know it's a reference, but it's not like if you were to drop a bottle of alcohol, you probably will smell it within, I don't know, 20 feet, 30 feet. But, that cannabis, I would think, just continues to, I don't know. I've just heard so many people tell me when they had legal places, it resonates throughout the local offices. And, who wants that? So, I don't know. I think it's easier if you start strict and you move it less than if you start less strict and try to get strict on, more. So, thank you for Michelle.
Thank you, Michelle. So, Mayor, what about a 600 buffer for retailers and residents?
That's a football field and well, that's decent.
Okay, and that's what I'm going for.
But what about definitely the buffer for residences? I mean, who wants to have a place next door to them? I don't think you guys would. This is something, I think, a 300-foot buffer, that's a football field there. It's not bad. Yeah. So, okay.
So you're saying 300 buffer for residents?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd love that. And also for, definitely schools and daycares. I mean,
Yes, absolutely.
Was there more?
Thank you, Catherine.
No, sir, there's no more. As the council thinks about some of these amendments, and if they choose to proceed with them, I do have some section numbers in the code, so it might make it easier. As I hear what's being amended, I can recommend what section numbers specifically those pertain to.
Mayor, I think Councilor Abeyta-Stubbe has her light.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilor Abeyta-Stubbe.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I was going to ask if we can vote on these amendments individually then, because I do think there are a few that I have differing opinions on as well, and so I'd like to take them one at a time.
Oh, I think that's great. I would like to do that as well. Did you want to do that today?
Yes.
Okay.
Say that again, sorry.
I said, did you want to do that today?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, all right. So you want to start with the first one?
Okay, I think, between retailers, Councilor? Mayor, I'd
Yes.
like, or Councilor Bencomo, would you like to make that amendment? Okay. Mayor, I'd like to propose an amendment to reduce the 1,000-foot buffer to 300 feet from retailers.
And Mr. Mayor, that would be section 33-53.
So I guess.
3853, excuse me. Section 3853.
Okay, so ignoring Mayor Pro Tem, 600 feet, 300 feet. I'm just kidding. Okay, I just want to make sure, just clarify. Okay, so is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so it's been moved and second to reduce the buffer between retailers to 300 feet. All right, Christine, on this amendment?
This is on the motion to amend Ordinance 2986, Section 38-53, to reduce the buffer to 300 feet between retailers. Councilor Abeyta-Stubbe.
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez.
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo.
Yes.
Councilor Sorg.
Yes.
Councilor Flores.
Yes.
Councilor Gandra.
Yes.
Mayor.
No. Okay, so now we're going to go to the buffers from residences.
Mayor, I move to eliminate the 300 buffer from residences.
You make that as a motion?
I'll second it.
But no, I was just clarifying.
Yes, I said I moved.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that part.
Did I miss a thing? Did I miss a word?
Well, I just didn't hear it.
I moved to motion to
Okay. Okay, the motion made by Councilor Bencomo, second by Councilor Vasquez, to eliminate any buffer from residences.
And Mr. Mayor, that is it's also section 3853 for reference.
Okay. Christine?
This is on the motion to amend Ordinance 2986, Section 3853, to eliminate the 300-foot buffer from residences. Councilor Abeyta-Stubbe.
No.
Councilor Vasquez.
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo.
Yes.
Councilor Sorg.
Yes.
Councilor Flores.
No.
Councilor Gandara.
No.
Mayor.
No.
Motion fails.
So then it reverts back to the 300 feet. Okay. Okay, so next is the special use permit to reduce 300 feet buffer from schools, daycares. Allow special use permits to reduce 300 feet. What is it right now? 600?
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, currently we don't have the special use permit to reduce that buffer. And for reference, this would be section 3854.
So, okay, but it says to allow to reduce. So it seems like it's given direction that it used to be higher. So it's not, there's nothing there?
Mr. Mayor, no, at this point in time, if you were at 300 feet, you had to stay 300 feet. There was no special use permit allowance to reduce that buffer. If let's say you wanted to locate downtown, but you were near one of the daycares or Central Elementary or something like that, this would allow you to propose a reduction of that 300-foot buffer so that, say, you could be 200 feet away.
So like little school kids running around, if you were to eliminate that, they could just see people smoking right in front of them.
No, sir. Currently, you would have to stick with the 300 feet. There's no option to reduce it.
But if it gets, oh, it can't be eliminated?
At this point, no. This would give you the option.
So it's a moot point? Oh, okay.
Yes, the special use permit would give you the option to reduce that cap that we have. But if you choose not to do an amendment to this, there would be no option with a special use permit to reduce that buffer between schools and daycares and the cannabis use.
Okay, well, then we'll just skip it.
Mayor and council, just to clarify, the state allows you from up to 300 feet, so you can reduce it to 0.
I don't think nobody wants to do that.
Mayor, I'd like to.
That's pretty dangerous. Poor little kids.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to allow special use permits to reduce the existing 300-foot buffer from schools and daycares.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Vasquez, second by Councilor Bencomo, to eliminate the 300-foot buffer to allow special use permits to reduce 300 from the 300 feet, schools and daycares. Christine?
This is on the motion to amend Ordinance 2986, Section 38-54, to allow special use permits to reduce 300-foot buffer from schools and daycares. Councilor Beta-Stubbe?
No.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
No.
Councilor Flores?
No.
Councilor Gondeta?
No.
Mayor?
No.
Motion fails.
Okay, so next is create different buffers for kindergarten, and daycare, and university college. So it's like 100 feet from university and college and 300 from K-12 and schools. So, okay, I mean, that makes sense. They're older, they're adults. You know, the kids, you know, they shouldn't be messing around with this stuff. Nobody should, but hey, if they want to do it, they're adults. So we'll just leave this alone?
No, Mayor, I'd like to make an amendment to exclude schools serving students 18 years and older from this 300-foot buffer.
I'm sorry.
First, I'd like to exclude schools that are serving students 18 and older, which would include universities and colleges, from the 300-foot buffer.
Saying
Is that a motion or you just?
Yes, I also said
You'd like to move
to make an amendment.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion and second. Councilor Flores, you had a question on this amendment?
Well, on this whole thing, it's awkward.
I know it is.
It's very
Just vote no.
ambiguous.
It's
I mean,
not.
it says create different buffers or K-12/daycare and university college. I think EX means example. 100 feet from university. It's ambiguous. It's vague. I mean, I don't know. What does this mean, Attorney?
I always, when I don't know something, I just vote no.
Well, I don't know because it's not clear. So why should we vote on something that's so ambiguous?
Mayor and council, there was a conversation last week regarding the definition of a school, because the Cannabis Act does not define a school. However, the definition for a school is found in other statutes. For example, the Public Education Act, and in statutes that govern higher education. Schools are defined. We have defined it a certain way. I would suggest that we remain consistent with the school's definition of it, which I believe does include universities, but we make an exception for commercial schools and universities.
And I don't disagree with that, but that isn't what this says. This says create different buffers or K-12, and then there are examples. So what are we voting on?
Councilor Flores, I can clarify, there is a typo in the handout. Let me go to the.
You know, I think it's more than a typo, with all due respect. I think it's an awkward, I mean, would you like to have a statute read this?
Councilor
Have an
Flores?
officer say, well, we created this, or are you K-12, or are, what?
Councilor Flores?
Why don't you just, why aren't they just delineated specifically as to what you want and what we could vote on? We're voting on, on something that is vague.
So Councilor Flores, members of City Council, if we get direction today, I'm more than happy to bring back the amendments. Again, we were providing you options. This handout was just a copy and paste of these amendment options, and I do apologize for leaving the F out. But essentially, if you can see that, I'm not quite sure why the F got eliminated, but it's this bullet point right here, bringing up an example that you could create different buffers if the council was desirous of doing so, to distinguish between universities and the K through 12
So what you're saying,
programs.
if I may, just to be succinct, you're saying we're creating our own motions as to the ordinance language? I don't think so. I think that should come from legal and should be more specific. I'm not necessarily opposing the content of this, only because I don't know what the intent, I'm not clear as to what the intent is.
Can I clarify my amendment,
Yes, please.
please? So, Councilor Flores, I agree with you. I actually think it is, on this on this fourth bullet, I think it's complicated to do K-12 daycare and then do a different buffer for university and college, and that's why my amendment was clear in that yes, keep the 300 buffer from schools and daycares and exclude schools that serve students 18 years and older, to include colleges, universities. Some of the examples Catherine provided in addition to that were schools, driving schools, cosmetology schools, right, those kinds of things. And that's why my amendment is just simpler. It's just exclude schools that serve students 18 and older from the 300 buffer.
So is that our little buffet, our little thing we can choose from? And the way Councilor Bencomo, I agree with what you're saying, but will it really carry out what you meant to say here?
Yes, Mayor and Council, Section 38-33G indicates that cannabis establishments shall comply with all State of New Mexico regulatory and licensing requirements. Cannabis retailers shall be located 300 feet from a school or daycare, comma, this does not, you could add, comma, this does not include commercial schools or universities that serve students 18 years and older.
Or, okay, and then leave it at that? But then you wouldn't have a regulation for the 100-foot example you gave us, the 100-foot from universities / college. You would just be silent as to that. Okay, if that's what we want, that's what we want. Okay.
Councilor Bencomo, is that okay?
And I second her motion.
Yes.
Okay, so motion, amendment, motion to the amendment.
And I
By
second.
Councilor Flores. Did you get that, Christine?
Yes, I believe Vasquez originally seconded the motion.
So what do we
I'll
do?
let you have it if you want. If you want to be on record.
Who, me?
Yes.
Oh, no, I'm just like Mayor Miyagishima. I'm anti-cannabis. So I'm just kidding.
Yeah, but this technically is kind of a new one.
No, just procedurally, where are we? I think that's what Christine is asking.
No, I just wanted to make sure she has it, and then I wanted to
Yes, I just need to clarify from Catherine what section that's in.
Yes, Christine, that's Section 3853.
Okay, so this is on the motion to amend Ordinance 2986, Section 3853, to add that the buffer would not include commercial schools or universities serving those 18 years or older.
I believe it's not just commercial schools, it's all schools.
All universities?
All schools.
What happens if you have a high school that has 18-year-olds and you put all schools and they're going to say, hey, well, it says all
That's
schools.
K through 12.
Yeah, but what if they, but still, I mean.
But it doesn't, it's not going by age, because if it was age, there are kids who are 16 and 17 in
But
university.
the amendment says age. She said 18 or older. In fact, you seconded it. You want to take your second back?
Well, if they're 18, they're allowed to legally, they're adults.
But
so.
it's not that part. I was arguing no, I'm not arguing, but I was pointing out that it's the school.
I think it's-
They could be in 12th grade.
But I think it's very clear that a cannabis retailer cannot be next to a high school.
That's what lawyers do. They cloud it, right, Councilor Flores?
I think you're trying to cloud
No,
it,
I'm
Mayor.
not trying to cloud it. It says, I mean, really, it says school.
I
If you
don't
say
think it
school-
should be that clouded. I think it's pretty clear.
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, we may have a really easy solution to this, having to do with the building code and occupancies and how they categorize schools and places of learning.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor and Council, Larry Nichols, Community Development. The way our building, and we presented this earlier in the presentation, we talked about land use, we talked about the occupancies and the building codes. I think the clarification for this would be the universities and cosmetology schools and other type of trade schools are called business occupancies because normally they have students that are 18 and older. The daycare centers, the high schools, they're called educational occupancies. So I think if we said that to create different buffers for educational occupancies versus business occupancies, that would take care of what you're trying to address in terms of the age groups. And we said in our ordinance that the occupancies and the building codes do apply to the ordinance.
Well, thank you for that, Larry. Personally, I would probably just not even mention the age group because then that just kind of confuses things, really. And I'm not trying to torpedo it. I mean, I know, I'm just trying to explain that. So,
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, there are a couple of recommendations that we could make. We could defer, we could say 300 feet from a school or daycare with an educational occupancy. We could say 300 feet from a school, a K through 12 school and daycare, period, or of course, leave it up to you. And it looks like the legal staff has.
Mayor and Council, just to further muddy this up for you, I think it's important to distinguish schools that serve 18 years or older and leave it at that. Just because sometimes you have dual education programs, and you'll have some vocational schools that have 16 and 17-year-olds in it. And that would eliminate those schools, even though they are considered community college or university programs, because they serve under 18 students. So if you go with schools that primarily serve 18 or over, keep it to the K through 12, but to exclude schools that serve students 18 years and older, including commercial schools and universities, I think you kind of limit that, and you don't eliminate the ability if one of these schools like Doñana Community College, they have dual program classes, so they're getting to serve younger than 18. But that's not the type of school it is. So you might specify universities, commercial schools, institutions of higher learning. We can bring back a better amendment for you to consider, because it is a little complicated.
What happens to our muddled motion here?
well, you can either take it back and then Councilor Vasquez will second it, and then
Well-
we can vote on it and table it.
It sounds like the recommendation from Attorney Vega Brown is to have the amendment that Councilor Bencomo has essentially introduced, which is 18 and over and commercial and colleges and schools of higher learning. Is that right, Attorney Vega Brown? I mean, that's essentially what I understood you just said.
Mayor and Council, yes.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yes.
I think that would make it a little bit easier, but we can always, if it doesn't work, we can always bring this back for changes later.
We'll bring it back if it passes. If it doesn't pass, then don't bring it back.
Okay, that's it. We should vote on
All
it.
right, so Christine?
I'm trying to make sure. So it's commercial schools and schools of higher learning serving those 18 years or older? Is that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so this is on the amendment. Councilor Beta-Stubbe.
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez.
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo.
Yes.
Councilor Soar.
Yes.
Councilor Flores.
Yes.
Councilor Gandara.
Yes.
Mayor.
No. I'm the fly in the soup. Okay, so what's the next one here? Is that it?
Mayor, I'll move that we limit consumption areas to be indoors only.
I'll second.
For reference, that's 3853.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Vasquez, second by Councilor Beta-Stubbe. Christine?
Okay, this is on the amendment to section 38-53 for consumption areas to be indoors only. Councilor Beta-Stubbe.
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez.
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo.
Yes.
Councilor Sorg.
Yes.
Councilor Flores.
No.
Councilor Gandara.
Yes.
Mayor.
No. Okay, so next one, the cottage industry C1.
Mayor, I move that we add a condition to cottage industries that on-site consumption of alcohol or cannabis is allowed in the C1 zoning.
I'll second.
For reference, that's section 3833I.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Vasquez, second by Councilor Beta-Stubbe. Okay, Christine?
This is on the motion to amend section 38-33I to recommend adding a condition to the cottage industry that no on-site consumption of alcohol or cannabis is allowed in C1. Councilor Beta-Stubbe.
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez.
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo.
Yes.
Councilor Sorg.
Yes.
Councilor Flores.
Yes.
Councilor Gandara.
Yes.
Mayor.
No. Okay, so last one, the cannabis microbusiness.
Mayor, you just voted not allow. So technically, you just voted to allow alcohol and cannabis consumption in C1, just to let you know.
Yeah, I knew that. Okay, next one, the add cannabis microbusiness, C1, C2, C3, conditional use.
Mayor, I'll make the motion to add cannabis microbusinesses to C1, C2, C3 as a conditional use.
I'll second that, and I have a question. Did I hear Catherine say that these micro-businesses are limited by state law to 200 plants, but for some reason they can go to 1,000? No.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, Councilor Sorg, so there's been a lot of confusion about micro businesses and cottage industries, what have you. If it is licensed as a micro business with the state, they are capped at 200 plants.
Okay.
If they establish themselves within the city, in any of our zones that they would be allowed, then those caps are only limited by their location, the size of the building, any other conditions associated with that type of use.
So if they have a big building, they could have more than 200 plants?
Not for a micro business.
Okay. But a micro business could import cannabis from a grower someplace, could they not?
They can, yes.
Buy it from them, and then
You're
resell it?
correct, to create product, yes. So, for example, they could purchase it from elsewhere and then create edibles.
Yeah.
But yes, and
Okay.
the limitations on how much they can do is capped by the state.
The 200 plants?
Well, 200 plants, and there are a number of other rules surrounding micro businesses.
I just wanted to point that out to Councilor Vasquez, who was concerned about that. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so was there amendment for this one? No. Who made the first motion?
I did, Mayor.
To add the cannabis microbusiness C1, 2, C3, and conditional, okay. Motion made by Councilor Vasquez, second by Councilor Sorg. Christine?
Christine, this is 3833G, and I do want to point out the conditions that are being recommended are to adopt the same school buffers, to adopt the state requirements for microbusinesses, and then no consumption be allowed in C1. That wasn't mentioned, but I do want to make sure that's clear.
So Catherine, just to clarify, are those conditions part of the adding the microbusiness or the separate amendment?
They would be part of this amendment. So the conditions would be utilizing the same school buffers that this council just amended. It would be that they follow the state requirements for microbusinesses and that there be no consumption in C1.
Okay, thank you, Catherine.
You're welcome.
Okay, so this is on the motion to amend section 38-33G to add cannabis microbusiness to C1, C2, C3 as a conditional use with the conditions of the school buffers, the state requirements for microbusinesses, and no consumption in C1. Councilor Beta-Stubbe?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Christine, I'm sorry, but I need clarification here. Did you add both these on here? I mean,
The conditions are part of the
the school
the
buffer
use,
state requirements
yeah.
for microbusiness?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'll just vote no. No.
No?
Yeah. 'Cause I was going to vote yes, no on the first one, and maybe, and yes on this last one, but. Okay, we're good? Now we're on the main motion. No, wait a minute. Let me go back to this one. This is what confused me, because it says on the consumption of alcohol or cannabis. See, that one says alcohol, and it's the same, no on-site consumption of alcohol. Now, there's some people who have little private parties, you know, and they just have little alcohol here, and nothing, they're not charging for it, but this says no consumption, so, oh, anyways, it's over. But okay, so we're back on the main motion, right? Well, these were amendments, weren't they? Now we're on the main motion, yeah, okay. So is it anything else? Members of the public? Our friend Michelle, you have anything to? Okay, Christine.
This is on the motion to amend ordinance 2986 as amended. Councilor Beta-Stubbe?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
No. Okay, well, let's see, that takes care of that. And now we're going to go to board appointments. So we need, looks like Diane Turo, District 6 appointment to the Senior Programs Advisory Board. And next, we're going to go to Parks and Recs Advisory Board. I'll need a motion in a second. This is a new appointment, Jan Spurl.
Are we doing them all at?
No, I have to do them individually. Can I get a motion in a second, please?
I move to, well, wait a minute, there are two applications, so don't we do one motion for each one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I move that Ms. Yarrow be appointed to the senior citizens? Is that the
No, that one didn't need a vote. That was yours. Council members have privilege. They just put their name in there, get on there.
Oh, okay.
I have to plead
so
to
that's-
get a vote.
okay, I'm sorry.
So is that a motion? Councilor Flores, so you make a?
Yes, it's a motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Flores, second by Councilor Bencomo to appoint Jan Spurl to the Parks and Rec Advisory Board. Christine?
This is on the motion to appoint Jan Spurl to the Parks and Rec Advisory Board. Councilor Beta-Stubbe?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg? Is absent. Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, to the Mesilla Valley Public Housing Authority, Joseph Figueroa, reappointment. Need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Flores, second by Councilor Beta-Stubbe. Christine?
This is on the motion to reappoint Joseph Figueroa to the Mesilla Valley Public Housing Authority. Councilor Beta-Stubbe?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg is absent. Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
No.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so now we're going to go to proposed ordinances. 10.1, Council Bill number 22009, ordinance number 2987.
Bring it forward.
Bring it forward. Okay, now we're going to go to council member board reports. So I'll start off. I had a chance to, if you recall earlier, that I mentioned that former Senator Mayor Kay Papen wanted to see about reappropriating some money that she got for the parking garage in the downtown, and that she had spoken to Senator Souls, and he was considering it as well. Then it was, we wanted to ask whether or not she could do that, and it turned out that she couldn't, that her current, the current Senator, Senator Hamlin, can reapportion or reauthorize the money. So I spoke with Senator Carrie Hamlin, and she said that, yeah, it doesn't look great that we're going to be able to get that $35 million for or such for the downtown parking garage anytime soon. So so I asked her if she'd be willing to support it for the parking shade in the plaza, and she said yes. And so I have would like to probably put forth a resolution to that effect. And then I think Senator Souls may want to also possibly reauthorize his money for maybe the Amador and the airport. At least that's what I thought he told me. So I just wanted to kind of let you all know what was going on that. And then someone brought up that we don't actually have a sign at the Plaza de las Cruces. I don't believe so. So, yeah, we just know it as a plaza, but there's no actual sign that says Plaza de las Cruces, or is there? Yeah. So I don't know if it was Wayne Huber or someone brought it up, and I thought, you know what, I think you're right. There is no sign, so we maybe have management take a look at that. Yes, Councilor Flores?
Why do we need a sign for something that we already know is a plaza? A plaza is a plaza. I mean, la placita it's la plaza. I mean, that's what it is.
No, I agree, but...
It's like putting a sign up in the sky that says sky.
Oh, well, I don't know about that, but what if you have someone that's
It's
visiting?
just a given, right?
But we have visitors that come that don't know it's the
they're gonna
plaza.
say-
Well, then they better learn about the Southwest and about Las Cruces y vámonos.
Okay, well, what do you guys think? It doesn't have to be anything huge. We just have something, Plaza de las Cruces. It could be a little,
Yeah, but,
all right, I'll just make it out of wood and I'll put it up.
yeah, okay. Oh, Bill Souls could make it.
Since you don't want to spend any money. Okay, those are the two things I have. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. So last week, I received numerous concerns about the housing issue here in Las Cruces, and specifically at our community and schools at Lynn. We have several families, at least 9 families, that are on a waiting list for Section 8 housing that are in hotels with children, and that's just in one of our schools. And a lot of it, as I was explaining to EFO last week, is because many of them had Section 8 housing, and their housing, they were asked to vacate the property, and their landlord was selling the property. So I asked EFO to look at, some possibilities, because I feel like we are now in this crisis mode where we have several families and hotels where churches and other organizations are paying as much as they can, and where there could be the possibility of parents with children, small children, being homeless. And so as the definition of the McKinney-Vento Act of homelessness is, they are homeless. They are defined as homeless if they're in a hotel. And so I bring this to your attention. I'm very, very concerned about the conditions, especially as it relates to children and just families, parents with small children, or children in general, and what that might mean as we move forward. So I'm hoping that, Ifo, you're able to, I know you have Elizabeth and others, or no, not Elizabeth. Staff looking at it to try to find ways that we can address the crises immediately and then long term. And I know that with our ARPA money and the money through the Telstra fund, but that's not an easy fix or a fast fix. So I'm hoping. Also, I have several emails that because it's so late, I don't want to read it, but I'm also very concerned about people who have mental illness and maybe a substance abuse addiction, kind of working through their issues that are in these places that they could be Section 8 where they have vouchers and or just, moving through individual tenants that are having issues paying for that and going for the county funding, that the feds have given us, and making it so difficult, almost not accepting that funding because there's a political agenda with some of these landlords. So I got to thinking, Councilor Bencomo, about the Uniform Housing Code, and I'm hoping that that's something that we're going to be discussing at our next meeting. I think it's essential as we move forward to address some of those, and then shortly thereafter do a really strong tenant landlord component. I think that's essential because so many of our folks are being they're caught up in these folks that have major biases against people who have these sorts of Section 8 vouchers, or that they're labeled just bad people, which is not necessarily the truth, or not at all. And so I feel like it's going to be a crisis if it isn't already, and I thought it was something I wanted to bring to your attention. I wanted to publicly say congratulations to our very own Councilor Abetha Stuvi. She was elected as the director at large for our municipal league. We attended their annual meeting last week, and it was good to be a part of that group. I'm really excited and in terms of what I think that group can offer municipalities, ours specifically, but the state, and I look forward to working more closely with Councilor Abetha Stuvi and their colleagues up at the Municipal League as we move forward. And with that, Mayor, I'll turn it back over to you. Thank you. Oh, one more thing, sorry. As I mentioned earlier, very, very concerned about the continued violence, and especially in my district. Unfortunately, we found a body in my street that I live in, and we're very, very sad, and to see that. And I've talked to Ifo too about really addressing those issues, moving forward with the uptick in violence. I've been reading a lot about enhancing police responses and just community responses as it relates to children exposed to violence, and would really like to identify those areas throughout our city that that have high propensity for violence, using data and providing, just an enormous amount of resources and services to the area. And so if anybody wants a copy of this, I found this to be really helpful. It's enhancing police responses to children exposed to violence. It's a toolkit specifically for law enforcement, but it talks about community and how community, municipalities, and others can join in helping to reduce crime moving forward. I think this is something we definitely need to work on and pay attention to, and I hope that we can do it in an organized fashion, and maybe Councilor Abeyta-Stuvey, we can talk about it at our Health Policy Review Committee moving forward. So with that, Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Let me circle back real quick. I forgot to mention, if we bring back the resolution about the reauthorization, the Doña Ana Arts Council, and I think that's why former Councilor Smith was here, want to know if the Art Council and Downtown Las Cruces Partners could have an ad hoc committee to help with the design of the structure, the shade structure. So, okay, all right. So that's that. Your comments, Mayor Pro Tem. I did have a chance to talk with Juan, the director, because I heard that they were having some struggles, and a lot of it is when they go to re-inspect the house. Sometimes they have to have certain inspections, and sometimes landlords, they don't want to fix it also. So that compounds the problem. So without necessarily identifying any properties, I think the only way the city could help is if we were to acquire homes, fixer-uppers, basically, and then fix them up and then put that onto the market. So that's probably the easiest way to do it. Because this market is hot, but it's starting to cool down a little bit, but it's for homes ready to move in, not fixer-uppers. So that I think we have a shot at that. Councilor Flores?
Thank you, Mayor. So did I understand you to say that the city could purchase those slumlords' properties, I mean, for lack of a better word? I mean, if title...
I'm not talking about the ones that are currently...
Well, you're saying, you're saying the ones that aren't, that they don't meet Title 8 requirements, so they'd have to be a slumlord if they're not keeping up the property, and people, they're not livable or habitable. So anyway, never mind.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying, but it can be as simple as the windows aren't working. Maybe they're not working because they're broke or something.
Oh,
No, they need to be replaced. Things that aren't, I mean, that, and then the other thing that I found out is when you rent to a Section 8 applicant, sometimes it takes 2 to 3 months before the rent starts coming in, and they don't like that downtime.
Right.
So maybe, well, I don't know. We got to figure something out here, but
I don't know.
but they get reimbursed 3 months. They get caught up, but during that time they don't like that, which I understand. So.
Yeah, it's understandable.
Okay,
I
Councilor
don't have
Flores.
anything to report. Thank you.
Oh, great.
Everybody have a great evening.
Oh, great. And Councilor Sorg's gone, so that's good. Councilor Como.
Thank you, Mayor. I originally wasn't going to say anything, but I just feel like I have to readdress what happened here today. I mean, almost everybody's gone. 2 people, troopers. Jamie, you're always a trooper. I cannot imagine, as a woman of color especially, showing up to a public meeting and behaving that way and continue to be respected. That would not happen. I would lose all credibility if I did that. If I threw a tantrum and I hit on things and then I aggressively walked towards other members of the public, I was so triggered by that interaction of an angry man walking towards women sitting down. And Mayor, I can't believe you didn't say anything. And IFO, you have an incredible team, and you have departments, multiple departments led by powerful women. We cannot allow that to happen. And since we came back to council, we have had people come here and speak misinformation. And I have tough skin, I do. Not all the time, but I do. But But that was so completely unacceptable. I don't know how Barbara and Ms. Berea are doing, but that was so unacceptable. And I count on my colleagues to speak up when it's most needed. And that kind of behavior needs to be called out, not in private conversations, not behind closed doors, in public. And I had to say something because honestly, I felt so bad for them. And I am seriously sitting here and my body hurts because I was so triggered by that interaction. That was awful. I don't have anything else, Mayor.
Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Bencomo, for that. I agree with you. I'll save it for next time, but I do just want to congratulate Councilor Abeyta-Stubbe for her elected position representing us on the Municipal League, and of course, Councilor Bencomo for her marriage, which was probably beautiful and with the backdrop of the Organ Mountains. And if you haven't done it legally yet, like gone down to the county, you still have a chance. So you can still turn back and no, congratulations. It's a beautiful thing. And so I'm happy for you and happy for Patrick. So, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Abeyta-Stubbe.
Thank you. First, addressing what happened today. Not always the most talkative here on council, but I had to speak up and I had to interrupt because that was not called for, and you have to call those things out when they're happening. We don't allow other individuals, whether or not their background is a former elected official or not, to act that way to our staff. And it wasn't appropriate that he was allowed to continue with that sort of behavior. This person has demonstrated repeated patterns of behavior that is aggressive towards women, and that's not acceptable. I think perhaps it is a great time for us. I've been on here for almost 2 years now. I think it's a great time for us to look at what types of trainings we have that look at women, diversity, biases. We have tons of departments here too that I know are traditionally have males in them, but now we have lots of female leadership, and we all need to learn how to recognize our own biases and move forward in healthy ways that are, work with equality. And so I think it's a great time for us to look at what type of training we can do here at the city between us here on council and with staff, and look at the different departments as well. I think it's a great time for us to recognize that and then act forward in substantial ways. It's been a very busy week with a lot of different things that feel so not important in this moment. But with that in mind, I do want to say thank you for all the support that I have been given by those on council with working with the Municipal League. I think it's very important for a lot of different reasons, including increasing our influence, hopefully, in Albuquerque. I am very proud to be serving alongside our president, Mayor Javier Perea of Sunland Park, and so there's going to be a strong Southern New Mexico presence. Last week, I also sat on the New Mexico Customer Service Advisory Board for El Paso Electric. And this one is important because it seems to be tying in a few different items that we're hearing in other places. As you know, disconnections may be resuming soon, and with that in mind, El Paso Electric is trying to reach out to customers to make sure that they can apply for assistance if they need help with paying their bills. I have asked for data from them if there are potentially specific areas that have high concentrations of cutoffs, because if we can help with targeted outreach. The school system also sent out notices to help with paperwork too, and it's something that I'll get with you afterwards as well to look at different areas. But I think that's all I'll have for today. Thank you.
Councilor Bencomo and Councilor Betestuvi, yes, let me apologize for not intervening. And you're right, I have to imagine if it was someone else, what would I have done? And yeah, I would have acted different. And I let the fact that I've known Ruben for 30+ years, and I've seen him. I just know his mannerisms, but nonetheless, I apologize to you all and won't let that happen again.
Mayor, I've had 3 interactions with this individual, and they've all ended this way. That's my lens that I have of this individual.
I haven't seen him like that in a while. I've seen him in the past, because I've worked with him for years. And back in the legislature, when he first started, I worked on his first campaign. So I've seen him, but I've never seen him, Okay, thank you. Ifo.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Mayor, if it's okay, if I could indulge for a moment too, just addressing what's happened today as well. I probably spent the next half hour trying to calm myself down. And so I'm glad you brought it up again, and also addressing it this time. For me, my heart didn't skip a beat when Mr. Smith walked over. I look at him and he doesn't seem threatening, but I'm 3 times his size. But my blood was boiling because, and so I'm not, I'm not sensitive to that. I'm not sensitive. The women I'm around could probably take him. And so I wasn't sensitive to that, and I apologize for that.
Your daughter could take him.
My daughters can take him. So, but what I was trying to calm myself down for the subsequent half hour was just anytime you have implying anything that staff is doing something besides their job, that's a big, my blood starts to boil. And for me, I try very hard to keep composure. I'm not naturally, people say I'm calm, but I was an ex-NFL football player. That's my job was to. And so when I pass a certain point, I don't come back. And so I will say it was very disappointing. And I've done everything just to keep myself from losing, but I appreciate you bringing that up. I appreciate you and protecting our staff. I think that's first and foremost my responsibility as a city manager. And but that was something a little different. That was something where I may have regretted some of the things I would have said or done if it escalated. So, but if I'll stop there. But I appreciate the conversation. Just a couple of updates. Our city attorney she mentioned to me earlier that we are hiring a contract auditor next month, and this person, her name is Vanessa Williams, coming from Treasury, and I think that's important to know, just as we talked about, the contracts and the deliverables with our partners. We'll have a contract auditor that can oversee that. So I appreciate Jennifer bringing that up. An update. I attended a briefing with Fort Bliss about the Afghan refugees. I will say there's a couple of things that I took back from that. One, they are dealing with our refugees with compassion, and they're very committed to making sure that they have a good experience. They don't refer to them as refugees. I noticed they call them guests or allies, and so that's how they refer to the people in the Afghan people. So I appreciate that opportunity to be there. On behalf of the city, and I know Policy is not my area. When you set policy or the sentiments of the city or speaking in behalf of the city, that's not my role. But I was very confident in being able to offer up our resources from our city. I let them know that on behalf of our mayor and city council, our only question is what can we do to help? And so it's been very clearly articulated that the city of Las Cruces is willing and ready to provide any resources necessary. And so we do have a couple of resettlement agencies that have contacted us, even previous to this, where we sent out letter of support for them. And so in the future, we'll be working with those resettlement agencies. The base mentioned that that's how they would be working through that. A couple of announcements from our Visit Las Cruces. Monuments to Main Street celebrates the month of September in Las Cruces, Doña Ana County, showcasing our vibrant festivals and history, outdoor recreation monuments, and so much more. This year's theme is the Monumental Loop. 2 kickoff events, Friday, September 10th, Plaza de las Cruces, 6 to 9 p.m., free, bring your own chairs. Live music will be provided by Dusty Lowe and the Ghetto Blasters. Sunday, September 12th, Klein Park, 2 to 6 p.m., free. Bring your own chairs, live music and mariachis, art vendors, informational booths, and family fun will be provided. I believe that's it, Mayor, Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Ifo.
Oh, sorry, Mayor, one last thing, just to address housing. I did get a message from Natalie, just an update. She mentioned that it's on the Housing PRC agenda to talk about our housing issues. Included is an amendment to the Muni Code, Fair Housing Code, for source income discrimination. And then also we can evaluate the purchase rehab of a motel on Picacho. We had an owner reach out, but we just got to understand the viability, speed, ownership structure, and cost. That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Ifo. Okay, with that, entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Flores, second by Councilor Beta-Stuvi. Christine?
This is on the motion to adjourn the regular meeting. Councilor Beta-Stuvi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg is absent. Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gonda?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, we're adjourned at 7:16 p.m. Thank you. Good night.